as he talked, irritated and short as always with this boy, who he had let go twice but had taken back each time when his father had come and pled for him, Mario, the first houseboy, came in carrying the papers in the mail. He was smiling, and his brown face was gay and kind and loving. "How was the voyage?" "A little rough at the end." "Figurati, imagine it. It's a big norther. Have you eaten?" "There's nothing to eat." "I brought eggs and milk and bread, too," he said to the second houseboy. "Go in and prepare the caballero's breakfast. How do you want the eggs?" "As usual." "Los huevos como siempre," Mario said. "Was Boise there to meet you?" "Yes." "He has suffered very much this time, more than ever." "And the others?" "Only one bad fight between goats and fats." He used the English names proudly. "The princess was a little sad, but it was nothing." "You too?" "Me?" He smiled shyly and very pleased. "Very well, thank you very much." "And the family?" "All very well, thank you. Papa is working again." "I am glad." "He is, too. Did none of the other gentlemen sleep here?" "No, they all went into town." "They must be tired." "They are." "There were calls from various friends. I have them all written down. I hope you can recognize them. I can do nothing with the English names." "Write them as they sound." "But they do not sound the same to me as to you." "Did the colonel call?" "No, sir." "Bring me a whiskey with mineral water," Thomas Hudson said. "And bring milk for the cats, please." "In the dining room or here?" "The whiskey here, the milk for the cats in the dining room." "Instantly," Mario said. He went into the kitchen and came back with a whiskey and mineral water. "I think it is strong enough," he said. Should I shave now or wait till after breakfast, Thomas Hudson thought. I ought to shave. That's what I ordered the whiskey for, to get me through the shaving. All right, go in and shave, then. The hell with it, he thought. No, go in and do it. It's good for your damn morale, and you have to go into town after breakfast. Shaving, he sipped the drink halfway through lathering, after lathering, and during the process of re-lathering, and changing blades 3 times and getting the 2-week stubble off his cheeks, chin, and throat. The cat walked around and watched him while he shaved and rubbed against his legs. Then suddenly he bounded out of the room, and Thomas Hudson knew he had heard the milk bowls being put down on the tiled floor of the dining room. He had not heard the click himself, nor had he heard any calling, but Boise had heard it. Thomas Hudson finished shaving and poured his right hand full of the wonderful 90-degree pure alcohol that was as cheap in Cuba as miserable rubbing alcohol in the States, and doused it over his face, feeling its cold bite take away the soreness from the shaving. I don't use sugar, nor smoke tobacco, he thought, but by God, I get my pleasure out of what they distill in this country. The lower parts of the bathroom windows were painted over because the stone-paved patio ran all around the house, but the upper halves of the windows were of clear glass, and he could see the branches of the palm trees whipping in the wind. She's blowing even heavier than I thought. There would almost be time to haul out, but you can't tell. It all depends on what she does when she goes into the northeast. It certainly had been fun not to think about the sea for the last few hours. Let's keep it up, he thought. Let's not think about the sea, nor what is on it or under it, or anything connected with it. Let's not even make a list of what we will not think of about it. Let's not think of it at all. Let's just have the sea in being and leave it at that. And the other things, he thought, we won't think about them either. Where would the Signor like to have breakfast? Mario asked. Any place away from the puta sea. In the living room or in the Signor's bedroom? In the bedroom. Pull out the wicker chair and put the breakfast on a table by it. He drank the hot tea and ate a fried egg and some toast with orange marmalade. Is there no fruit? Only bananas. Bring some. Are they not bad with alcohol? That is superstition. But while you're away, a man died in the village from eating bananas when he was drinking rum. How do you know he wasn't just a banana-eating rummy who died from rum? No, senor. This man died very suddenly from drinking a small amount of rum after eating a large quantity of bananas. They were his own bananas from his garden. He lived on the hill behind the village and worked for the route number 7 of the buses. "May he rest in peace," Thomas Hudson said. "Bring me a few bananas." Mario brought the bananas, small, yellow, ripe, from the tree in the garden. They were hardly bigger, peeled, than a man's fingers, and they were delicious. Thomas Hudson ate 5 of them. "Observe me for symptoms," he said, "and bring the princessa to eat the other egg."
"I gave her an egg to celebrate your return," the boy said. "I also gave an egg to Boise and to Willie."
"What about goats?"
"The gardener said it was not good for goats to eat much until his wounds are healed. His wounds were severe."
"What sort of fight was it?"
"It was very serious. They fought for nearly a mile. We lost them in the thorn brush beyond the garden. They fought with no noise at all, the way they fight now. I don't know who won. Big Goats came in first, and we took care of his wounds. He came to the patio and lay beside the cistern. He couldn't jump to the top of it. Fats came in an hour later, and we cared for his wounds."
"Do you remember how loving they were when they were brothers?"
"Of course, but I'm afraid now that Fats will kill Goats. He must weigh nearly a pound more."
"Goats is a great fighting cat."
"Yes, senor, but figure out for yourself what a full pound means."
"I don't think it can mean as much in cats as it does in fighting cocks. You think of everything in terms of fighting chickens. It doesn't mean much in men unless one man must weaken himself to make the weight. Jack Dempsey weighed only 185 pounds when he won the championship of the world. Willard weighed 230. Goats and Fats are both big cats."
"The way they fight, a pound is a terrible advantage," Mario said. "If they were being fought for money, no one will give away a pound. They will not give away ounces."
"Bring me some more bananas."
"Please, senor."
"You really believe that nonsense?"
"It's not nonsense, senor."
"Then bring me another whiskey and mineral water."
"If you order me to."
"I ask you to."
"If you ask, it is an order."
"Then bring it." The boy brought in the whiskey with ice and cold, charged mineral water, and Thomas Hudson took it and said, "Observe me for symptoms." But the worried look on the boy's dark face made him tire of the teasing, and he said, "Truly, I know it will not make me sick."
"The senor knows what he is doing, but it was my duty to protest."
"That's all right. You've protested. Has Pedro come yet?"
"No, senor."
"When he comes, tell him to have the Cadillac ready to go to town at once." "Now you take a bath," Thomas Hudson said to himself, "then you dress for Havana, then you ride into town to see the colonel. What the hell is wrong with you?" Plenty is wrong with me, he thought, plenty. The land of plenty, the sea of plenty, the air of plenty. He sat in the wicker chair with his feet pulled up on the extension that pulled out from under the seat and looked at the pictures on the wall of his bedroom. At the head of the bed, the cheap bed, with the no-good mattress that had been bought as an economy because he never slept in it except in case of quarrels, there was Juan Grise's guitar player. Nostalgia hecha hombre, he thought in Spanish. People did not know that you died of it. Across the room, above the bookcase, was Paul Clay's Monument in Arbeit. He didn't love it as he loved the guitar player, but he loved to look at it, and he remembered how corrupt it had seemed when he first bought it in Berlin. The color was as indecent as the plates in his father's medical books that showed the different types of cankers and venereal ulcers, and how frightened of it his wife had been until she learned to accept its corruption and only see it as a painting. He knew no more about it now than when he first saw it in Flechtheim's gallery in the house by the river that wonderful cold fall in Berlin when they had been so happy. But it was a good picture, and he liked to look at it. Above the other bookcase was one of Masson's forests. This was Ville d'Avray, and he loved it the way he loved the guitar player. That was the great thing about pictures. You could love them with no hopelessness at all. You could love them without sorrow, and the good ones made you happy because they had done what you always tried to do. So it was done, and it was all right, even if you failed to do it. Boise came into the room and jumped up onto his lap. He jumped beautifully and could leap, without effort showing, to the top of the high chest of drawers in the big bedroom. Now, having leaped moderately and neatly, he settled down on Thomas Hudson's lap and made loving pushes with his forepaws. "I'm looking at the pictures, boy. You'd be better off if you liked pictures." "Who knows, though, but he may get as much from leaping and from night hunting as I get from the pictures," Thomas Hudson thought. "It's a damn shame he can't see them, though. You can't tell. He might have frightful taste in pictures. I wonder who you'd like, boy. Probably the Dutch period, when they painted such wonderful still lifes of fish and oysters and game. Hey, lay off me there. This is the daytime. You're not supposed to do that sort of thing in the daytime." Boise continued with his love-making, and Thomas Hudson pushed him onto his side to quiet him. "You have to observe a few decencies, boy," he said. "I haven't even gone out to see the other cats to please you." Boise was happy, and Thomas Hudson felt the purr in his throat with his fingers. "I have to bathe, boy. You spend half your time doing that, but you do it with your own tongue. That's when you won't pay attention to me. When you wash yourself, you're just like a damned businessman at his office. That's business. That's not to be interrupted. Well, I have to bathe now. But instead, I sit here drinking in the morning like a damned rummy. That's one of the differences between us. You couldn't steer 18 hours either. I can, though. 12 any time. 18 when I have to. 19 yesterday and this morning. But I can't jump and I can't hunt at night like you. We do some pretty damn fancy hunting at night, though. But you've got your radar in your whiskers, and a pigeon probably has his huff-duff and that incrustation above his beak. Anyway, all homing pigeons have the incrustation. What sort of ultra-high frequencies have you got, boy?" Boise lay there heavy and solid and long, purring silently and very happy. "What does your search receiver say, boy? What's your pulse width? What's your pulse repetition frequency? I've got a magnetron built in, but don't tell anybody. But with the consequent higher resolution attained by the UHF, enemy horrors can be detected at a greater distance. It's microwave, boy, and you're purring it right now." "So that's how you kept your resolution not to think about it until we get going again. It wasn't the sea you wanted to forget. You know how you love the sea and would not be anywhere else. Go out onto the porch and look at her. She is not cruel or callous, nor any of that kvatch. She is just there, and the wind moves her, and the current moves her, and they fight on her surface, but down below, none of it matters. Be thankful that you are going out on her again, and thank her for being your home. She is your home. Don't talk or think nonsense about her. She is not your trouble." "You're making a little more sense," he told himself, "although you don't make too damned much ashore." "All right," he told himself, "I have to make so much sense at sea that I don't want to make any ashore." Ashore is a lovely place, he thought. Today we would see just how lovely it could be. After I see the goddamn colonel, he thought. Well, I always enjoy seeing him because it builds up my morale. Let's not go into the colonel, he thought. That's one of those things that we are going to skip while we have a lovely day. I will go to see him, but I won't go into him. Enough has gone into him already that will never get out, and enough has gone out of him that they will never get back in. So I thought you weren't going into him. I'm not. I'm just going in to see him and report. He finished the drink, lifted the cat off his lap, stood up and looked at the 3 paintings, and then went in and took a shower. The water heater had only been on since the boys came in the morning, and there was not much hot water, but he soaped himself clean, scrubbed his head, and finished off with cold water. He dressed in white flannel shirt, dark tie, flannel slacks, wool socks, and his 10-year-old English brogues, a cashmere pullover sweater, and an old tweed jacket. He rang for Mario. Is Pedro here?
Yes, senor, he has a car outside.
Make me a Tom Collins with coconut water and bitters to take. Put it in one of the cork holders.
Yes, senor. Don't you want a coat?
I'll take a coat to wear back if it gets cold.
Will you be back for lunch?
No, nor for dinner.
Do you want to see any of the cats before you go? They are all out in the lee of the wind and the sun.
No, I will see them tonight. I want to bring them a present.
I go to make the drink. It will take a moment for the coconut.
Now why in hell wouldn't you go to see the cats? He asked himself. I don't know, he answered. That one I did not understand at all. That was a new one. Boise was following him, a little worried at this going away, but not panicky, since there was no baggage and no packing. Maybe I did it for you, boy, Thomas Hudson said. Don't you worry, I'll be back sometime tonight or in the morning, with my ashes dragged, I hope, properly, I hope. Then maybe we will make a little better sense around here. Vámonos a limpiar la escopeta. He came out of the long, bright living room that still seemed enormous and down the stone steps and into the even greater brightness of the Cuban winter morning. The dogs played around his legs, and the sad pointer came up, groveling and wagging his lowered head. "You poor, miserable beast," he said to the pointer. He patted him, and the dog fawned on him. The other mongrel dogs were gay and prancing in the excitement of the cold and the wind. There were some dead branches broken off the ceiba tree that grew out of the patio, and they lay on the steps where they had fallen in the wind. The chauffeur came from behind the car, shivering exaggeratedly, and said, "Good morning, Mr. Hudson. How was the voyage?" "Good enough. How are the cars?" "All in perfect shape." "I'll bet," Thomas Hudson said in English. Then to Mario, who came out of the house and down the steps to the car carrying the tall, dark, rusty-colored drink, wrapped round with a sheet of molded cork that came to within half an inch of the rim of the glass. "Get a sweater for Pedro, one of those that buttons in the front, from Mr. Tom's clothes. See that the steps are clean of this trash." Thomas Hudson handed the drink to the chauffeur to hold and stooped to pet the dogs. Boise was sitting on the steps, watching them with contempt. There was Negrita, a small black bitch going gray with age, her tail curled over her back, her tiny feet and delicate legs almost sparkling as she played, her muzzle as sharp as a fox terrier, and her eyes loving and intelligent. He had seen her one night in a bar following some people out and asked what breed of dog she was. "Cuban," the waiter said. "She's been here 4 days. She follows everyone out, but they always shut the doors of the cars on her." They had taken her home to the finca, and for 2 years she had not been in heat, and Thomas Hudson had thought she was too old to breed. Then, one day, he had to break her loose from a police dog, and after that she had police dog pups, pups from a pit bull, pointer pups, and a wonderful unknown pup that was bright red and looked as though his father might have been an Irish setter, except that he had the chest and shoulders of a pit bull and a tail that curled up over his back like Negrita's. Now her sons were all around her, and she was pregnant again. "Who did she breed with?" Thomas Hudson asked the chauffeur. "I don't know." Mario, who came out with a sweater and gave it to the chauffeur, who took off his frayed uniform coat to put it on, said, "The father is the fighting dog in the village." "Well, goodbye, dogs," Thomas Hudson said. "So long, boy," he said to the cat, who came bounding down through the dogs to the car. Thomas Hudson, sitting in the car now, holding the cork-wrapped drink, leaned out of the window and touched the cat, who rose on his hind legs to push his head against his fingers. "Don't worry, boy, I'll be back." "Poor Boise," Mario said. He picked him up and held him in his arms, and the cat looked after the car as it turned, circling the flower bed, and went down the uneven gully-washed driveway until it was hidden by the hill slope and the tall mango trees. Then Mario took the cat into the house and put him down, and the cat jumped up onto the windowsill and continued to look out at where the driveway disappeared under the hill. Mario stroked him. The cat did not relax. "Poor Boise," the tall Negro boy said. "Poor, poor Boise." In the car, Thomas Hudson and the chauffeur went down the driveway, and the chauffeur jumped out and unchained the gate, and then climbed back in and drove the car through. A Negro boy was coming up the street, and he called to him to close the gate, and the boy grinned and nodded his head. "He's the younger brother of Mario." "I know," Thomas Hudson said. They rolled through the squalor of the village side street and turned onto the central highway. They passed the houses of the village, the 2 grocery stores open onto the street with their bars and rows of bottles flanked by shelves of canned goods, and then were past the last bar and the huge Spanish laurel tree whose branches spread all the way across the road and were rolling downhill on the old stone highway. The highway ran downhill for 3 miles with big old trees on either side. There were nurseries, small farms, large farms with their decrepit Spanish colonial houses that were being cut up into subdivisions, their old hilly pastures being cut by streets that ended at grassy hillsides, the grass brown from the drought. The only green now on the land, in this country of so many greens, was along the watercourses where the royal palms grew tall and gray, their green tops slanted by the wind. This was a dry norther, dry, hard, and cold. The Straits of Florida had been chilled by the other northers that had come before it, and there was no fog and no rain with this wind. Thomas Hudson took a sip of the ice-cold drink that tasted of the fresh green lime juice mixed with the tasteless coconut water that was still so much more full-bodied than any charged water, strong with the real Gordon's gin that made it alive to his tongue and rewarding to swallow, and all of it tautened by the bitters that gave it color. It tastes as good as a drawing sail feels, he thought. It is a hell of a good drink. The cork glass holder kept the ice from melting and weakening the drink, and he held it fondly in his hand and looked at the country as they drove into town. "Why don't you coast down here and save gas?"
"I will if you say," the chauffeur answered, "but this is government gas."
"Coast for the practice," Thomas Hudson said. "Then you will know how to do it when it is our gas and not the government's." They were down on the flat now, where flower growers' fields ran off the left, and on the right were the houses of the basket weavers. "I must get a basket weaver to come up and mend the big mat in the living room where it's worn."
"Si, senor."
"Do you know one?"
"Si, senor."
The chauffeur, whom Thomas Hudson disliked very much for his general misinformation and stupidity, his conceit, his lack of understanding of motors, and his atrocious care of the cars and general laziness, was being very short and formal because of the reprimand about coasting. With all his faults, he was a splendid driver, that is, he was an excellent car handler with beautiful reflexes in the illogical and neurotic Cuban traffic. Also, he knew too much about their operations to be fired. "Are you warm enough with the sweater?"
"Si, senor."
"The hell with you," Thomas Hudson thought. "You keep that up and I'll ream you out good." "Was it very cold in your house last night?"
"It was terrible. It was horroroso. You can't imagine it, Mr. Hudson."
Peace had been made, and they were now crossing the bridge, where the trunk of the girl who had once been cut into 6 pieces by her policeman lover and the pieces wrapped in brown paper and scattered along the central highway had been found. The river was dry now. But on that evening it had been running with water, and cars had been lined up for half a mile in the rain, while their drivers stared at the historic spot. The next morning the papers published photographs of the torso on their front pages, and one news story pointed out that the girl was undoubtedly a North American tourist, since no one of that age living in the tropics could be so undeveloped physically. How they had already arrived at her exact age Thomas Hudson never knew, since the head was not discovered until some time later in the fishing port of Batabano. But the torso, as shown in the front pages, did fall rather short of the best fragments of Greek sculpture. She was not an American tourist, though, and it turned out that she had developed whatever attractions she had in the tropics. But for a while Thomas Hudson had to give up doing any road work in the country outside the finca, because anybody seen running or even hurrying was in danger of being pursued by the populace crying, "There he goes! That's him! That's the man who chopped her up!" Now they were over the bridge and going up the hill into Liano, where there was a view off to the left of El Cerro that always reminded Thomas Hudson of Toledo. Not El Greco's Toledo, but a part of Toledo itself seen from a side hill. They were coming up on it now as the car climbed the last of the hill, and he saw it again clearly, and it was Toledo, all right, just for a moment. And then the hill dipped, and Cuba was close on either side. This was the part he did not like on the road into town. This was really the part he carried the drink for. I drink against poverty, dirt, 400-year-old dust, the nose snot of children, cracked palm fronds, roofs made from hammered tins, the shuffle of untreated syphilis, sewage in the old beds of brooks, lice on the bare necks of infested poultry, scale on the backs of old men's necks, the smell of old women, and the full-blast radio, he thought. It is a hell of a thing to do. I ought to look at it closely and do something about it. Instead, you have your drink the way they carried smelling salts in the old days. No, not quite that, he thought. Sort of a combination of that and the way they drank in Hogarth's Gin Lane. You're drinking against going in to see the Colonel, too, he thought. You're always drinking against something or for something now, he thought. The hell you are. Lots of times you are just drinking. You're going to do quite a lot of it today. He took a long sip of the drink and felt it clean and cold and fresh-tasting in his mouth. This was the worst part of the road, where the streetcar line ran and the traffic was bumper to bumper on the level crossing of the railroad when the gates were down. Ahead now, beyond the lines of stalled cars and trucks, was the hill with the castle of Atares, where they had shot Colonel Crittenden and the others when that expedition failed down at Bahia Honda 40 years before he was born, and where they had shot 122 American volunteers against that hill. Beyond, the smoke blew straight across the sky from the tall chimneys of the Havana Electric Company, and the highway ran on the old cobblestones under the viaduct, parallel to the upper end of the harbor, where the water was as black and greasy as the pumpings from the bottoms of the tanks of an oil tanker. The gates came up, and they moved again, and now they were in the lee of the Norther, and the wooden-hulled ships of the pitiful and grotesque wartime merchant marine lay against the creosoted pilings of the wooden docks, and the scum of the harbor lay along their sides, blacker than the creosote of the pilings, and foul as an uncleaned sewer. He recognized various craft that he knew. One, an old bark, had been big enough for a sub to bother with, and the sub had shelled her. She was loaded with timber, and was coming in for a cargo of sugar. Thomas Hudson could still see where she had been hit, although she was repaired now, and he remembered the live Chinaman and the dead Chinaman on her deck when they had come alongside her at sea. I thought you weren't going to think about the sea today. I have to look at it, he said to himself. Those that are on it are a damn sight better off than those that live in what we have just been riding through. This harbor that has been fouled for 300 or 400 years isn't the sea anyway. And this harbor isn't bad out by the mouth, nor even so bad over by the Casablanca side. You've known good nights in this harbor, and you know it. Look at that, he said. The chauffeur, seeing him looking, started to stop the car, but he told him to go on. Keep going to the embassy, he said. He had looked at the old couple that lived in the board and palm frond lean-to they had built against the wall that separated the railway track from a tract of ground where the electric company stored coal they unloaded from the harbor. The wall was black with coal dust from the coal that was hauled overhead on the unloader, and it was less than 4 feet from the roadbed of the railway. The lean-to was built at a steep slant, and there was barely room for 2 people to lie down in it. The couple who lived in it were sitting in the entrance cooking coffee in a tin can. They were Negroes, filthy, scaly with age and dirt, wearing clothing made from old sugar sacks, and they were very old. He could not see the dog. "Y el perro?" he asked the chauffeur. "Since a long time I haven't seen him." They had passed these people now for several years. At one time, the girl, whose letters he had read last night, had exclaimed about the shame of it each time they passed the lean-to. "Why don't you do something about it, then?" he had asked her. "Why do you always say things are so terrible and write so well about how terrible they are, and never do anything about it?" This made the girl angry, and she had stopped the car, gotten out, gone over to the lean-to, and given the old woman $20 and told her this was to help her find a better place to live and to buy something to eat. "Si, señorita," the old woman said, "you are very amiable." The next time they came by, the couple were living in the same place, and they waved happily. They had bought a dog. It was a white dog, too, small and curly, probably not bred originally, Thomas Hudson thought, for the coal dust trade. "What do you think has become of the dog?" Thomas Hudson asked the chauffeur. "He probably died. They have nothing to eat." "We must get them another dog," Thomas Hudson said. Past the lean-to, which was now well behind them, they passed on the left the mud-colored plastered walls of the headquarters of the General Staff of the Cuban Army. A Cuban soldier with some white blood stood indolently but proudly in his khakis faded from his wife's washings, his campaign hat much neater than General Stilwell's, his Springfield at the most comfortable angle across the ill-covered bones of his shoulder. He looked at the car absently. Thomas Hudson could see he was cold in the norther. I suppose he could warm up by walking his post, Thomas Hudson thought, but if he stays in that exact position and does not waste any energy, the sun should be on him soon, and that will warm him. He must not have been in the army very long to be so thin, he thought. By spring, if we still come by here in the spring, I probably will not recognize him. That Springfield must be awfully heavy for him. It is a shame he cannot stand guard with a light plastic gun the way bullfighters now use a wooden sword in their work with the muleta, so their wrists will not tire. "What about the division that General Benitez was going to lead into battle in Europe?" he asked the chauffeur. "Has that division left yet?"
"Todavía no," the chauffeur said. "Not yet. But the general is practicing learning to ride a motorcycle. He practices early in the morning along the Malecon."
"It must be a motorized division, then," Thomas Hudson said. "What are those packages that the soldiers and officers are carrying as they come out of the Estado Mayor?"
"Rice," the chauffeur said. "There was a cargo of rice came in."
"Is it difficult to get now?"
"Impossible. It's in the clouds."
"Do you eat badly now?"
"Very badly."
"Why? You eat at the house. I pay for everything, no matter how far the price goes up."
"I mean when I eat at home."
"When do you eat at home?"
"Sundays."
"I'll have to buy you a dog," Thomas Hudson said.
"We have a dog," the chauffeur said. "A really beautiful and intelligent dog. He loves me more than anything in the world. I cannot move a foot that he does not want to come with me. But, Mr. Hudson, you cannot realize nor appreciate, you who have everything, what this war means in suffering to the people of Cuba."
"There must be much hunger."
"You cannot realize it."
"No, I can't," Thomas Hudson thought. "I can't realize it at all. I can't realize why there should ever be any hunger in this country, ever. And you son of a bitch, for the way you look after the motors of cars, you ought to be shot, not fed. I would shoot you with the greatest of pleasure, but," he said, "I will see what I can do about getting you some rice for your house."
"Thank you very much. You cannot conceive of how hard life is now for us Cubans."
"It must be really bad," Thomas Hudson said. "It is a shame I cannot take you to sea for a rest and a vacation."
"It must be very difficult at sea, too."
"I believe it is," Thomas Hudson said. "Sometimes, even on a day such as today, I believe it is."
"We all have our crosses to bear."
"I would like to take my cross and stick it up the culo of a lot of people I know."
"It is necessary to take things with calm and patience, Mr. Hudson."
"Muchas gracias," said Thomas Hudson. They had turned into San Isidro Street below the main railway station and opposite the entrance to the old P&O docks where the ships from Miami and Key West used to dock, and where Pan American Airways had its terminal when they were still flying the old clippers. It was abandoned now that the P&O boats had been taken over by the Navy, and Pan American was flying DC-2s and DC-3s to the Rancho Boyeros airport, and the Coast Guard and the Cuban Navy had their sub-chasers tied up where the clippers used to land. Thomas Hudson remembered this part of Havana best from the old days. The part he loved now had then been just the road to Matanzas, an ugly stretch of town, the castle of Atares, a suburb whose name he did not know, and then a brick road with towns strung along it. You sped through them so that you did not remember one from another. Then he had known every bar and dive around this part of town, and San Isidro had been the great whorehouse street of the waterfront. It was dead now, with not a house functioning on it, and had been dead ever since they closed it and shipped all the whores back to Europe. That great shipment had been the reverse of how Villafranche used to be when the American ships on the Mediterranean station would leave, and all the girls would be waving. When the French ship left Havana, with the girls aboard, all the waterfront was crowded, and it was not only men that were saying goodbye, waving from the shore, the docks, and the seawall of the harbor. There were girls in the chartered launches and the bumboats that circled the ship and ran alongside her as she went out the channel. It was very sad, he remembered, although many people thought it was very funny. Why whores should be funny he had never understood. The shipment was supposed to be very comic, though. But many people were sad after the ship had gone, and San Isidro Street had never recovered. The name still moved him, he thought, although it was a dull enough street now and you hardly ever saw a white man or a woman on it, except for truck drivers and delivery cart pushers. There were gay streets in Havana where only Negroes lived, and there were some very tough streets and tough quarters, such as Jesus y Maria, which was just a short distance away. But this part of town was just as sad as it had ever been since the whores had gone. Now the car had come out onto the waterfront itself, where the ferry that ran across to Regla docked, and where the coastwise sailing ships tied up. The harbor was brown and rough, but the sea that was running did not make whitecaps. The water was too brown. But it was fresh and clear brown-looking after the black foulness of the inner parts of the bay. Looking across it, he saw the calm of the bay that lay in the lee of the hills above Casablanca, where the fishing smacks were anchored, where the gray gunboats of the Cuban Navy lay, and where he knew his own ship was anchored, although he could not see her from here. Across the bay he saw the ancient yellow church and the sprawl of the houses of Regla, pink, green, and yellow houses, and the storage tanks and the refinery chimneys of Belot, and behind them the gray hills toward Cojimar.
"Do you see the ship?"
the chauffeur asked. "Not from here." Here they were to the windward of the smoking chimneys of the electric company, and the morning was as bright and clean, and the air as clear and new-washed as on the hills of the farm. Everyone moving about the docks looked cold in the norther. "Let's go to the Floridita first," Thomas Hudson said to the chauffeur.
"We're only 4 blocks from the embassy here."
"Yes, but I said I wished to go to the Floridita first."
"As you wish."
They rode straight up into town and were out of the wind, and, passing the warehouses and stores, Thomas Hudson smelled the odor of stored flour and sacks and flour dust, the smell of newly opened packing cases, the smell of roasting coffee that was a stronger sensation than a drink in the morning, and the lovely smell of the tobacco that came strongest just before the car turned to the right toward the Floridita. This was one of the streets he loved, but he did not like to walk along it in daylight because the sidewalks were too narrow and there was too much traffic, and at night, when there was no traffic, they were not roasting the coffee and the windows of the storehouses were closed, so you could not smell the tobacco.
"It is closed,"
the chauffeur said. The iron shutters were still down on both sides of the cafe. "I thought it would be. Go on down Obispo now to the embassy." This was the street he had walked down 1,000 times in the daytime and in the night. He did not like to ride down it because it was over so quickly, but he could not justify himself delaying and reporting any longer, and he drank the last of his drink and looked at the cars ahead, the people on the sidewalk, and the crossing traffic on the north and south streets, and saved the street for later when he could walk it. The car stopped in front of the embassy and consulate building, and he went in. Inside, you were supposed to fill out your name and address and the object of your visit at a table where a sad clerk with plucked eyebrows and a mustache across the extreme lower part of his upper lip looked up and pushed the paper toward him. He did not look at it and went into the elevator. The clerk shrugged his shoulders and smoothed his eyebrows. Perhaps he had emphasized them a little too much. Still, they were cleaner and neater that way than woolly and bushy, and they did go with his mustache. He had, he believed, the narrowest mustache it was possible to achieve and still have a mustache. Not even Errol Flynn had a narrower one. Not even Pincho Gutierrez. Not even Jorge Negrete. Still, that son of a bitch Hudson had no right to walk in like that and ignore him. "What sort of maricones have you on the door now?" Thomas Hudson asked the elevator operator.
"That's not a maricon. That's nothing."
"How's everything here?"
"Good, fine. The same as always."
He got off at the 4th floor and walked down the hall. He went in the middle door of the 3 and asked the Marine warrant officer at the desk if the colonel was in.
He flew down to Guantanamo this morning.
When will he be back?
He said he might go to Haiti.
Is there anything for me?
Nothing with me.
Did he leave any message for me?
He said to tell you to stick around.
How was he feeling?
Awful.
How did he look?
Terrible.
Was he plugged at me?
I don't think so. He just said to tell you to stick around.
Is there anything I ought to know?
I don't know. Is there?
Cut it out.
Okay. I suppose you had it pretty dusty, but you weren't working for him in this office. You get out to sea. I don't give a goddamn.
Take it easy.
Are you staying out on the country?
Yes, but I'm going to be in town today and tonight.
He won't be back today or tonight. I'll call you out in the country when he comes in.
You're sure he's not plugged at me?
I know he's not plugged at you. What's the matter? Have you got a bad conscience?
No. Is anybody else plugged at me?
As far as I know, not even the Admiral is plugged at you. Go on out and get drunk for me.
I'm going to get drunk for myself first.
Get drunk for me, too.
What's the matter? You're drunk every night, aren't you?
That's not enough. How did Henderson do?
All right. Why?
Nothing.
Why?
Nothing. I just asked you. You have any complaints?
We don't make complaints.
What a man. What a leader.
We formulate charges.
You can't. You're a civilian.
Go to hell.
I don't have to. I'm there now.
You call me as soon as he gets in and make my compliments to the colonel and tell the colonel I checked in.
Yes, sir.
What's the sir for?
Politeness.
Goodbye, Mr. Hollins.
Goodbye, Mr. Hudson. Listen, keep your people where you can find them in a hurry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hollins. Down the hall, a lieutenant commander that he knew came out of the code room. His face was brown from golf and the beach at Jaimanitas. He looked healthy, and his unhappiness did not show. He was young and a very good Far East man. Thomas Hudson had known him when he had the motor car agency in Manila and a branch agency in Hong Kong. He spoke Tagalog and good Cantonese. Naturally, he also spoke Spanish. So he was in Havana.
"Hi, Tommy," he said. "When did you get into town?"
"Last night."
"How are the roads?"
"Moderately dusty."
"You'll turn the goddamn car over sometime."
"I'm a careful driver."
"You always were,"
the lieutenant commander, whose name was Fred Archer, said. He put his arm around Thomas Hudson's shoulders.
"Let me feel of you."
"Why?"
"You cheer me up. It cheers me up when I feel of you."
"Have you been over to eat at the Pacifico?"
"Not for a couple of weeks. Should we go?"
"Any time."
"I can't make lunch, but we can eat there tonight. Do you have anything for tonight?"
"No, just afterwards."
"Me afterwards, too. Where shall I meet you?" "The Floridita."
"Come on up there when the shop shuts."
"Good. I have to come back here afterwards, so we can't get too drunk."
"Don't tell me you bastards work nights now."
"I do," Archer said. "It isn't a popular move."
"I'm awfully glad to see you, Mr. Freddy," Thomas Hudson said. "You make me feel cheerful, too."
"You don't have to feel cheerful," Fred Archer said. "You've got it."
"You mean I've had it?"
"You've had it, and you've re-had it, and you've re-had it doubled."
"Not in spades."
"Spades won't be any use to you, brother, and you've still got it."
"Write it out for me sometime, Freddy. I'd like to be able to read it early in the mornings."
"You got a head in her yet?"
"No. Where the head was is about $35,000 worth of junk I signed for."
"I know. I saw it in the safe."
"What you signed?" "They're goddamn careless, then."
"You can say that again."
"Is everybody careless?"
"No. And things are a lot better, really, Tommy."
"Good," said Thomas Hudson. "That's the thought for today."
"Don't you want to come in? There's some new guys you'd like. 2 really nice guys. One of them really beat up."
"No. Do they know anything about the business?"
"No, of course not. They just know you're out there, and they'd like to meet you. You'd like them. Nice guys."
"Let's meet them another time," Thomas Hudson said.
"Okay, Chief," Archer said. "I'll come up to your place when the joint closes."
"The Floridita."
"That's what I meant."
"I'm getting stupid."
"It's just sheep-herder's madness," Archer said. "Do you want me to bring any of these characters?"
"No, not unless you want to very much. Some of my mob may be around."
"I should think you bastards wouldn't want to see each other ashore."
"Sometimes they get sort of lonesome."
"What they ought to do is net them all and lock them up."
"They'd get out."
"Go on," Archer said. "You're late at the place."
Fred Archer went in the door opposite the code room, and Thomas Hudson walked down the hall and walked down the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Outside it was so bright the glare hurt his eyes, and it was still blowing heavily from the north-northwest. He got into the car and told the chauffeur to go up O'Reilly to the Floridita. Before the car circled the plaza in front of the embassy building and the ayuntamiento and turned into O'Reilly, he saw the size of the waves in the mouth of the harbor and the heavy rise and fall of the Channel Buoy. In the mouth of the harbor the sea was very wild and confused, and clear green water was breaking over the rock at the base of the Morro, the tops of the seas blowing white in the sun. It looks wonderful, he said to himself. It not only looks wonderful, it is wonderful. I'm going to have a drink on it. Christ, he thought, I wish I were as solid as Freddie Archer thinks I am. Hell, I am as solid. I always go, and I always want to go. What the hell more do they want? For you to eat Torpex for breakfast? Or stick it under your armpits like tobacco? That'd be a hell of a good way to get jaundice, he thought. What do you suppose made you think of that? Are you getting spooky, Hudson? I am not, he said. I have certain unavoidable reactions. Many of them have not been classified. Especially not by me. I would just like to be as solid as Freddie thinks instead of being human. I think you have more fun as a human being, even though it is much more painful. It is goddamn painful right about now. It would be nice to be like they think, though. All right, now, don't think about that either. If you don't think about it, it doesn't exist. The hell it doesn't. But that's the system I'm going on, he thought. The Floridita was open now, and he bought the 2 papers that were out, Crisol and Alerta, and took them to the bar with him. He took his seat on a tall bar stool at the extreme left of the bar. His back was against the wall toward the street, and his left was covered by the wall behind the bar. He ordered a double frozen daiquiri with no sugar from Pedrico, who smiled his smile, which was almost like the rictus on a dead man who has died from a suddenly broken back, and yet was a true and legitimate smile, and started to read Crisol. The fighting was in Italy now. He did not know the country where the Fifth Army was fighting, but he knew the country on the other side where the Eighth Army was, and he was thinking about it when Ignacio Natera Revello came into the bar and stood beside him. Pedrico set out a bottle of Victoria Vat, a glass with large chunks of ice in it, and a bottle of Canada Dry soda in front of Ignacio Natera Revello, and he made a highball hurriedly and then turned toward Thomas Hudson, looking at him through his green-tinted, horn-rimmed glasses, and feigning to have just seen him. Ignacio Natera Revello was tall and thin, dressed in a white linen countryman's shirt, white trousers, black silk socks, well-shined old brown English brogues, and he had a red face, a yellow toothbrushy mustache, and near-sighted bloodshot eyes that the green glasses protected. His hair was sandy and brushed stiffly down. Seeing his eagerness for the highball, you might think it was the first of the day. It was not.
Your ambassador is making an ass of himself, he said to Thomas Hudson.
I'll be a sad son of a bitch, Thomas Hudson said.
No, be serious. Let me tell you. Now this is absolutely between you and me.
Drink up. I don't want to hear about it.
Well, you should hear about it, and you should do something about it.
Aren't you cold? Thomas Hudson asked him, in that shirt and the light trousers.
I'm never cold.
You're never sober either, Thomas Hudson thought. You start to drink in that little bar by the house, and by the time you come here for the first one of the day, you're potted. You probably didn't even notice the weather when you dressed. Yes, he thought, and what about yourself? What time of day did you take your first drink this morning, and how many have you had before this first one? Don't you cast the first stone at any rummies. It's not rummies, he thought. I don't mind him being a rummy. It's just that he's a damned bore. You don't have to pity bores, and you do not have to be kind to them. Come on, he said. You're going to have fun today. Relax and enjoy it. I'll roll you for this one, he said.
Very well,
said Ignacio.
You roll.
He rolled 3 kings and 1, stood on them, naturally, and won. That was pleasant. It couldn't make the drink taste any better, but it was a pleasant feeling to roll 3 kings and 1, and he enjoyed winning from Ignacio Natera Revelo because he was a snob and a bore, and winning from him gave him some useful significance.
"Now we'll roll for this one,"
Ignacio Natera Revelo said. He's the type of snob and bore that you always think of by all his three names, Thomas Hudson thought, just as you think of him as a snob and a bore. It's probably like people who put 3 after their names. Thomas Hudson III, Thomas Hudson the Turd. You're not Ignacio Natera Revelo III, are you by any chance?
"Of course not. You know my father's name very well."
That's right, of course I do.
"You know both my brothers' names. You know my grandfather's names. Don't be silly."
"I'll try not to be," Thomas Hudson said. "I'll try quite hard."
"Do,"
Ignacio Natera Revelo said.
"It will be good for you."
Concentrating, working the leather cup in his best form, doing his hardest and best work of the morning, he rolled 4 jacks all day. "My poor dear friend," Thomas Hudson said. He shook the dice in the heavy leather cup and loved the sound of them. Such kind, good dice, such rich feeling and laudable dice, he said.
"Go on and throw them, and don't be silly."
Thomas Hudson rolled out 3 kings and a pair of 10s on the slightly dampened bar. "Want to bet?"
"We have a bet,"
Ignacio Natera Revelo said.
"The second round of drinks."
Thomas Hudson shook the dice lovingly again and rolled a queen and a jack. "Want to bet now?"
"The odds are still greatly in your favor."
"Okay. I'll just take the drinks then." He rolled a king and an ace, feeling them come out of the shaker solidly and proudly.
"You lucky sod."
"Another double frozen daiquiri without sugar and whatever Ignacio wants," Thomas Hudson said. He was beginning to feel fond of Ignacio. "Look, Ignacio," he said, "I never heard of anyone looking at the world through green-colored glasses. Rose-colored, yes. Green-colored, no. Doesn't it give everything a sort of grassy look? Don't you feel as though you were on the turf? Do you never feel as though you'd been turned out to pasture?"
"This is the most restful tint for the eyes. It's been proven by the greatest optometrists."
"Do you run around much with the greatest optometrists? They must be a pretty wild bunch."
"I don't know any optometrist personally except my own, but he is familiar with the findings of others. He is the best in New York."
"I want to know the best in London."
"I know the best optometrist in London, but the very best is in New York. I'll be glad to give you a card to him."
"Let's roll for this one."
"Very well, you roll back to me."
Thomas Hudson picked up the leather cup and felt the heavy, confident weight of the big Floridita dice. He barely stirred them in order not to irritate their kindness and generosity, and rolled out 3 kings, a 10, and a queen. 3 kings and 1. The Clásico.
"You are a bastard,"
Ignacio Natera Revelo said, and rolled an ace, 2 queens, and 2 jacks. "Another double frozen daiquiri absolutely without sugar and whatever Don Ignacio wishes," Thomas Hudson said to Pedrico. Pedrico made his smile and the drink. He set down the mixer before Thomas Hudson with at least another full daiquiri in the bottom of it. "I could do that to you all day," Thomas Hudson said to Ignacio.
"The horrible thing is, I'm afraid you could."
"The dice love me."
"It's good something does."
Thomas Hudson felt the faint prickle go over his scalp that he had felt many times in the last month. "How do you mean that, Ignacio?" he asked very politely.
"I mean that I certainly don't, with you taking all my money."
"Oh," said Thomas Hudson. "Here's to your good health."
"I hope you die,"
Ignacio Natera Revelo said. Thomas Hudson felt the prickle go over his scalp again. He reached his left hand against the bar where Ignacio Natera Revelo could not see it and tapped softly 3 times with the ends of his fingers. "That's nice of you," he said. "Do you want to roll for another round?"
"No," the other said. "I've lost quite enough money to you for one day."
"You haven't lost any money, only drinks."
"I pay my bar bill here."
"Ignacio," Thomas Hudson said, "that's the 3rd slightly edgy thing you've said."
"Well, I am edgy. If you'd had someone be as damn rude to you as your bloody ambassador was to me—"
"I still don't want to hear about it."
There you are, and you call me edgy. Look, Thomas, we're good friends. I've known you and your boy Tom for years. By the way, how is he?
He's dead.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
That's all right, Thomas Hudson said. I'll buy you a drink.
I'm so very sorry. Please know how terribly sorry I am. How was he killed?
I don't know yet, Thomas Hudson said. I'll let you know when I know.
Where was it?
I don't know that. I know where he was flying, but I don't know anything else.
Did he get into London to see any of our friends?
Oh, yes. He'd been in town several times, and to White's each time, and he'd seen whoever was around.
Well, that's a comfort, in a way.
A what?
I mean, it's nice to know he saw our friends.
Certainly, I'm sure he had a good time. He always had an awfully good time.
Should we drink to him?
Shit, no, Thomas Hudson said. He could feel it all coming up. Everything he had not thought about. All the grief he had put away and walled out, and never even thought of on the trip, nor all this morning. Let's not.
I think it is a thing to do, Ignacio Natera Ravello said. I think it is eminently proper and the thing to do. But I must buy the drink.
All right, we'll drink to him.
What was his rank?
Flight lieutenant.
He probably have been a wing commander by now, or at least a squadron leader.
Let's skip his rank.
Just as you wish,
Ignacio Natera Ravello said.
To my dear friend and your son, Tom Hudson. Dulce es morir pro patria.
In the pig's asshole, Thomas Hudson said.
What's the matter? Was my Latin faulty?
I wouldn't know, Ignacio.
But your Latin was excellent. I know from people who were at school with you.
My Latin is very beat up, Thomas Hudson said, along with my Greek, my English, my head, and my heart. All I know how to speak now is frozen daiquiri.
Tu hablas frozen daiquiri too? I think we might show a little more respect to Tom.
Tom was a pretty good joker.
He certainly was. He had one of the finest and most delicate senses of humor I've ever known. And he was one of the best-looking boys and with the most beautiful manners. And a damn fine athlete. He was tops as an athlete.
That's right. He threw the discus 142 feet. He played fullback on offense and left tackle on defense. He played a good game of tennis, and he was a first-rate wing shot and a good fly fisherman.
He was a splendid athlete and a fine sportsman. I think of him as one of the very finest.
There's only one thing really wrong with him.
What's that?
He's dead.
Now, don't be morbid, Tommy. You must think of Tom as he was, of his gaiety and his radiance and his wonderful promise. There's no sense being morbid.
None at all, Thomas Hudson said. Let's not be morbid.
I'm glad you agree. It's been splendid to have a chance to talk about him. It's been terrible to have the news, but I know you will bear up just as I will, even though it's 1,000 times worse for you, being his father. What was he flying?
Spitfires.
Spitties. I shall think of him then in a Spitty.
That's a lot of bother to go to.
No, it isn't. I've seen them in the cinema. I've several books on the RAF, and we get publications of the British Information Bureau. They have excellent stuff, you know. I know exactly how he would have looked, probably wearing one of those Mae Wests, and with his chute, and his flying togs, and his big boots. I can picture him exactly. Now I have to be getting home to lunch. Will you come with me? I know Leticia would love to have you.
No, I have to meet a man here, thanks very much.
Goodbye, old boy,
Ignacio Natera Ravello said.
I know you'll take this thing the way you should.
You were kind to help me.
No, I wasn't kind at all. I loved Tom, as you did, as we all did.
Thanks for all the drinks.
I'll get them back from you another day.
He went out. From beyond him, down the bar, one of the men from the boat moved up to Hudson. He was a dark boy with short, clipped, curly black hair and a left eye that had a slightly droopy lid. The eye was artificial, but this did not show, since the government had presented him with 4 different eyes: bloodshot, slightly bloodshot, almost clear, and clear. He was wearing slightly bloodshot, and he was already a little drunk. "Hi, Tom. When did you get into town?" "Yesterday." Then, speaking slowly and almost without moving his lips, "Take it easy, don't be a fucking comedian." "I'm not. I'm just getting drunk. They cut me open, they find security written on my liver. I'm the security king. You know that. Listen, Tom, I was standing up next to that phony Englishman, and I couldn't help but hear. Did your boy Tommy get killed?" "Yeah." "Ah, shit," the boy said. "Ah, shit." "I don't want to talk about it." "Of course not. But when did you hear?" "Before the last trip." "Ah, shit." "What are you doing today?" "I'm going to eat over at the Basque bar with a couple of characters, then we're all going to get laid." "Where are you going to have lunch tomorrow?" "At the Basque bar." "Ask Paco to call me up from lunch tomorrow, will you?" "Sure. Out at the house?" "Yes, at the house." "Do you want to come around with us and get laid?" "We're going up to Henry's sin house." "I might come around." "Henry's hunting girls now. He's been hunting girls ever since breakfast. He's been laid a couple of times already, but he's trying to beat the 2 tomatoes we had. We got them at the Corsal, and they looked pretty bad in the daylight. We couldn't find a goddamn thing. This town's really gone to hell. He's got the 2 tomatoes up at the sin house just in case, and he's out hunting girls with Honest Lil. They got a car." "Were they doing any good?" "I don't think so. Henry wants that little girl. The little one he sees all the time at the fronton. Honest Lil can't get her because she's afraid of him because he's so big. She says she could get her for me, but she can't get her for Henry because she's spooked of his size and his weight and things she's heard. But Henry doesn't want anything else now because the 2 tomatoes topped him off. So now it's this little girl, and he's in love with her, just like that, in love with her. He's probably forgotten about it now and is banging the tomatoes again right now. He's got to eat, though, and we're going to meet at the Basque bar." "Make him eat," Thomas Hudson said. "You can't make him do anything. You can, but I can't. But I'll beg him to eat. I plead with him to eat. I'll set him an example by eating." "Get Paco to make him eat." "That's an idea. Paco can probably get him to eat." "Wouldn't you think he would be hungry after that?" "Wouldn't you?" Just then the biggest man that Thomas Hudson knew, and the most cheerful and with the widest shoulders and the best manners, came in through the door of the bar with a smile on his face, which was beading with sweat even on the cold day. His hand was out in greeting. He was so big he made everyone at the bar look stunted, and he had a lovely smile. He was dressed in old blue trousers, a Cuban countryman's shirt, and rope-soled shoes.
"Tom," he said, "you bastard, we've been in search of the lovelies."
His handsome face, as soon as he was out of the wind, sweated even more.
"Pedrico, I'll have one of those too, the double size, or larger if you make 'em. Imagine seeing you here, Tom, and I've forgotten. Here's Honest Lil. Come over here, my beauty."
Honest Lil had come in the other door. She looked her best when sitting at the far end of the bar, when you saw only her lovely dark face, and the grossness that had come over her body was hidden by the polished wood of the bar. Now, coming toward the bar from the door, there was no hiding her body, so she propelled it swaying to the bar as rapidly as she could without visibly hurrying, and got up onto the stool Thomas Hudson had occupied. This moved him 1 stool to the right, and gave her the covered left flank.
"Hello, Tom,"
she said, and kissed Thomas Hudson.
"Henry is terrible."
"I'm not at all terrible, my beauty,"
Henry told her.
"You're terrible," she told him. "Every time I see you, you are more terrible. Thomas, you protect me from him."
"What's he being terrible about?"
"He wants a little tiny girl that he is crazy for, and the little tiny girl can't go with him. But she wouldn't go anyway because she is frightened of him because he is so big and weighs 230 pounds.
Henry Wood blushed, sweat visibly, and took a big sip of his drink.
225, he said.
"What did I tell you?" the dark boy said. "Isn't that exactly what I told you?"
"Just what business is it of yours to be telling anyone anything?" Henry asked him.
2 tramps, 2 tomatoes, 2 broken-down waterfront broads, 2 cunts with but a single thought: the rent. We lay them, we trade cunts, and relay them. It's strictly from wet decks. I say one friendly, understanding word now, and I am not a gentleman.
They weren't really awfully good, were they? Henry said, blushing again.
Awfully good? We ought to pour gasoline on them and set them on fire. How horrible, Honest Lil said. Listen, lady, the dark boy said. I am horrible.
Willie, Henry said, do you want the key to Sin House and go over and see if everything's all right?
I do not, the dark boy said. I have a key to Sin House, as you have evidently forgotten, and I do not want to go over there and see if everything is all right. The only way everything is all right there is whenever you or I kick those cunts into the street.
But suppose we can't get anything else.
We have got to get something else. Lillian, why don't you get off that stool and onto that telephone? Forget that little dwarf. Get that gnome out of your mind, Henry. You keep on with things like that, you'll be psycho. I know, I've been psycho.
You're psycho now, Thomas Hudson told him.
Maybe I am, Tom. You should know, but I don't fuck gnomes.
He pronounced the word gnomes.
If Henry has to have a gnome, that's his business. But I don't believe he has to have one any more than he has to have one-armed women or one-legged women. Let him forget that goddamn gnome and get Lillian there onto the telephone.
I'll take any good girls we can get, Henry said. I hope you're not mixed up, Willie.
We don't want good girls, Willie said. You start on that right away, you'll get psycho in a different way. Am I right, Tommy? Good girls is the most dangerous thing of all. Besides, they will get you either on a contributing to delinquency or on a rape or attempted rape. Out with that good girl stuff. We want whores. Nice, clean, attractive, interesting, inexpensive whores that can fuck. Lillian, what is keeping you away from that telephone? One thing is that a man is using it, and another is waiting by the cigar counter for him to finish, Honest Lil said. You're a bad boy, Willie. I am a horrible boy, Willie said. I am the worst goddamn boy you'll ever know, but I'd like us to get better organized than we are now.
We're going to have a drink or so, Henry said. Then I'm sure Lillian will find someone that she knows. Won't you, my beauty?
Of course, Honest Lil said in Spanish. Why couldn't I? But I want to telephone from a telephone in a booth, not from here. It isn't proper to call from here, and it isn't fitting. A delay, Willie said. All right, I accept it. Just another delay. Let's drink, then.
What the hell have you been doing? Thomas Hudson asked.
Tommy, I love you, Willie said. What the hell have you been doing yourself?
I had a few with Ignacio Natera Ravello.
That sounds like an Italian cruiser, Willie said. Wasn't there an Italian cruiser named that?
I don't think so.
It sounds like it anyway.
Let me see the tabs, Henry said. How many were there, Tom? Ignacio took them. I won them from him rolling. How many were there, really? Henry asked. I think 4. What did you drink before that? A Tom Collins coming in. And at home? Plenty.
You're just a damn rummy, Willie said. Pedrico, 3 more double frozen daiquiris and whatever the lady wants. Un highbolito con agua mineral, Honest Lil said. Tommy, come and sit with me at the other end of the bar. They don't like me to sit at this end of the bar. The hell with them, Willie said. Great friends like us that never see each other, and then we can't have a drink with you at this end of the bar. The hell with that.
I'm sure you're all right here, beauty, Henry said. Then he saw 2 planter friends of his farther down the bar and went to speak to them without waiting for his drink.
He's off now, Willie said. He'll forget about the gnome now. He's very distrait, Honest Lil said. He's awfully distrait. It's the life we lead, Willie said. Just the ceaseless pursuit of pleasure for pleasure's sake. God damn it, we ought to pursue pleasure seriously. Tom's not distrait, Honest Lil said. Tom is sad. Cut out that shit, Willie said to her. What are you pissed off about? First somebody is distrait, then somebody is sad. Before that, I'm horrible. So what? Where does a cunt like you get off criticizing people all the time? Don't you know you're supposed to be gay?
Honest Lil began to cry. Real tears. Bigger and wetter than any in the movies. She could always cry real tears any time she wanted to, or needed to, or was hurt.
That cunt cries bigger tears than my mother used to make, Willie said. Willie, you shouldn't call me that.
Cut it out, Willie, Thomas Hudson said.
Willie, you are a cruel, wicked boy, and I hate you,
Honest Lil said.
I don't know why men like Thomas Hudson and Henry go around with you. You are wicked and you talk vile. You're a lady, Willie said. You shouldn't say things like that. Vile is a bad word. It's like spit on the end of your cigar.
Thomas Hudson put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Drink up, Willie. Nobody's feeling too good.
Henry's feeling good. I could tell him what you told me, and then he'd feel awful.
You asked me.
That isn't what I mean. Why don't you split your goddamn grief? Why do you keep that by yourself the last 2 weeks?
Grief doesn't split.
A grief hoarder, Willie said. I never thought you'd be a goddamn grief hoarder.
I don't need any of this, Willie, Thomas Hudson said to him. Thank you very much, though. You don't have to work on me.
Okay, hoard it. But it'll do you no damn good. I tell you, I was brought up on the goddamn stuff.
So was I, Thomas Hudson said. No shit.
Were you really? Then maybe your own system's best. You're getting to look pretty screwy, though.
That's just from drinking and being tired and not relaxed yet.
You hear from your woman?
Sure. 3 letters.
How's that going?
Couldn't be worse.
Well, Willie said, there we are. You might as well hoard it so as to have something.
I've got something.
Sure. Your cat, Boise, loves you. I know that. I've seen that. How is the screwy old bastard?
Just as screwy.
He beats the shit out of me, Willie said. He does.
He certainly sweats things out.
Doesn't he, though? If I suffer like that cat does, I'd be nuts. What are you drinking, Thomas?
Another one of those. Willie put his arm around Honest Lil's ample waist.
Listen, Lily, he said. You're a good girl. I didn't mean to get you sore. It was my fault. I was feeling emotional. You won't talk that way anymore? No. Not unless I get emotional.
Here's yours, Thomas Hudson said to him. Here's to you, you son of a bitch.
Now you're talking, Willie said. Now you got the old pecker pointed north. We ought to have that cat Boise here. He'd be proud of you. See what I meant by sharing it?
Yes, Thomas Hudson said. I see.
All right, Willie said. We'll drop it. Put out your can. Here comes the garbage man. Look at that damn Henry. Get a load of him. What do you suppose makes him sweat like that on a cold day like today?
Girls, Honest Lil said. He's obsessed with them.
Obsessed, Willie said. You bore a hole in his head anywhere you want with a half-inch bit, and women will run out. Obsessed? Why don't you get a word that would fit it? Obsessed is a strong word in Spanish, anyway. Obsessed? Obsessed is nothing. If I get time this afternoon, I'll think up the word. Tom, come down to the other end of the bar where we can talk and I can be comfortable. Will you buy me a sandwich? I've been out all morning with Henry. I'm going to the Basque bar, Willie said. Bring him over there, Lil. All right, Honest Lil said. Or I'll send him.
She made her stately progress to the far end of the bar, speaking to many of the men she passed and smiling at others. Everyone treated her with respect. Nearly everyone she spoke to had loved her at some time in the last 25 years. Thomas Hudson went down to the far end of the bar, taking his bar checks with him, as soon as Honest Lil had seated herself and smiled at him. She had a beautiful smile, and wonderful dark eyes and lovely black hair. When it would begin to show white at the roots along the line of her forehead and along the line of the part, she would ask Thomas Hudson for money to have it fixed, and when she came back from having it dyed, it was as glossy and natural-looking and lovely as a young girl's hair. She had a skin that was as smooth as olive-colored ivory, if there were olive-colored ivory, with a slightly smoky rose-like cast. Actually, the color always reminded Thomas Hudson of well-seasoned mahagua lumber when it is freshly cut, then simply sanded smooth and waxed lightly. Nowhere else had he ever seen that smoky, almost greenish color. But the mahagua did not have the rose tint. The rose tint was just the color that she used, but it was almost as smooth as a Chinese girl's. There was this lovely face looking down the bar at him, lovelier all the time, as he came closer. Then he was beside her, and there was the big body, and the rose color was artificial now, and there was no mystery about any of it, although it was still a lovely face. "You look beautiful, Honest," he said to her.
Oh, Tom, I am so big now, I am ashamed.
He put his hand on her great haunches and said, "You're a nice big."
I'm ashamed to walk down the bar.
You do it beautifully, like a ship.
How is our friend?
He's fine.
When am I going to see him?
Anytime. Now?
Oh, no, Tom, what was Willie talking about? The part I couldn't understand.
He was just being crazy.
No, he wasn't. It was about you and a sorrow. Was it about you and your senora?
No, fuck my senora.
I wish you could, but you can't when she is away.
Yeah, I found that out.
What is the sorrow, then?
Nothing, just a sorrow.
Tell me about it, please.
There's nothing to tell.
You can tell me, you know. Henry tells me about his sorrows and cries in the night. Willie tells me dreadful things. They are not sorrows so much as terrible things. You can tell me. Everyone tells me. Only you don't tell me.
Telling never did me any good. Telling is worse for me than not telling.
Tom, Willie says such bad things. Doesn't he know it hurts me to hear such words? Doesn't he know I've never used those words and have never done a pig-like thing nor a perverted thing?
That's why we call you Honest Lil.
If I could be rich doing perverted things and be poor doing normal things, I would be poor.
I know. What about the sandwich?
I'm not hungry just yet.
You want another drink?
Yes. Please, Tom, tell me. Willie said there was a cat in love with you. That isn't true, is it?
Yes, it's true.
I think it's dreadful.
No, it's not. I'm in love with the cat, too.
That's terrible to say. Don't tease me, Tom, please. Willie teased me and made me cry.
I love the cat, Thomas Hudson said.
I don't want to hear about it, Tom. When will you take me out to the bar of the crazies?
One of these days.
Do the crazies really come there just like ordinary people come here to me and have drinks?
That's right. The only difference is they wear shirts and trousers made out of sugar sacks.
Did you really play on the ball team of the crazies against the lepers?
Sure. I was the best knuckleball pitcher the crazies ever had.
How did you get to know them?
I just stopped there one time on the way back from Rancho Boyeros and liked the place.
Will you really take me out to the bar of the crazies?
Sure. If you won't be scared.
I'll be scared. But I won't be too scared if I'm with you. That's why I want to go out there, to be scared.
There's some wonderful crazies out there. You'll like them.
My first husband was a crazy, but he was the difficult kind.
Do you think Willie is crazy?
Oh, no, he just has a difficult character.
He's suffered very much.
Who hasn't? Willie presumes on his suffering.
I don't think so. I know about it, I promise you.
Let's talk about something else, then. Do you see that man down there at the bar talking to Henry?
Yes.
All he likes in bed are pig-like things.
Poor man.
He's not poor, he's rich. But all he cares for is porquerias.
Didn't you ever like porquerias?
Never. You can ask anyone. And I've never done anything with girls in my life.
Honest Lil, Thomas Hudson said.
Wouldn't you rather have me that way? You don't like porquerias. You like to make love and be happy and go to sleep. I know you.
Todo el mundo me conoce.
No, they don't. They have all sorts of different ideas about you, but I know you.
He was drinking another of the frozen daiquiris with no sugar in it, and as he lifted it, heavy and the glass frost-rimmed, he looked at the clear part below the frappéd top, and it reminded him of the sea. The frappéd part of the drink was like the wake of a ship, and the clear part was the way the water looked when the bow cut it when you were in shallow water over marl bottom. That was almost the exact color. I wish they had a drink the color of seawater when you have a depth of 800 fathoms, and there's a dead calm with the sun straight up and down, and the sea full of plankton, he said.
What?
Nothing. Let's drink this shallow water drink.
Tom, what's the matter? Do you have some problem?
No.
You're awfully sad and you're a little bit old today.
It's the norther.
But you always used to say a norther gave you pep and cheered you up. How many times have we made love because there was a norther?
Plenty.
You always liked a norther, and you bought me this coat to wear when we have them.
It's a pretty coat, too.
I could have sold it half a dozen times, Honest Lil said. More people were crazy for this coat than you can imagine.
This is a fine norther for it.
Be happy, Tom. You always get happy when you drink. Drink that drink and have another one.
If I drink it too fast, it hurts across the front of my forehead.
Well, just drink slow and steady then. I'm going to have another highballito.
She made it herself from the bottle Seraphine had left in front of her on the bar, and Thomas Hudson looked at it and said, "That's a freshwater drink. That is the color of the water in the Firehole River before it joins the Gibbon to become the Madison. If you put a little more whiskey in it, you could make it the color of a stream that comes out of a cedar swamp to flow into the Bear River at a place called Wabmimi."
Wabmimi is funny, she said. What does it mean?
I don't know, he said. It's an Indian place name. I ought to know what it means, but I've forgotten. It's Ojibwe.
Tell me about Indians, Honest Lil said. I like to hear about the Indians even more than about the crazies.
There are quite a few Indians down the coast. They are sea Indians, and they fish and dry the fish, and are charcoal burners.
I don't want to hear about Cuban Indians. They're all mulattoes.
No, they're not. Some are real Indians, but they may have captured them in the early days and brought them over from Yucatan.
I don't like Yucatecos.
I do very much.
Tell me about Wabmimi. Is it in the far west?
No, it's up north, in the part that's near Canada.
I know Canada. I came into Montreal up the river once on a princess ship. But it was raining, and we could see nothing, and we left that same evening for New York on the train.
Did it rain all the time on the river?
All the time, and outside, before we came into the river, there was fog, and part of the time it snowed. You can have Canada. Tell me about Wabmimi.
It was just a village where there was a sawmill on the river and the train ran through it. There were always great piles of sawdust beside the railroad tracks. They had booms across the river to hold the logs, and they were almost solid across the river. The river was covered with logs a long way above the town. One time I'd been fishing, and I wanted to cross the river, and I crawled across on the logs. One rolled with me, and I went into the water. When I came up, it was all logs above me, and I could not get through between them. It was dark under them, and all I could feel with my hands was their bark. I could not spread two of them apart to get up to the air.
What did you do?
I drowned.
Oh, she said, don't say it. Tell me quick what you did.
I thought very hard, and I knew I had to get through very quickly. I felt very carefully around the bottom of a log until I came to where it was pushed against another log. Then I put my two hands together and pushed up, and the log spread apart just a little. Then I got my hands through, and then my forearms and elbows through, and then I spread the two logs apart with my elbows until I got my head up, and I had an arm over each log. I loved each log very much, and I lay there like that a long time between them. That water was brown from the logs in it. The water that's like your drink was in a little stream that flowed into that river.
I don't think I could ever have come up between the logs.
I didn't think I could for a long time.
How long were you underwater?
I don't know. I know I rested a long time with my arms on the logs before I tried to do anything else.
I like that story. But it will make me have bad dreams. Tell me something happy, Tom.
All right, he said. Let me think.
No, tell one right away without thinking.
All right, Thomas Hudson said. When young Tom was a little baby—
¡Qué muchacho más guapo!
Honest Lil interrupted.
¿Qué noticias tienes de él?
Muy buenas.
Me alegro,
said Honest Lil, tears coming into her eyes at the thought of young Tom the Flyer.
Siempre tengo su fotografía en uniforme con el Sagrado Corazón de Jesús arriba de la fotografía y al lado la Virgen del Cobre.
You have great faith in the Virgen del Cobre?
Absolutely blind faith.
You must keep it.
And she is looking after Tom day and night.
Good, said Thomas Hudson. Seraphine, another of these big ones, please. Do you want the happy story?
Yes, please, Honest Lil said. Please tell me the happy story. I feel sad again.
Pues el happy story es muy sencillo, Thomas Hudson said. The first time we ever took Tom to Europe, he was only 3 months old, and it was a very old, small, and slow liner, and the sea was rough most of the time. The ship smelled of bilge and oil, and the grease on the brass of portholes, and of the lavabos and the disinfectant they used that was in big pink cakes in the pissoirs.
Pues, this isn't a very happy story.
Si, mujer, you're wrong as hell. This is a happy story. Muy happy. I go on. The ship also smelled of baths you had to take at regular hours or be looked down on by the bath steward, and the smell of hot salt water coming out of the brass nozzles of the bath fixtures, and of the wet wooden grate on the floor, and of the starched jacket of the bath steward. It also smelled of cheap English ship cooking, which is a discouraging smell, and of the dead butts of woodbines, players, and gold flakes in the smoking room, and wherever they were dropped. It did not have one good smell, and, as you know, the English, both men and women, all have a peculiar odor, even to themselves, much as we have to Negroes, and so they have to bathe very often. An Englishman never smells sweet as a cow's breath does, and a pipe-smoking Englishman does not conceal his odor. He only adds something to it. Their tweeds smell good, and so does the leather of their boots, and all their saddlery smells good, but there is no saddlery on a ship, and the tweeds are impregnated with the dead pipe smell. The only way you could get a good smell on that ship was when your nose was deep in a tall glass of dry, sparkling cider from Devon. This smelled wonderful, and I kept my nose in it as much as I could afford, maybe more.
Pues, it is a little more happy now.
Here is the happy part. Our cabin was so low, just above the waterline, that the port had to be kept closed all the time, and you saw the sea racing by, and then you saw it solid green as the sea went past the porthole. We had built a barricade with trunks and suitcases roped together, so that Tom could not fall out of the berth, and when his mother and I would come down to see how he was, every time we ever came, if he was awake, he was laughing.
Did he really laugh when he was 3 months old?
He laughed all the time. I never heard him cry when he was a baby.
Que muchacho más lindo y más guapo.
Yes, Thomas Hudson said, very high-class muchacho. Want me to tell you another happy story about him?
Why did you leave his lovely mother?
A very strange combination of circumstances. Do you want another happy story?
Yes, but without so many smells in it.
This frozen daiquiri, so well beaten as it is, looks like the sea where the wave falls away from the bow of a ship when she is doing 30 knots. How do you think frozen daiquiris would be if they were phosphorescent?
You could put phosphorus in them, but I don't think it would be healthy. Sometimes people in Cuba commit suicide by eating phosphorus from the heads of matches.
And drinking tinte rapido. What is rapid ink?
It is a dye to make shoes black, but most often girls who have been crossed in love or when their fiancés have not kept their promises and done things to them and then gone away without marrying, commit suicide by pouring alcohol on themselves and setting themselves on fire. That is the classic way.
I know, Thomas Hudson said. Auto da fe.
Is very certain, Honest Lil said. They nearly always die. The burns are on the head first and usually all over the body. Rapid ink is more of a gesture. Iodine is au fond a gesture too.
What are you two ghouls talking about? Serafin the barman asked.
Suicides.
Hay mucho, Serafin said, especially among the poor. I don't remember a rich Cuban committing suicide. Do you?
Yes, Honest Lil said. I know of several cases, good people too.
You would, Serafin said. Señor Tomás, do you want something to eat with those drinks? Un poco de pescado, puerco frito, any cold meats?
Si, Thomas Hudson said, whatever there is. Serafin put a plate of bits of pork, fried brown and crisped, and a plate of red snapper fried in batter, so that it wore a yellow crust over the pink-red skin and the white, sweet fish inside. He was a tall boy, naturally rough-spoken, and he walked roughly from the wooden shoes he wore against the wet and the spillage behind the bar.
Do you want cold meats?
No, this is enough.
Take anything they will give you, Tom, Honest Lil said. You know this place.
The bar had a reputation for never buying a drink, but actually it gave an uncounted number of plates of hot free lunch each day. Not only the fried fish and pork, but plates of little hot meat fritters and sandwiches of French fried bread with toasted cheese and ham. The bartenders also mixed the daiquiris in a huge shaker, and there was always at least a drink and a half left in the shaker after the drinks were poured.
Are you less sad now?
Honest Lil asked. Yes.
Tell me, Tom, what are you sad about?
El mundo entero.
Who isn't sad about the whole world? It goes worse all the time, but you can't spend your time being sad about that.
There isn't any law against it.
There doesn't have to be a law against things for them to be wrong.
Ethical discussions with Honest Lil are not what I need, Thomas Hudson thought. What do you need, you bastard? You needed to get drunk, which you were probably doing, even though it does not seem so to you. There is no way for you to get what you need, and you will never have what you want again. But there are various palliative measures you should take. Go ahead, take one.
Voy a tomar otro de estos grandes sin azúcar, he said to Serafin. Enseguida, Don Tomás, Serafin said. Are you going to try to beat the record?
No, I'm just drinking with calmness.
You were drinking with calmness when you set the record, Serafin said. With calmness and fortitude from morning until night. And you walked out on your own feet.
The hell with the record.
You got a chance to break it, Serafin told him. Drinking as you are now and eating a little as you go along, you have an excellent chance.
Tom, try to break the record, Honest Lil said. I'm here as a witness.
He doesn't need any witness, Serafin said. I'm the witness. When I go off, I'll give the count to Constante. You're further along right now than you were the day you set the record.
The hell with the record.
You're in good form. You're drinking well and steady, and they're not having any effect on you.
Fuck the record.
All right. Como usted quiere. I'm keeping count just in case you change your mind.
He'll keep count all right, Honest Lil said. He has the duplicate tickets.
What do you want, woman? Do you want a real record or a phony record?
Neither. I want a jabolito with agua mineral.
Como siempre, Serafin said.
I drink brandy, too.
I don't want to be here when you drink brandy.
Tom, did you know I fell down trying to get onto a streetcar and was nearly killed?
Poor Honest Lil, Serafin said. A dangerous and adventurous life.
Better than your standing all day in wooden shoes behind the bar and serving ramis.
That's my trade, Serafin said. It's a privilege to serve such distinguished ramis as you.
Henry Wood came over. He stood tall and sweating and newly excited by a change of plans. There was nothing that pleased him, Thomas Hudson thought, like a sudden change of plans.
We're going over to Alfred's Sin House, he said. Do you want to come, Tom?
Willie's waiting for you at the Bar Basque.
I don't believe we really want Willie on this one.
You ought to tell him, then.
I'll call him up. Don't you want to come? This is going to be very good.
You ought to eat something.
I'll eat a good big dinner. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, Thomas Hudson said. Really fine.
Are you going to try for the record?
No.
Will I see you tonight?
I don't think so.
I'll come out and sleep at the house if you like.
No, have fun, but eat something.
I'll eat an excellent dinner. Word of honor.
Be sure and call Willie.
I'll call Willie. You can be quite sure.
Where's Alfred's Sin House?
It's an absolutely beautiful place. It overlooks the harbor, and it's well furnished and really delightful.
I mean, what is the address?
I don't know, but I'll tell Willie.
You don't think Willie will be hurt?
I can't help it if he is, Tom. I really can't ask Willie on this. You know how fond I am of Willie, but there are things I simply can't ask him on. You know that as well as I do.
All right, but call him up.
Word of honor, I'll call him. And word of honor, I'll eat a first-rate dinner.
He smiled, patted Honest Lil on the shoulder, and was gone. He moved very beautifully for such a big man. What about the girls at his place? Thomas Hudson asked Honest Lil.
They're gone by now, Honest Lil said. There's nothing to eat there, and I don't think there's too much to drink. Do you want to go around there, or would you rather come to my place?
Your place, Thomas Hudson said, but later on.
Tell me another happy story.
All right. What about?
Serafin, Lil said. Give Tomas another double frozen without sugar. Tengo todavía mi jaibolito.
Then to Thomas Hudson.
About the happiest time you remember, and not with smells.
It has to have smells, Thomas Hudson said. He watched Henry Wood across the square getting into the sport car of the very rich sugar planter named Alfred. Henry Wood was too big for the car. He was too big for almost anything, he thought. But he knew 3 or 4 things he was not too big for. No, he said to himself, this is your day off. Take your day off. What do you want the story to be about?
What I asked you.
He watched Serafin pour the drink from the shaker into the tall glass and saw the top of it curl over the edge and onto the bar. Serafin pushed the base of the glass into the slit in a cardboard protector, and Thomas Hudson lifted it, heavy and cold, above the thin stem he held in his fingers, and took a long sip and held it in his mouth, cold against his tongue and teeth, before he swallowed it. All right, he said. The happiest day I ever had was any day when I woke in the morning when I was a boy, and I did not have to go to school or to work. In the morning I was always hungry when I woke, and I could smell the dew in the grass and hear the wind in the high branches of the hemlock trees, if there was a wind. And if there was no wind, I could hear the quietness of the forest and the calmness of the lake, and I would listen for the first noises of morning. Sometimes the first noise would be a kingfisher flying over the water that was so calm it mirrored his reflection, and he made a clattering cry as he flew. Sometimes it would be a squirrel chittering in one of the trees outside the house, his tail jerking each time he made a noise. Often it would be the plover calling on the hillside. But whenever I woke and heard the first morning noises and felt hungry and knew I would not have to go to school nor have to work, I was happier than I've ever been.
Even than with women?
I've been very happy with women, desperately happy. Unbearably happy, so happy that I could not believe it, that it was like being drunk or crazy, but never as happy as with my children when we were all happy together, or the way I was early in the morning.
But how could you be as happy by yourself as with someone?
This is all silly. You asked me to tell you whatever came in my mind.
No, I didn't. I said to tell me a happy story about the happiest time you remember. That wasn't a story. You just woke up and you were happy. Tell me a real story.
What about?
Put some love in it.
What kind of love, sacred or profane?
No, just good love with fun.
I know a good story about that.
Tell it to me then. Do you want another drink?
Not till I finish this one. All right. At this time, I was in Hong Kong, which is a very wonderful city, where I was very happy and had a crazy life. There is a beautiful bay, and on the mainland side of the bay is the city of Kowloon. Hong Kong itself is on a hilly island that is beautifully wooded, and there are winding roads up to the top of the hills, and houses built high up in the hills, and the city is at the base of the hills facing Kowloon. You go back and forth by fast, modern ferry boats. This Kowloon is a fine city, and you would like it very much. It is clean and well laid out, and the forest comes to the edge of the city, and there's very fine wood pigeon shooting just outside of the compound of the women's prison. We used to shoot the pigeons, which were large and handsome, with lovely purple shading feathers on their necks, and a strong, swift way of flying, when they would come into roost just at twilight in a huge laurel tree that grew just outside the whitewashed wall of the prison compound. Sometimes I would take a high incomer, coming very fast with the wind behind him, directly overhead, and the pigeon would fall inside the compound of the prison, and you would hear the women shouting and squealing with delight as they fought over the bird, and then squealing and shrieking as the Sikh guard drove them off and retrieved the bird, which he then brought dutifully out to us through the sentry's gate of the prison. The mainland around Kowloon was called the New Territories, and it was hilly and forested, and there were many wood pigeons, and in the evening you could hear them calling to each other. There were often women and children digging the earth from the sides of the roads and putting it into baskets. When they saw you with a shotgun, they ran and hid in the woods. I found out that they dug the earth because it had wolfram, the ore of tungsten, in it. This was very saleable then. Es un poco pesada esta historia. No, honest Lil, it isn't really a dull story. Wait and see. Wolfram itself is pesado. But it is a very strange business. Where it exists, it is the easiest thing there is to mine. You simply dig up the dirt and haul it away. Or you pick up the stones and carry them off. There are whole villages in Extremadura in Spain that are built of rock that has very high-grade wolfram ore, and the stone fences of the peasants' fields are all made of this ore. Yet the peasants are very poor. At this time, it was so valuable that we were using DC-2's transport planes, such as fly from here to Miami, to fly it over from a field at Namyang in Free China to Kai Tak Airport at Kowloon. From there, it was shipped to the States. It was considered very scarce and of vital importance in our preparations for war, since it was needed for hardening steel. Yet anyone could go out and dig up as much of it in the hills of the New Territories as he or she could carry in a flat basket balanced on the head to the big shed where it was bought clandestinely. I found this out when I was hunting wood pigeons, and I brought it to the attention of people purchasing wolfram in the interior. No one was very interested, and I kept bringing it to the attention of people of higher rank, until one day a very high officer, who was not at all interested that wolfram was there for free to be dug up in the New Territories, said to me, "But after all, old boy, the Namyang setup is functioning, you know." But when we shot in the evenings outside the women's prison and would see an old Douglas twin motor plane come in over the hills and slide down toward the airfield, and you knew it was loaded with sacked wolfram and had just flown over the Jap lines, it was strange to know that many of the women in the women's prison were there for having been caught digging wolfram illicitly. "Sí, es raro," Honest Lil said. "But when does the love come in?" "Any time you want it," Thomas Hudson said. "But you'll like it better if you know the sort of place it happened in." There are many islands and bays around Hong Kong, and the water is clear and beautiful. The New Territories was really a wooded and hilly peninsula that extended out from the mainland, and the island Hong Kong was built on is in the great blue deep bay that runs from the South China Sea all the way up to Canton. In the winter the climate was much as it is today when there's a norther blowing, with rain and blustery weather, and it was cool for sleeping. I would wake in the mornings, and even if it were raining, I would walk to the fish market. Their fish are almost the same as ours, and the basic food fish is the red grouper. But they had very fat and shining pompano and huge prawns, the biggest I've ever seen. The fish market was wonderful early in the morning when the fish were brought in shining and fresh caught, and there were quite a few fish I did not know. But not many, and there were also wild ducks for sale that had been trapped. You could see pintails, teal, widgeon, both males and females in winter plumage, and there were wild ducks that I'd never seen with plumage as delicate and complicated as our wood ducks. I would look at them and their unbelievable plumage and their beautiful eyes and see the shining, fat, new-caught fish and the beautiful vegetables all manured in the truck gardens by human excrement. They called it night soil there, and the vegetables were beautiful as snakes. I went to the market every morning, and every morning it was a delight. Then, in the mornings, there were always people being carried through the streets to be buried, with the mourners dressed in white, and a band playing gay tunes. The tune they played oftenest for funeral processions that year was "Happy Days Are Here Again." During a day, you were almost never out of the sound of it, for people were dying in great numbers, and there were said to be 400 millionaires living on the island, besides whatever millionaires were living in Kowloon. Millonarios chinos. Mostly Chinese millionaires, but millionaires of all sorts. I knew many millionaires myself, and we used to have lunch together at the great Chinese restaurants. They had several restaurants there that are as great as any in the world, and the Cantonese cooking is superb. My best friends that year were 10 millionaires, all of whom I only knew by their first two initials, HM, MY, TV, HJ, and so on. All important Chinese were known in this way. Also 3 Chinese generals, one of whom came from Whitechapel in London and was a truly splendid man, an inspector of police, about 6 pilots for the Chinese National Aviation Company who were making fabulous money and earning all of it and more, a policeman, a partially insane Australian, a number of British officers, but I will not bore you with the rest of them. I had more friends, close and intimate friends, in Hong Kong than I ever had before or since. Quando viene el amor? I am trying to think what amor to put in first. All right, here comes some amor.
Make it good, because I'm already a little tired by China.
You wouldn't have been. You would have been in love with it as I was.
Why didn't you stay there, then?
You couldn't stay there because the Japs were going to come in and take it at any time.
Todo está jodido por la guerra.
Yes, said Thomas Hudson, I agree. He had never heard Honest Lil use such a strong word, and he was surprised.
Me cansan con la guerra.
Me too, said Thomas Hudson. I'm very tired of it. But I'm never tired of thinking about Hong Kong.
Tell me about it, then. It's bastante interesante. I just wanted to hear about love.
Actually, everything was so interesting that there was not much time for love.
Who did you make love to first?
I made love to a very tall and beautiful Chinese girl who was very European and emancipated, but would not go to the hotel to sleep with me because she said everybody would know about it, and who would not let me sleep at her house because she said the servants would know about it. Her police dog already knew about it. He used to make it very difficult.
So where did you make love?
The way you do when you're children, in any place I could persuade her to, and especially in vehicles and conveyances.
It must have been very bad for our friend, Mr. X.
It was.
Was that all the love you made? Didn't you ever sleep a night together?
Never.
Poor Tom. Was she worth all that trouble?
I don't know. I think so. I should have rented a house instead of staying on at the hotel.
You should have rented a scene house the way everyone does here.
I don't like a sin house.
I know, but after all, if you wanted the girl.
The problem was solved another way. You're not bored?
No, Tom, please, not now. How was the problem solved?
One night, I had dinner with the girl, and then we rowed in a boat for a long time, and that was wonderful but uncomfortable. She had skin that was wonderful to touch, and all the preliminaries of making love made her very excited, and her lips were thin, but they were very heavy with love. Then we went from the boat to her house, and the police dog was there, and there was the problem of not waking anyone, and finally I went to the hotel alone, and I didn't feel good about any of it, and I was tired of arguing, and I knew she was right, but I thought, what the hell is the use of being so damned emancipated if you can't go to bed? I thought, if we are going to be emancipated, let's free the sheets. Anyway, I was feeling gloomy and frustrado.
I've never seen you frustrado. You must be funny, frustrado.
I'm not. I'm just mean, and that night I felt mean and disgusted.
Go on with the story.
Well, I got my key at the desk, very frustrado, and the hell with everything. It was a very big and rich and richly gloomy hotel, and I rode up in the elevator to what I knew was my big and rich and gloomy and lonely room, and no beautiful tall Chinese girl in it. So I walked down the corridor and unlocked the massive door of my gigantic gloomy room, and then I saw what was there.
What was it?
3 absolutely beautiful Chinese girls. So beautiful they made my beautiful Chinese girl that I couldn't get to bed seem like a school teacher. They were so beautiful you couldn't stand it, and none of them spoke any English.
Where were they from?
One of my millionaires sent them. One of them had a note for me on very thick paper in a parchment envelope. All it said was, "Love from C.W."
What did you do?
I didn't know their customs, so I shook hands with them, and I kissed each one of them, and then I told them that I thought the best way for us all to get acquainted was to all take a shower.
How did you tell them?
In English.
Did they understand?
I made them understand correctly.
Then what did you do?
I was very embarrassed, because I had never made love with 3 girls. 2 girls is fun, even though you do not like it. It's not twice as good as 1 girl, but it is different, and it is fun anyway when you're drunk. But 3 girls is a lot of girls, and I was embarrassed. So I asked them if they wanted a drink, and they didn't. So I had a drink, and we sat on the bed, which was fortunately a very big bed, although they were all very small, and then I turned the lights out.
Was it fun?
It was wonderful. It was wonderful to be in bed with a Chinese girl who was just as smooth as the girl I knew, and much smoother, and who was both shy and shameless and not emancipated at all, and then multiply that by 3, and have it in the dark. I had never held 3 girls in my arms before, but you can do it. They had been trained, and they knew many things that I did not know, and it was all in the dark, and I did not want ever to go to sleep. But I did, finally, and when I woke in the morning, they were all asleep and as beautiful as they had looked when I first came in the room. They were the most beautiful girls I ever saw.
More beautiful than I was when you first knew me 25 years ago?
No, Lil. No puede ser. They were Chinese girls, and you know how beautiful a Chinese girl can be. And I love Chinese girls anyway.
No es pervertido.
No, it certainly isn't a perversion.
But 3.
3 is several, and love was made to be made with 1, I grant you.
Anyway, I'm glad you had them. Don't think I'm jealous. You didn't seek it out, and besides, it was a present. I hate the police dog woman who wouldn't go to bed, but Tom, didn't you feel hollow in the morning?
Of such hollowness you can't imagine, really hollow. And I felt debauched from the top of my head to between my toes, and my back was dead, and the root of my spine ached.
So you had a drink?
So I had a drink, and I felt a little better and very happy.
So what did you do?
I looked at them all asleep, and I wished I could take a picture of them. They would have made a wonderful picture asleep, and I was so damned hungry and hollow feeling, and I looked out through the curtains at the weather outside. It was raining. So I thought that was fine, and we would stay in bed all day. But I had to have some breakfast, and I had to figure out about breakfast for them. So I took a shower with the door shut, and then dressed very quietly and went out, closing the door so it made no noise at all. Downstairs I had breakfast in the early morning dining room of the hotel, and I had a big breakfast of kippers, rolls, and marmalade, and some mushrooms and bacon, all very good. I drank a big pot of tea and had a double whiskey and soda with breakfast, and still felt hollow inside. I read the Hong Kong morning English paper and wondered how late they slept. Finally, I went out to the front door of the hotel and looked outside, and it was still raining hard. I went to the bar, but it was not open yet. They had brought me my drink at breakfast from the service bar. Then I couldn't wait any longer, and I went back up to the room and unlocked the door. They were all gone.
How terrible.
That's what I thought.
So what did you do? You had a drink, I suppose?
Yes, I had a drink, and then I went in and washed myself again very good with much soap and water, and then I commenced to have double remorse.
Un doble remordimiento.
No, 2 remorses. Remorse because I had slept with 3 girls, and remorse because they were gone.
I remember when you used to have remorse after you stayed with me, but you got over it.
I know. I always get over everything. I was always a man of big remorses. But this morning in the hotel was gigantic, double remorse.
So you took another drink.
How'd you guess it? And I called up my millionaire, but he wasn't at his home nor in his office.
He must have been in his sin house.
Undoubtedly, where the girls had gone to join him and tell him about the night.
But where did they get 3 such beautiful girls? You couldn't get 3 really beautiful girls in all of Havana now. I know the trouble I had trying to get something even decent for Henry and Willie this morning. though naturally it is a bad time of day.
Oh, in Hong Kong, the millionaires had scouts all through the country, all over China. It was just like the Brooklyn Dodgers baseball team looking for ball players. As soon as a beautiful girl was located in any town or village, their agents bought her, and she was shipped in and trained and groomed and cared for.
But how did they look so beautiful in the morning if they had coiffures muy estilizado, such as Chinese women wear? The more estilizado the hairdress, the worse they would look in the morning after a night like that.
They didn't have such coiffures. They wore their hair shoulder-length, the way American girls did that year, and the way many still do. It was curled, too, very softly. That was the way C.W. liked them. He had been in America, and naturally, he had seen the cinema.
Did you never have them again?
Only one at a time. C.W. would send me over one at a time as a present, but he never sent all three. They were new, and naturally he wanted them for himself. And too, he said, he did not want to do anything that was bad for my morals.
He sounds like a fine man. What happened to him?
I believe he was shot.
Poor man. That was a nice story, though, and very delicate for a story like that. You seem more cheerful, too.
I guess I am, Thomas Hudson thought. Well, that is what I set out to be. Or was it? Look, Lil, he said, don't you think we've drunk maybe just about enough of these?
How do you feel?
Better.
Make Thomas another double frozen without sugar. I'm getting a little drunk. I don't want anything.
I do feel better, Thomas Hudson thought. That is the funny part. You always feel better, and you always get over your remorse. There's only one thing you don't get over, and that is death. You ever been dead? He said to Lil.
Of course not.
Yo tampoco.
Why did you say that? You scare me when you talk like that.
I don't mean to scare you, honey. I don't want to scare anybody, ever.
I like it when you call me honey.
This isn't getting anywhere, Thomas Hudson thought. Isn't there anything else you could do that would produce the same effect rather than sit with beat-up old honest Lil and La Floridita at the old tart's end of the bar and get drunk? If you only have 4 days, couldn't you employ them better? Where? He thought. At Alfred's Sin House? You're doing all right where you are. The drinking couldn't be any better, nor as good, anywhere in the world, and you're down to the drinking now, kid. And you better get just as far in it as you can. That's what you got now, and you better like it, and like it on all frequencies. You know you always liked it, and you loved it, and it's what you have now, so you better love it. I love it, he said out loud.
What?
Drinking. Not just drinking these double frozens without sugar. If you drank that many with sugar, it would make you sick.
Ya lo creo. And if anybody else drank that many without sugar, they'd be dead.
Maybe I'll be dead.
No, you won't. You'll just break the record, and then we'll go to my place and you'll go to sleep, and the worst thing that will happen is if you snore.
Did I snore last time?
Horrores. And you called me by about 10 different names in the night.
I'm sorry.
No, I thought it was funny. I learned 2 or 3 things I didn't know. Don't your other girls ever get upset when you call them by so many different names?
I haven't any other girls, just a wife.
I try hard to like her and think well of her, but it is very difficult. Naturally, I never let anyone speak against her.
I'll speak against her.
No, don't. That is vulgar. I hate 2 things. Men, when they cry, I know they have to cry, but I don't like it. And I hate to hear them speak against their wives. Yet they nearly all do. So don't you do it, because we are having such a lovely time.
Good. The hell with her. We won't speak about her.
Please, Tom, you know I think she is very beautiful. She is really. Pero no es mujer para ti. But let us not speak against her.
Right.
Tell me another happy story. It doesn't even have to have love in it, if it makes you happy to tell it.
I don't think I know any happy stories.
Don't be like that. You know thousands. Take another drink and tell me a happy story.
Why don't you do some of the work?
What work?
The goddamned morale building.
Tú tienes la moral muy baja.
Sure, I'm well aware of it. But why don't you tell a few stories to build it up?
You have to do it yourself, you know that. I'll do anything else you want me to, you know that.
Okay, Thomas Hudson said. You really want another happy story?
Please, there's your drink. One more happy story and one more drink, and you'll feel good.
You guarantee it?
No,
she said, and she began to cry again as she looked up at him, crying easily and naturally as water wells up in a spring.
Tom, why can't you tell me what's the matter? I'm afraid to ask now. Is that it?
That's it, Thomas Hudson said. Then she began to cry hard, and he had to put his arm around her and try to comfort her with all of the people there at the bar. She was not crying beautifully now. She was crying straight and destructively.
Oh, my poor Tom, she said. Oh, my poor Tom.
Pull yourself together, mujer, and drink a brandy. Now we are going to be cheerful.
Oh, I don't want to be cheerful now. I'll never be cheerful again.
Look, Thomas Hudson said. You see how much good it does to tell people things?
I'll be cheerful, she said. Just give me a minute. I'll go to the ladies, and I'll be all right.
You damn well better be, Thomas Hudson thought, because I'm feeling really bad, and if you don't quit crying, or if you talk about it, I'll pull the hell out of here. And if I pull the hell out of here, where the hell else have I got to go? He was aware of the limitations, and no one's in-house was the answer. Give me another double frozen daiquiri without sugar. No sé lo que pasa con esta mujer. She cries like a sprinkling can, the barman said. They ought to have her instead of the aqueduct. How's the aqueduct coming? Thomas Hudson asked. The man next to him on his left at the bar, a short, cheerful-faced man with a broken nose, whose face he knew well but whose name and politics escaped him, said, Those cabrones, they can always get money for water since water is the one great necessity. Everything else is necessary. But water there is no substitute for, and you cannot do without some water. So they can always get money to bring water. So there will never be a proper aqueduct. I'm not sure I follow you completely. See, hombre, they can always get money for an aqueduct because an aqueduct is absolutely necessary. Therefore, they cannot afford an aqueduct. Would you kill the goose that lays the golden aqueduct? Why not build the aqueduct and make some money out of it and find another truco? There is no trick like water. You can always get money for the promise to produce water. No politician would destroy a truco like that by building an adequate aqueduct. Aspirant politicians occasionally shoot one another in the lowest levels of politics, but no politician would so strike at the true basis of political economy. Let me propose a toast to the custom house, a lottery racket, the free numbers racket, the fixed price of sugar, and the eternal lack of an aqueduct. Prosit, Thomas Hudson said. You're not German, are you? No, American. Then let us drink to Roosevelt, Churchill, Batista, and the lack of an aqueduct. To Stalin. Certainly, to Stalin, Central Hershey, marijuana, and the lack of an aqueduct. To Adolf Lucke. To Adolf Lucke, to Adolf Hitler, to Philadelphia, to Gene Tunney, to Key West, and to the lack of an aqueduct. Honest Lil came into the bar from the ladies' room while they were talking. She had repaired her face, and she was not crying, but you could see she had been hit. Do you know this gentleman? Thomas Hudson said to her, introducing his new friend, or his old friend, newly found. Only in bed, the gentleman said. Cállate, Honest Lil said. He's a politician, she explained to Thomas Hudson. Muy hambriento en este momento. Thirsty, the politician corrected. And at your orders, he said to Thomas Hudson. What will you have? A double frozen daiquiri without sugar. Should we roll for them? No, let me buy them. I have unlimited credit here. He's a good man, Honest Lil said to Thomas Hudson in a whisper, while the other was attracting the attention of the nearest barman. A politician, but very honest, and very cheerful. The man put his arm around Lil. You're thinner every day, mi vida, he said. We must belong to the same political party. To the aqueduct, Thomas Hudson said.
Oh my God, no, what are you trying to do? Take the bread out of our mouths and put water in? Let's drink to when the puta guerra will finish, Lil said.
Drink.
To the black market, the man said. To the cement shortage, to those who control the supply of black beans.
Drink, Thomas Hudson said, and added, to rice.
To rice,
the politician said.
Drink. Do you feel better?
Honest Lil asked. Sure. He looked at her and saw she was going to start to cry again. You cry again, he said, and I'll break your jaw. There was a lithographed poster behind the bar of a politician in a white suit and the slogan, Un alcalde mayor, a better mayor. It was a big poster, and the better mayor stared straight into the eyes of every drinker.
To un alcalde peor, the politician said. To a worse mayor.
Will you run? Thomas Hudson asked him.
Absolutely. That's wonderful, Honest Lil said. Let's draw up our platform. It isn't difficult, the candidate said. Un alcalde peor. We've got the winning slogan. What do we need a platform for? We ought to have a platform, Lil said. Don't you think so, Thomas?
I think so. What about down with the rural schools?
Down,
said the candidate.
Menos guaguas y peores,
Honest Lil suggested. Good. Fewer and worse buses.
Why not do away with transport entirely?
Suggested the candidate.
Es más sencillo.
Okay, Thomas Hudson said.
Cero transporte. Short and noble, the candidate said, and it shows we are impartial, but we could elaborate it. What about cero transporte aereo, terrestre y marítimo?
Wonderful. We're getting a real platform. How do we stand on leprosy?
Por un lepra más grande para Cuba, said the candidate.
Por el cáncer cubano, Thomas Hudson said.
Por una tuberculosis ampliada, adecuada y permanente para Cuba y los cubanos, said the candidate. That's a little bit long, but it will sound good on the radio. Where do we stand on syphilis, my co-religionists?
Por una sífilis criolla 100%.
Good, said the candidate. Down with penicillina and the other tricks of Yankee imperialism.
Down, said Thomas Hudson.
It seems to me as though we ought to drink something, Honest Lil said.
How does it seem to you, co-religionarios?
A magnificent idea, said the candidate. Who but you could have had an idea like that?
You, Honest Lil said.
Attack my credit, the candidate said. Let's see how my credit stands up under really heavy fire. Bar chap, bar fellow, boy, the same all around. And for this political associate of mine, without sugar. That's an idea for a slogan, Honest Lil said. Cuba sugar for Cubans.
Down with the Colossus of the North, Thomas Hudson said.
Down, repeated the others. We need more domestic slogans, more municipal slogans. We shouldn't get too much into the international field while we are fighting a war and are still allies.
Still, I think we ought to down the Colossus of the North, Thomas Hudson said. It's really an ideal time while the Colossus is fighting a global war. I think we ought to down him.
We'll down him after I'm elected.
To un alcalde peor, Thomas Hudson said.
To all of us, to the party,
the alcalde peor said. He raised his glass. We must remember the circumstances of the founding of the party and write out the manifesto. What's the date, anyway?
The 20th, more or less.
The 20th of what?
The 20th, more or less, of February. El grito de la Floridita.
It's a solemn moment, Thomas Hudson said. Can you write, Honest Lil? Can you perpetuate all this?
I can write, but I can't write right now. There are a few more problems we have to take a stand on, the alcalde peor said. Listen, Colossus of the North, why don't you buy this round? You've seen how valiant my credit is and how he stands up to the attack, but there's no need to kill the poor bird when we know he's losing. Come on, Colossus.
Don't call me Colossus. We're against the damn Colossus.
All right, Governor. What do you do, anyway?
I'm a scientist.
Sobre todo en la cama, Honest Lil said. He made extensive studies in China. Well, whatever you are, buy this one, the alcalde peor said. and let's get on with the platform.
What about the home?
A sacred subject. The home enjoys equal dignity with religion. We must be careful and subtle. What about this? Abajo los padres de familias.
It has dignity, but why not just down with the home?
Abajo el home. It's a beautiful sentiment, but many might confuse it with baseball.
What about little children?
Suffer them to come unto me once they are of electoral age,
said the alcalde peor. What about divorce? Thomas Hudson asked.
Another touchy problem,
the alcalde peor said.
Bastante espinoso. How do you feel about divorce?
Perhaps we shouldn't take up divorce. It conflicts with our campaign in favor of the home.
All right, let's drop it. Now let me see. You can't,
Honest Lil said.
You're cockeyed. Don't criticize me, woman,
the alcalde peor told her.
One thing we must do. What?
Orinar. I agree, Thomas Hudson heard himself saying. It is basic.
As basic as the lack of the aqueduct. It is founded on water.
It's founded on alcohol.
Only a small percentage in comparison with the water. Water is the basic thing. You're a scientist. What percentage of water are we composed of?
87 3/10, said Thomas Hudson, taking a chance and knowing he was wrong.
Exactly,
said the alcalde peor.
Shall we go, while we can still move?
In the men's room, a calm and noble Negro was reading a Rosicrucian pamphlet. He was working on the weekly lesson of the course he was taking. Thomas Hudson greeted him with dignity, and his greeting was returned in kind.
"Quite a chilly day, sir,"
the attendant with the religious literature observed. "It is indeed chilly," Thomas Hudson said. "How are your studies progressing?"
"Very well, sir. As well as can be expected."
"I'm delighted," Thomas Hudson said. Then to the alcalde peor, who was having certain difficulties, "I belonged to a club in London once where half the members were trying to urinate and the other half were trying to stop."
"Very good,"
said the alcalde peor, completing his chore.
"What did they call it? El Club Mundial?"
"No, as a matter of fact, I've forgotten the name of it."
"You've forgotten the name of your club?"
"Yes, why not?"
"I think we better go get another one. How much does this urination cost?"
"Whatever you wish, sir." "Let me get them," Thomas Hudson said. "I love to buy them. It's like flowers."
"Could it have been the Royal Automobile Club?"
the Negro asked, standing proffering a towel. "It could not have been."
"I'm sorry, sir," the student of Rosicrucian said. "I know that's one of the biggest clubs in London."
"That's right," Thomas Hudson said, "one of the biggest. Now buy yourself something very handsome with this." He gave him $1.
"Why did you give him a peso?"
the alcalde peor asked him as they were outside the door and back to the noise of the bar, the restaurant, and the traffic on the street outside. "I have no real use for it."
"Hombre," the alcalde peor said. "Are you feeling all right? Do you feel okay?"
"Quite," said Thomas Hudson. "I'm quite okay. Thank you very much."
"How was the trip?"
Honest Lil asked from her stool at the bar. Thomas Hudson looked at her and saw her again for the first time. She looked considerably darker and much whiter. "It was a nice trip," he said. "You always meet interesting people when you travel." Honest Lil put her hand on his thigh and squeezed it, and he was looking down the bar, away from Honest Lil, past the Panama hats, the Cuban faces, and the moving dice cups of the drinkers, and out the open door into the bright light of the square, when he saw the car pull up, and the doorman opened the rear door, his cap in hand, and she got out. It was her. No one else got out of a car that way, practically and easily and beautifully, and at the same time as though she were doing the street a great favor when she stepped on it. Everyone had tried to look like her for many years, and some came quite close. But when you saw her, all the people that looked like her were only imitations. She was in uniform now, and she smiled at the doorman and asked him a question, and he answered happily and nodded his head, and she started across the sidewalk into the bar. There was another woman in uniform behind her. Thomas Hudson stood up, and he felt as though his chest was being constricted so that he could not breathe. She had seen him, and she was walking down through the gap between the people at the bar and the tables toward him. The other woman was following behind her. "Excuse me," he said to Honest Lil and the alcalde peor. "I have to see a friend." They met halfway down the free corridor between the bar and the tables, and he was holding her in his arms. They were both holding hard and tight as people can hold, and he was kissing her hard and well, and she was kissing him and feeling both his arms with her hands. "Oh, you," she said. "You devil," he said. "How did you get here?" "From Camagüey, of course." People were looking at them, and he picked her off her feet and held her tight against him, and kissed her once more, then put her down and took her hand, and started for a table in the corner. "We can't do that here," he said. "We'll get arrested." "Let's get arrested," she said. "This is Ginny. She's my secretary." "Hi, Ginny," Thomas Hudson said. "Let's get this mad woman behind that table." Ginny was a nice, ugly girl. They were both wearing the same uniform, officers' blouses without insignia, shirts and ties, skirts, stockings, and brogues. They had overseas caps and a patch on their left shoulders he had not seen before. "Take your cap off, devil." "I'm not supposed to." "Take it off." "All right." She took it off and lifted her face and shook her hair loose and moved her head back and looked at him, and he saw the high forehead, the magic rolling line of the hair that was the same silvery ripe wheat color as always, the high cheekbones with the hollows just below them, the hollows that could always break your heart, the slightly flattened nose, and the mouth he had just left that was disarranged by the kissing, and the lovely chin and throat line. "How do I look?" "You know." "Did you ever kiss anybody in these clothes before? Or scratch yourself on army buttons?" "No." "Do you love me?" "I always love you." "No, do you love me right now, this minute?" "Yes," he said, and his throat ached. "That's good," she said. "It would be pretty awful for you if you didn't." "How long are you here for?" "Just today." "Let me kiss you. You said we'd be arrested." "We can wait. What do you want to drink?" "Do they have good champagne?" "Yes, but there's an awfully good local drink." "There must be. About how many of them have you had?" "I don't know, about a dozen." "You only look tight around the eyes. Are you in love with anyone?" "No. You?" "We'll have to see. Where is your bitch of a wife?" "In the Pacific." "I wish she was, about 1,000 fathoms deep. Oh, Tommy, 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 Tommy." "Are you in love with anyone?" "I'm afraid so." "You bastard. Isn't it terrible, the first time I ever meet you since I went away, and you're not in love with anyone, and I'm in love with someone." "You went away." "That's my story." "Is he nice?" "He's nice, this one, like children are nice. I'm very necessary to him." "Where is he?" "That's a military secret." "Is that where you're going?" "Yes." "What are you?" "We're USO." "Is that the same as OSS?" "No, Goofy, don't pretend to be stupid, and don't be stuffy just because I love someone. You never consult me when you fall in love with people." "How much do you love him?" "I didn't say I loved him. I said I was in love with him. I won't even be in love with him today if you don't want. I'm only here for a day. I don't want not to be polite." "Go to hell," he said. "How would it be if I took the car and went to the hotel?" Ginny asked. "No, Ginny, we're going to have some champagne first." "Do you have a car?" she asked Thomas Hudson. "Yeah, outside on the square." "Can we drive out to your place?" "Of course. We can eat and then go out. Or I can pick something up for us to eat out there." "Weren't we lucky that we could get here?" "Yes," Thomas Hudson said. "How did you know anyone was here?" "A boy at the field at Camagüey told me you might be here if we didn't find you. We were going to see Havana." "We can see Havana." "No," she said. "Ginny can see it." "Do you know anybody who could take Ginny out?" "Sure." "We have to get back to Camagüey tonight." "What time does your plane leave?" 6 o'clock, I think. "We'll fix everything up," Thomas Hudson said. A man came over to the table. He was a local boy. "Pardon me," he said. "May I have your autograph?" "Of course." He gave her a card with the picture of the bar on it, with Constante standing behind it making a cocktail, and she signed with the overlarge theatrical writing Thomas Hudson knew so well.
It's not for my little daughter or my son who is in school, the man said. It's for me.
Good, she said and smiled at him. You are very nice to ask me.
I've seen all of your pictures, the man said. I think you are the most beautiful woman in the world.
That's wonderful, she said. Please keep on thinking that.
Would you let me buy you a drink?
I'm drinking with a friend.
I know him, the radio announcer said. I've known him for many years. May I sit down, Tom? There is an extra lady here.
This is Mr. Rodriguez, Thomas Hudson said. What's your last name, Jenny?
Watson.
Miss Watson.
I am delighted to know you, Miss Watson, the radio announcer said.
He was a good-looking man, dark and tanned with pleasant eyes, a nice smile, and the big, good hands of a ball-player. He had been both a gambler and a ball-player, and he had some of the good looks of the modern gambler left.
Could you all three have lunch with me? He asked. It is nearly lunchtime now.
Mr. Hudson and I have to make a trip into the country, she said.
I'd love to have lunch with you, Jenny said. I think you're wonderful.
Is he all right? She asked Thomas Hudson. He's a fine man, as good as you'll find in town.
Thank you very much, Tom, the man said. You are sure you won't all eat with me?
We really have to go, she said. We're late now. Then I'll see you at the hotel, Jenny. Thank you so much, Mr. Rodriguez.
You are really the most beautiful woman in the world, Mr. Rodriguez said. If I hadn't always known it, I know it now.
Please keep on thinking so, she said, and then they were out in the street. Well, she said, that wasn't too bad. Jenny likes him too, and he's nice. He is nice, Thomas Hudson said, and the chauffeur opened the door of the car for them. You're nice, she said. I wish you hadn't had quite so many drinks. That's why I skipped the champagne. Who was your dark friend at the end of the bar? Just my dark friend at the end of the bar. Do you need a drink? We could stop somewhere and get one. No, do you? You know I never do. I'd like some wine, though. I have wine out at the house. That's wonderful. Now you can kiss me. They won't arrest us now. ¿A dónde vamos? The chauffeur asked, looking straight ahead. A la finca, Thomas Hudson said. Oh, Tommy, 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 she said. Go right ahead. It doesn't make any difference if he sees us, does it? No, it makes no difference. You can cut his tongue out if you like. No, I don't want to, nor nothing brutal ever. But you were nice to offer it. It wouldn't be a bad idea. How are you, you old love house of always? I'm the same. Really the same? The same as one always is. I'm yours in this town. Until the plane leaves. Exactly, she said, and changed her position for the better in the car. Look, she said, we've left the shining part and it's dirty and smoky. When didn't we do that? Sometimes. Yes, she said. Sometimes. Then they looked at the dirty and the smoky, and her quick eyes and lovely intelligence saw everything instantly that had taken him so many years to see. Now it gets better, she said. She had never told him a lie in his life, and he had tried to never lie to her. But he had been quite unsuccessful. Do you still love me? She asked. Tell me true, without adornments. Yes. You ought to know. I know, she said, holding him to prove it if it could prove it. Who is the man now? Let's not talk about him. You wouldn't care for him. Maybe not, he said, and held her so close that it was as though something must break if both were truly serious. It was their old game, and she broke, and the break was clean. You don't have breasts, she said, and you always win. I don't have a face to break your heart, nor what you have in the long, lovely legs. You have something else. Yes, he said. Last night with a pillow and a cat making love. I'll make up for the cat. How far is it now? 11 minutes. That's too far the way things are now. Should I take it from him and drive it in 8? No, please, and remember everything I taught you about patience. That was the most intelligent and stupid lesson I learned. Reteach it to me a little now. Do I have to? No, it's only 8 minutes now. Will it be a nice place, and will the bed be big? We will have to see, Thomas Hudson said. Are you starting to have your old doubts already? No, she said. I want a big, big bed. To forget all about the army. There is a big bed, he said. Maybe not as big as the army. You don't have to be rough, she said. All the beautiful ones end up showing pictures of their wives. You should know the airbornes. I'm glad I don't. We're a little waterlogged, but we were never waterborne, nor said so. Can you tell me anything about it? She asked him, her hand now soundly in his pocket. No. You never would, and I love you for it. But I get curious, and people ask me, and I worry. Just be curious, he said, and never worry. Don't you remember that curiosity killed the cat? I've got a cat, and he's curious enough. He thought of Boise. Then he said, but worry kills big businessmen right in their prime. Do I have to worry about you? Only as an actress. Then not too much. Now it's only 2 minutes more. It's nice country now, and I like it. Can we have lunch in bed? Can we go to sleep then, too? Yes. It's not a sin, if we don't miss the plane. The car climbed steeply now on the old stone-paved road with the big trees on either side. Have you anything to miss? You, he said. I mean duty. Did I look as though I were on duty? You might be. You're a wonderful actor. The worst I ever saw. I love you, my dear crazy, she said. I've seen you play all your great roles. The one I loved you the best in was when you were playing the faithful husband, and you were doing it so wonderfully, and there was a big spot of natural juices showed on your trousers, and every time you looked at me it was bigger. That was in the Ritz, I think. That was where I played the faithful husband best, he said. Like Garrick at the Old Bailey. You're a little confused, she said. I think you played it best on the Normandy. When they burned her, I didn't give a damn about anything for 6 days. That's not your record. No, he said. They were stopped at the gate now, and the chauffeur was unlocking it. Do we really live here? Yes, up the hill. I'm sorry the drive's in such bad shape. The car climbed it through the mango trees and the unflowering flamboyannes, turned past the cattle sheds, and on up the circular drive to the house. He opened the door of the car, and she stepped out as though conferring a warm and generous favor to the ground. She looked at the house and could see the open windows of the bedroom. They were big windows, and in some way it reminded her of the Normandy. I'll miss the plane, she said. Why can't I be ill? All the other women are ill. I know 2 good doctors that will swear you are. Wonderful, she said, going up the stairs. We won't have to ask them to dinner, will we? No, he said, opening the door. I'll call them up and send a chauffeur for the certificates. I am ill, she said. I've decided let the troops entertain themselves for once. You'll go. No, I'm going to entertain you. Have you been entertained properly lately? No. Me either. Or is it neither? I don't know, he said, and held her close and looked in her eyes, and then away. He opened the door to the big bedroom. It's neither, he said reflectively. The windows were open and the wind was in the room, but it was pleasant now with the sun. It is like the Normandy. Did you make it like the Normandy for me? Of course, darling, he lied. What did you think? You're a worse liar than I am. I'm not even faster. Let's not lie. Let's pretend you made it for me. I made it for you, he said. Only it looked like someone else. Is that as hard as you can hold anyone? Without breaking them, then he said. Without lying down. Who is against lying down? Not me, he said, and picked her up and carried her to the bed. Let me drop the jealousy. I don't mind your entertaining the troops, but we have a radio that entertains the kitchen. They don't need us. Now, she said. Yes. Now remember everything I ever taught you. Aren't I? Now and then. Then, he said, where did we know him? We met him. Don't you remember? Look, let's not remember anything, and let's not talk, and let's not talk, and let's not talk. Afterwards, she said, people used to get hungry even on the Normandy. I'll ring for the steward. But this steward doesn't know us. He will. No, let's go out and see the house. What have you painted? What, all nothing. Don't you have time? What do you think? But couldn't you when you're ashore? What do you mean, ashore? Tom, she said. They were in the living room now in the big old chairs, and she had taken her shoes off to feel the matting on the floor. She sat curled in the chair, and she had brushed her hair to please him, and because of what she knew it did to him, and she sat so it swung like a heavy silken load when her head moved. Damn you, he said. Darling, he added. You damned me enough, she said. Let's not talk about it. Why did you marry her, Tom? Because you were in love. It wasn't a very good reason. Nobody ever said it was, especially not me. But I don't have to make my errors and repent of them and then discuss them, do I? If I want you to. The big black and white cat had come in, and he rubbed against her leg. He's got us mixed up, Thomas Hudson said. Or maybe he's getting good sense. It couldn't be. Sure, of course. Boy, he called. The cat came over to him and jumped into his lap. It did not matter which one it was. We might as well both love her, boy. Take a good look at her. You will never see any more women's like that. Is he the one you sleep with? Yes. Is there any reason why I shouldn't? None. I like him better than the man I sleep with now, and he's just about as sad. Do we have to talk about him? No. And you don't have to pretend you haven't been at sea when your eyes are burned, and there are white slit marks in the corners of them, and your hair is as sun-streaked as though you used something on it. And I walk with a rolling gait and carry a parrot on my shoulder and hit people with my wooden leg. Look, darling, I go to sea occasionally because I am a painter of marine life for the Museum of Natural History. Not even war must interfere with our studies. They are sacred, she said. I'll remember that lie and stick with it. Tom, you truly don't care for her at all? Not at all. You still love me? Didn't I give any signs of it? It could have been a role, the one of the always faithful lover no matter what whores I find you with. Thee hasn't been faithful to me, Sinara, in thy fashion. I always told you that you were too literate for your own good. I was through with that poem when I was 19. Yes, and I always told you that if you would paint and work at it as you should, instead of making fantasies and falling in love with other people— Marrying them, you mean? No, marrying them is bad enough, but you fall in love with them, and then I don't respect you. That's that old lovely one I remember. And then I don't respect you. I'll buy that one at any price you put on it and take it out of circulation. I respect you. And you don't love her, do you? I love you and respect you, and I don't love her. That's wonderful. I'm so glad I'm so ill and that I missed the plane. I really do respect you, you know, and I respect every damned fool thing you do or did. And you treat me wonderfully and keep all your promises. What was the last one? I don't know. If it was a promise, you broke it. Would you want to skip it, Beauty? I'd like to have skipped it. Maybe we could. We've skipped most things. No, that's untrue. There's visible evidence on that. But you think making love to a woman is enough. You never think about her wanting to be proud of you, nor about small tendernesses, nor about being a baby like the man you love and care for. Couldn't you be more needing and make me necessary and not be so damn give it and take it away, I'm not hungry? What did we come out here for? Moral lectures? We came out here because I love you, and I want you to be worthy of yourself, and of you and God and all other abstractions. I'm not even an abstract painter. You'd have asked Toulouse-Lautrec to keep away from brothels, and Gauguin not to get the syphilis, and Baudelaire to get home early. I'm not as good as they were, but the hell with you. I never was like that. Sure you were, along with your work, your goddamn hours of work. I would have given it up. Sure, I know you would. And sung in nightclubs, and I could be the bouncer. Do you remember when we planned that? What have you heard from Tom? He's fine, the man said, and felt the strange prickling go over his skin. He hasn't written me in 3 weeks. You'd think he'd write his mother. He was always so good about writing. You know how it is with kids in a war. Or maybe they're holding up all mail. Sometimes they do. Do you remember when he couldn't speak any English? And he had his gang at Gstaad, and up in the Engadine, and at Zug. Do you have any pictures of him? Only that one you have. Could we have a drink? What do you drink here? Anything you want. I'll go and find the boy. The wine is in the cellar. Please don't be gone long. That's a funny thing to say to each other. Please don't be gone long, she repeated. Did you hear it? And I never asked you to get in early. That wasn't the trouble, and you know it. I know it, he said, and I won't be gone long. Maybe the boy could make something to eat, too. Maybe he could, Thomas Hudson said. Then to the cat, you stay with her, Boise. Now, he thought, why did I say that? Why did I lie? Why did I do that breaking it gently thing? Did I want to keep my grief for myself, as Willie said? Am I that sort of guy? Well, you did it, he thought. How do you tell a mother that her boy is dead when you've just made love to her again? How do you tell yourself your boy is dead? You used to know all the answers. Answer me that. There aren't any answers. You should know that by now. There aren't any answers at all. Tom, her voice called. I'm lonely, and the cat isn't you, even though he thinks he is. Put him on the floor. The boy's gone to the village, and I'm getting ice. I don't care about the drink. Neither do I, he said, and came back into the room, walking on the tiled floor until he felt the matting. He looked at her, and she was still there. You don't want to talk about him, she said. No. Why? I think it's better. He looks too much like you. That isn't it, she said. Tell me. Is he dead? Sure. Please hold me tight. I am ill now. He felt her shaking, and he knelt by the chair and held her, and he felt her tremble. Then she said, And poor you. Poor you. After a time, she said, I'm sorry for everything I ever did or said. Me too. Poor you and poor me. Poor everybody, he said, and did not add, Poor Tom. What can you tell me? Nothing, just that. I suppose we'll learn how to take it. Maybe. I wish I could break down, but I'm just hollow, sick. I know. Does it happen to everybody? I suppose so. Anyway, it can only happen to us once. And now it's like in a house of the dead. I'm sorry I didn't tell you when I saw you. That's all right, she said. You always put things off. I'm not sorry. I wanted you so damn much, and I was selfish and stupid. You weren't selfish. We always loved each other. We only made mistakes. I made the worst ones. No, we both made them. Let's not fight any more, ever, though. Something was happening to her, and then finally she cried and said, "Oh, Tommy, all of a sudden I just can't stand it." "I know," he said. "My sweet, good, lovely beauty. I can't stand it either. We were so young and stupid, and we were both beautiful, and Tommy was so damned beautiful. Like his mother. And now, there'll never be any visible evidence. My poor, dearest love. And what will we do? You do what you're doing, and I'll do what I'm doing. Couldn't we be together for a while? Only if this wind keeps up. Then let it blow. Do you think making love is wicked? I don't think Tom would disapprove. No. Surely no. Do you remember skiing with him on your shoulders, and how we'd sing coming down through the orchard behind the inn in the dusk? I remember everything. So do I, she said. And why were we so stupid? We were rivals as well as lovers. I know it, and we shouldn't have been. But you don't love anyone else, do you? Now that that's all we have? No, truly. I don't either, really. You think we could take each other back? I don't know whether it would work. We could try it. How long will the war be? Ask the man who owns one. Will it be years? A couple, anyway. Are you liable to be killed, too? Very. That's not good. And if I'm not? I don't know. Now Tom's gone, we wouldn't start being bitter and bad again? I could try not to. I'm not bitter. And I've learned how to handle the bad. Really. What? With whores? I guess so. But I wouldn't need them if we were together. You always did put things so prettily. See, let's not start it. No, not in the house of the dead. You said that once. I know, she said, I'm sorry. But I don't know how to put it any other way and mean the same thing. It started to get numb already. It will get number, he said. Numb is as bad as at the start. But it will get number. Will you tell me every bad thing you know about it so mine will get numb quicker? Sure, he said. Christ, I love you. You always did, she said. Now tell me. He was sitting at her feet, and he did not look at her. He looked at Boise the cat, who was lying in a patch of sunlight on the matting. He was shot down by a flak ship in a routine sweep off Abbeville. Did he bail out? No, the kite burned. He must have been hit. I hope he was, she said. I hope so much he was. It's almost sure he was. He had time to bail out. You're telling me the truth. His chute didn't burn. No, he lied, thinking that was enough for today. Who did you hear it from? He told her the name of the man. Then it's true, she said. I don't have a son anymore, and neither do you. I suppose we can learn about that. Do you know anything else? No, he told her, as truly as possible. And we just go on. That's it. With what? With nothing, he said. Couldn't I stay here and be with you? I don't think it would be any good, because I have to go out as soon as the weather is possible. You never talk, and you bury anything I tell you. So bury that. But I could be with you until then, and I could wait until you're back. That's no good, he said. I never know when we'll be back, and it would be worse for you not working. Stay if you want until we go. Good, she said. I'll stay until you go, and we'll think of Tom all we want. And we'll make love as soon as you think it's right. Tommy never had anything to do with that room. No, and I'll exorcise anyone who ever did. Now we really should eat something and drink a glass of wine. A bottle, she said. Wasn't Tom a lovely boy? And so funny and good. What are you made of? What you love, she said. And steel added. I don't know what's become of the houseboys, Thomas Hudson told her. They didn't expect me back today, but one boy is supposed to be on the telephone. I'll get the wine. It's cold now. He opened the bottle and poured 2 glasses. It was the good wine he saved for coming homes, after he had cooled out and it bubbled small and neat and faithfully. Here's to us, and all our mistakes, and all our losses, and the gains we'll make. Made, he said. Made, she said. Then she said, the one thing you were always faithful to was good wine. Admirable of me, wasn't it? I'm sorry I said it about the drinking this morning. Those things are good for me, it's funny, but they are. You mean what you were drinking, or the criticism? What I was drinking. The tall frozen ones. Maybe they are, and I don't make any criticism now except that it's awfully hard to get something to eat in this house. Be patient. You've told me that enough times. I'm patient, she said. I'm just hungry. I know now why people eat at wakes and before funerals. Be as rough with it as is good for you. Don't worry, I'll be. Are we going to go on saying we're sorry for everything? I said it once. Listen, you, he said, I've had this thing 3 weeks longer than you, and maybe I'm in a different phase. You'd have a different and more interesting phase, she said. I know you. Why don't you just get back to your whores? Wouldn't you like to stop it? No, it makes me feel better. Who was it said, marry, pity women? Some man, she said, some bastard of a man. Do you want to hear the whole poem? No, and I'm tired of you already, and you knowing it 3 weeks earlier and all that. Just because I'm a non-combatant and you're in something so secret you have to sleep with a cat so you won't talk, and you still don't see why we broke up? We broke up because I got tired of you. You've always loved me and you couldn't help it and you can't help it now. That's true. The houseboy was standing in the dining room. He had unavoidably seen and heard quarrels in the living room before, and they made his brown face perspire with unhappiness. He loved his master and the cats and dogs, and he admired the beautiful women respectfully, and it made him feel terrible when there were quarrels. He thought that he had never seen such a beautiful woman, and the caballero was quarreling with her, and she was saying angry things to the caballero. "Signor," he said, "pardon me, may I speak to you in the kitchen?" "Excuse me, please, darling." "I suppose it's something mysterious," she said, and poured her glass full of wine. "Signor," the boy said, "the lieutenant spoke in Castellano, and he said for you to come in immediately. Repeat, immediately. He said you were nowhere, and that it was a business matter. I did not wish to call on our phone, and I called from the village. Then they told me you were here." "Good," said Thomas Hudson. "Thank you very much. Please fry some eggs for the señorita and me, and tell the chauffeur to have the car ready." "Yes, sir," the boy said. "What was it, Tom?" she asked. "Is it bad?" "I have to go to work." "But you said you wouldn't have to with this wind." "I know it, but it's out of my hands." "Do you want me to stay here?" "You can stay and read Tom's letters if you like, and the chauffeur will take you to your plane." "All right." "You can take the letters with you, too, if you want, and any pictures or anything you see, go through my desk." "You are changed." "Maybe a little," he said. "Go out to the studio and look at any of the stuff," he said. "There are some good ones from before we started this project. Take anything you like. There's a good one of you." "I'll take it," she said. "You're awfully good when you're good." "Read the letters from her if you like. Some of them are museum pieces. Take any along that are comic enough." "You sound as though I traveled with a trunk." "You can read them and then drop them out of the john on the plane." "All right." "I'll try to get back before you go, but don't count on it. If I have to use the chauffeur, I'll send a taxi to take you to the hotel or the airport." "Good." "The boy will look after you. He can do any pressing for you, and you can use any clothes of mine or anything you find around." Good. Will you try to love me, Tom, and not let anything like that last one ruin it? Sure, they don't mean anything, and you pointed out I couldn't help it. Try and not be able to help it. It's out of my hands. Take any books you want or anything you find around the joint and give my eggs, or one anyway, to Boise. He likes them cut up small. I better shove. There's been a time lag on this already. Goodbye, Tom, she said. Goodbye, devil, and take good care. This is probably nothing anyway. He was gone out the door, but the cat had slipped through it with him and was looking up at him. It's all right, Boise, he said. I'll be back before we shove. Where do we go? The driver asked him. Town. I can't believe there's any business with this heavy sea, but maybe they found something. Maybe one is in trouble somewhere. Christ, I hope we make it this time. I want to remember to make out one of those pocket wills and leave her the joint. Must remember to get it witnessed at the embassy and leave it in the safe. She certainly took it awfully well, but then it hasn't really hit her yet. I wish I could help her when it hits her. I wish I could be some real good to her. Maybe I can if we get by this one and the next one and the next one. Let's get by this one first. I wonder if she'll take the stuff. I hope she will, and that she'll remember to give Boise the egg. He gets hungry when the weather's cold. The boys won't be hard to find, and she can take another beating before we haul her out. One more, anyway. One for sure. We'll gamble on it. There are spares for nearly everything. What's one more beating if we get too close? It would have been nice to have stayed in. Maybe it would have been. The hell it would have been. Get it straight. Your boy, you lose. Love, you lose. Honor has been gone for a long time. Duty, you do. Sure, and what's your duty? What I said I'd do. And all the other things you said you'd do? In the bedroom of the farmhouse now, the room that looked like the Normandy, she was lying on the bed with the cat named Boise beside her. She had not been able to eat the eggs, and the champagne had no taste. She had cut up all the eggs for Boise and pulled open one desk drawer and seen the boy's handwriting on the blue envelopes and the censor stamp, and then she had gone over and lain face down on the bed. Both of them, she said to the cat, who was happy from the eggs and from the smell of the woman who lay beside him. Both of them, she said. Boise, tell me, what are we going to do about it? The cat purred imperceptibly. You don't know either, she said, and neither does anyone else. At Sea. Chapter 1. There was a long white beach with coconut palms behind it. The reef lay across the entrance to the harbor, and the heavy east wind made the sea break on it so that the entrance was easy to see once you'd opened it up. There was no one on the beach, and the sand was so white that it hurt his eyes to look at it. The man on the flying bridge studied the shore. There were no shacks where the shacks should have been, and there were no boats anchored in the lagoon that he could see. You've been in here before, he said to his mate.
Yes.
Weren't the shacks over there?
They were over there, and it shows a village on the chart.
They sure as hell aren't here now, the man said. Can you make out any boats up in the mangroves?
There's nothing that I can see.
I'm going to take her in and anchor, the man said. I know this cut is about 8 times as deep as it looks. He looked down into the green water and saw the size of the shadow of his ship on the bottom.
There's good holding ground east from where the village used to be,
his mate said. I know. Break out the starboard anchor and stand by. I'm going to lay off there. With this wind blowing day and night, there'll be no insects.
No, sir.
They anchored, and the boat, not big enough to be called a ship except in the mind of the man who was her master, lay with her bow into the wind, with the waves breaking white and green on the reef. The man on the bridge watched that she swung well and held solidly. Then he looked ashore and cut his motors. He continued to look at the shore, and he could not figure it out at all. "Take 3 men in and have a look," he said. "I'm going to lie down a while. Remember your scientists." When they were scientists, no weapons showed, and they wore machetes and wide straw hats, such as Bahaman spongers wear. These the crew referred to as sombreros científicos. The larger they were, the more scientific they were considered. "Someone has stolen my scientific hat," a heavy-shouldered Basque with thick eyebrows that came together over his nose said. "Give me a bag of frags for science's sake." "Take my scientific hat," another Basque said. "It's twice as scientific as yours." "What a scientific hat," the widest of the Basques said. "I feel like Einstein in this one. Thomas, can we take specimens?" "No," the man said. "Antonio knows what I want him to do. You keep your damn scientific eyes open." "I look for water." "It's behind where the village was," the man said. "See how it is. We'd probably better fill." "H2O, the Basque said. "That scientific stuff. Hey, you worthless scientist, you hat stealer. Give us 4 5-gallon jugs so we won't waste the trip." The other Basque put 4 wicker-covered jugs in the dinghy. The man heard them talking. "Don't hit me in the back with that damn scientific oil. I do it only for science. Fornicate science on his brother. Science's sister. Penicillin is her name." The man watched them rowing toward the too-white beach. I should have gone in, he thought. But I was up all night, and I've steered 12 hours. Antonio can size it up as well as I can, but I wonder what the hell has happened. He looked once at the reef and then at the shore, and at the current of clean water running against the side and making little eddies in the lee. Then he shut his eyes and turned on his side and went to sleep. He woke as the dinghy came alongside, and he knew it was something bad when he saw their faces. His mate was sweating as he always did with trouble or bad news. He was a dry man, and he did not sweat easily.
"Somebody burned the shacks," he said. "Somebody tried to put them out, and there are bodies in the ashes. You can't smell them from here because of the wind."
"How many bodies?"
"We counted 9. There could be more."
"Men or women?"
"Both."
"Are there any tracks?"
"Nothing. It's rain since heavy rain. The sand is still pitted with it."
The wide-shouldered Basque, whose name was Ara, said,
"They've been dead a week anyway. Birds haven't worked on them, but the land crabs are working on them."
"How do you know they've been dead a week?"
"No one can say exactly," Ara said, "but they have been dead about a week. From the land crab trails, the rain was about 3 days ago."
"How was the water?"
"It looked all right."
"Did you bring it?"
"Yes." "I don't see why they would have poisoned the water," Ara said. "It smelled good, so I tasted it and brought it."
"You shouldn't have tasted it."
"It smelled good, and there was no reason to believe it was poison."
"Who killed the people?"
"Anybody."
"Didn't you check?"
"No, we came to tell you. You are the skipper."
"All right," said Thomas Hudson. He went below and buckled on his revolver. There was a sheath knife on the other side of the belt, the side that rode high, and the weight of the gun was on his leg. He stopped in the galley and took a spoon and put it in his pocket. "Ara, you and Henry come ashore. Willie, come in with the dinghy and then see if you can get some conches. Let Peter sleep." To his mate, he said, "Check the engines, please, and all tanks." The water was clear and lovely over the white sand bottom, and he could see every ridge and wrinkle in the sand. As they waded ashore when the dinghy grounded on a ridge of sand, he felt small fish playing around his toes and looked down and saw they were tiny pompano. Maybe they are not true pompano, he thought, but they look exactly like them and they are most friendly. "Henry," he said when they were ashore, "you take the windward beach and walk it all the way up to the mangroves. Watch for tracks or anything else. Meet me here. Ara, you take the other beach and do the same." He did not have to ask where the bodies were. He saw the tracks that led to them and heard the rattle of the land crabs in the dry brush. He looked out at his ship and the line of the breakers, and Willie in the stern of the skiff with a water glass looking over the side for conchas while the skiff drifted. Since I have to do it, I might as well get it over with, he thought. But this day was built for something else. It is strange how they had such a rain here where there was no need for it and we had nothing. How long is it now that we have seen the rains go by on either side and never had a drop? The wind was blowing heavily and had blown now day and night for more than 50 days. It had become a part of the man, and it did not make him nervous. It fortified him and gave him strength, and he hoped that it would never stop. We wait always for something that does not come, he thought. But it is easier waiting with the wind than in a calm or with the capriciousness and malignancy of squalls. There is always water somewhere. Let it stay dry, we can always find it. There is water on all these keys if you know how to look for it. Now, he thought to himself, go in and get it over with. The wind helped him to get it over with. As he crouched under the scorched sea-grape bushes and sifted the sand in double handfuls, the wind blew the scent of what was just ahead of him away. He found nothing in the sand, and he was puzzled, but he looked in all the sand to windward of the burned shacks before he moved in. He had hoped to find what he looked for the easier way, but there was nothing. Then, with the wind at his back, so that he turned and gulped it and then held his breath, again he went to work with his knife probing into the charred deliquescence that the land crabs were feeding on. He touched a sudden hardness that rolled against a bone and dug it out with the spoon. He laid it on the sand with the spoon and probed and dug and found 3 more in the pile. Then he turned into the wind and cleaned the knife and the spoon in the sand. He took the 4 bullets in a handful of sand, and with the knife and the spoon in his left hand, made his way back through the brush. A big land crab, obscenely white, reared back and lifted his claws at him. "You're on the way in, boy," the man said to him. "I'm on the way out." The crab stood his ground with his claws raised high and the points open sharply. "You're getting pretty big for yourself," the man said. He put his knife slowly in its sheath and the spoon in his pocket. Then he shifted the handful of sand with the 4 bullets in it to his left hand. He wiped his right hand on his shorts carefully. Then he drew the sweat-darkened, well-oiled .357 Magnum. "You still have a chance," he said to the land crab. "Nobody blames you. You're having your pleasure and doing your duty." The crab did not move, and his claws were held high. He was a big crab, nearly a foot across, and the man shot him between his eyes, and the crab disintegrated. "Those damn .357s are hard to get now because draft-dodging FBIs have to use them to hunt down draft-dodgers," the man said. "But a man has to fire a shot sometime, or he doesn't know how he's shooting." Poor old crab, he thought. All he was practicing was his trade, but he ought to have shuffled along. He came out onto the beach and saw where his ship was riding, and the steady line of the surf, and Willie anchored now and diving for conchas. He cleaned his knife properly, and scrubbed the spoon and washed it, and then washed the 4 bullets. He held them in his hand and looked at them as a man who was panning for gold, expecting only flakes, would look at 4 nuggets in his pan. The 4 bullets had black noses. Now the meat was out of them. The short twist rifling showed clearly. They were 9mm standard issue for the Schmeisser machine pistol. They made the man very happy. They picked up all the hulls, he thought, but they left these as plain as calling cards. Now I must try to think it out. We know 2 things. They left nobody on the quay, and the boats are gone. Go on from there, boy. You're supposed to be able to think. But he did not think. Instead, he lay back on the sand, with his pistol pulled over it so it lay between his legs, and he watched the sculpture that the wind and sand had made on a piece of driftwood. It was gray and sanded, and it was embedded in the white, flowery sand. It looked as though it were in an exhibition. It should be in the Salon d'Automne. He heard the breaking roar of the seas on the reef, and he thought, I would like to paint this. He lay and looked at the sky, which had nothing but east wind in it, and the 4 bullets were in the button-down change pocket of his shorts. He knew they were the rest of his life, but he did not wish to think about them now, nor make all the practical thinking that he must make. I will enjoy the gray wood, he thought. Now we know that we have our enemies, and that they cannot escape. Neither can we. But there's no necessity to think about it until Ada and Henry are back. Ada will find something. There is something to be found, and he is not a fool. A beach tells many lies, but somewhere the truth is always written. He felt the bullets in his change pocket, and then he elbowed his way back to where the sand was drier and even whiter, if there could be a comparison in such whiteness. And he lay with his head against the gray piece of driftwood, and his pistol between his legs. How long have you been my girl? He said to the pistol. Don't answer, he said to the pistol. Lie there good, and I will see you kill something better than land crabs when the time comes. Chapter 2. He was lying there looking out at the line of surf, and he had it pretty well thought out by the time he saw Ada and Henry coming down the beach. He saw them and then looked away from them and out to sea again. He had tried not to think about it and to relax, but it had been impossible. Now he would relax until they came, and he would think of nothing but the sea on the reef. But there was not time. They came too fast. What did you find? He asked Ada, who sat down by the gray driftwood. Henry sat beside him. I found one, a young man, dead. He was a German, all right, Henry said. He only had on shorts and he had very long hair, blonde and sun-streaked, and he was face down in the sand. Where was he shot? At the base of the spine and in the back of the neck, Ada said. Rematado. Here are the bullets. I washed them. Yes, said Thomas Hudson. I have 4 like them. They're 9mm Luger, aren't they? Henry asked. It's the same caliber as our .38s. These with the black ends are for the machine pistol, Thomas Hudson said. Thanks for digging them out, Doctor. At your orders, Ada said. The neck one had gone clean through and I found it in the sand. Henry cut out the other one. I didn't mind it, Henry said. The wind and the sun had sort of dried him. It was like cutting into a pie. It wasn't like those in there. Why did they kill him, Tom? I don't know. What do you think? Ada asked. Did they come in here to make repairs? No, they've lost their boat. Yes, Ada said. They took the boats. Why was the sailor killed? Henry asked. You forgive me if I don't sound too intelligent, Tom, but you know how much I want to do what I can, and I'm so happy we have contact. We haven't contact, Thomas Hudson said. But Christ, we got a lovely scent. Breast high? Henry asked hopefully. Don't mention that word to me. But Tom, who killed the sailor and why? Family trouble, Thomas Hudson said. Did you ever see a man shot on the base of the spine for kindness? Afterwards, whoever did it was kind, and shot him in the neck. Maybe there were 2, said Ada. Did you find the hulls? No, Ada said. I looked where they would be. Even if it was a machine pistol, it would not have thrown them further than I looked. Could be the same methodical bastard that picked up the other ones. Where would they go? Ada asked. Where would they make for with the boats? They have to go south, Thomas Hudson said. You know damn well they can't go north. And we? I'm trying to think in their heads, Thomas Hudson said. I haven't many facts to go on. You have the deads. And the boat's gone, Henry said. You can think it out, Tom. And one known weapon, and where did they lose their undersea boat, and how many are they? Stir that, and add we couldn't raise Guantanamo last night, and add how many keys there are south of here, plus when we have to fill our tanks, add Peters, and serve. It will be all right, Tom. Sure, Thomas Hudson said. All right and all wrong are identical twins in this business. You're confident we will get them, though, aren't you? Of course, Thomas Hudson said. Now go and flag Willie in and let Antonio get started on his conches. We will have chowder. Ara, you load all the water you can in the next 3 hours. Tell Antonio to go ahead on the motors. I want to get out of here before dark. Was there nothing on the island? No pigs nor any fowl?
Nothing,
Ara told him.
they took everything.
Well, they will have to eat them. They have no feed for them and no ice. They are Germans, so they are capable, and they can get turtle in these months. I think we will find them at Lobos. It is logical they should take Lobos. Have Willie fill the ice well with conchas, and we will take only enough water to the next key. He stopped and reconsidered. No, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Fill water until sundown, and I will take her out at moonrise. We lose 3 hours, but we save 6 later on.
Did you taste the water?
Ada asked. Yes, he said. It was clean and good. You were quite right.
Thank you,
Ada said.
I will go now to call in Willie. He has been diving many.
Tom, Henry asked, do you want me to stay with you, or to carry water, or what? Carry water until you're too tired, and then get some sleep. I want you on the bridge with me tonight. Can I bring you a shirt or a sweater? Henry asked. Bring me a shirt and one of the very light blankets, Thomas Hudson said. I can sleep now in the sun, and the sand is dry, but later on it will be cool with the wind. Isn't the sand wonderful? I've never known such dry or powdery sand. The wind has beaten it for many years. Will we get them, Tommy? Of course, Thomas Hudson said. There's no doubt of it at all. Please forgive me if I'm ever stupid, Henry said. You were forgiven when you were born, Thomas Hudson said. You are a very brave boy, Henry, and I'm fond of you and trust you. You're not stupid, either. You truly think we will have a fight? I know it. Do not think about that. Think about details. Think about all the things you should do and how we should be a happy ship until we fight. I'll think about the fight. I will go and do my duty as well as I can, Henry said. I wish we could practice the fight so I could do my part better. Thomas Hudson said, You'll do it all right. I do not see any way that we can miss it. It's been so very long, Henry said. But everything is long, Thomas Hudson told him, and pursuit is the longest. Get some sleep, Henry said. You never sleep anymore. I'll sleep, Thomas Hudson said.
Where do you suppose they lost their own boat, Tom?
Ada asked. They got these boats here, and they did away with these people a week ago, say. So they must be the one that Camagüey claimed. But they got somewhere close to here before they lost her. They didn't sail any rubber boats into that wind.
Then they must have lost her east of here.
Naturally. And they were damn well in the clear when they lost her, Thomas Hudson said. It was still a long way home, Henry said.
It's going to be a longer way home now,
Ada said. They're funny people, Thomas Hudson said. They're all brave, and some of them are so damned admirable. Then they have mean ones like this.
We better go and do our work, Ada said. We can talk tonight and watch to keep awake. You get some rest, Tom.
Get some sleep, Henry said. Rest is as good as sleep.
No, it isn't,
Ada said.
You need sleep, Tom.
I'll try to get some, Thomas Hudson said. But when they were gone, he could not sleep. What do they have to do this rotten thing here for, he thought. We will get them anyway. All these people would have done was tell us how many they were and how they were armed. I suppose that was worth killing for, from their standpoint, especially if they thought of these people as Negroes. But all that shows something about them. To have killed like that, they must have some plan, and they must have some hope of being picked up. Also, there must have been dissension about the plan, or they would not have done this murdering here of the sailor. That could be an execution for anything, no? He might have let her go down when she could have been kept up to make the try to get home. Where does that bring us, he thought. You can't bank on that, it's only a possibility. But if it was true, it would mean she went down in sight of land and fast. That would mean they would not have much stuff. Maybe the boy did not do it and was falsely accused. You don't know how many boats they have, because there could be a boat or 2 boats from here out turtling. There's nothing to do but think around it and check your keys. But suppose they have crossed the old Bahama Channel and hit the Cuban coast. Sure, he thought. Why didn't you think of that before? That's the best thing for them to do. If they do that, they can make for home on a Spanish boat out of Havana. There is a screening at Kingston, but that is an easier chance to take, and you know plenty of people have beaten it. That damned Peters with his radio out. FCC, he thought. Frankly can't communicate. Then we got the beauty big one, and it was too much radio for him. I don't know how he has fucked it. But he couldn't get Guantanamo last night on our call hour, and if he doesn't get her tonight, we are on our own. The hell with it, he thought. There are worse places to be than on your own. Get some sleep now, he said to himself. There's nothing you can do now that is sounder than that. He moved his shoulders against the sand and went to sleep with the roaring of the surf on the reef. Chapter 3. While Thomas Hudson was asleep, he dreamed that his son Tom was not dead, and that the other boys were all right, and that the war was over. He dreamed that Tom's mother was sleeping with him, and she was sleeping on top of him as she liked to do sometimes. He felt all of this, and the tangibility of her legs against his legs, and her body against his, and her breasts against his chest, and her mouth was playing against his mouth. Her hair hung down and lay heavy and silky on his eyes and on his cheeks, and he turned his lips away from her searching ones and took the hair in his mouth and held it. Then with one hand he moistened the .357 Magnum and slipped it easily and sound asleep where it should be. Then he lay under her weight, with her silken hair over his face like a curtain, and moved slowly and rhythmically. That was when Henry put the light blanket over him, and Thomas Hudson said, asleep, "Thank you for being so moist and lovely and for pressing on me so hard. Thank you for coming back so quickly and for not being too thin." "Poor son of a bitch," Henry said and covered him carefully. He went away carrying 2 wicker 5-gallon demijohns on his shoulders. "I thought you wanted me thin, Tom," the woman said in the dream. "You said I felt like a young goat when I was thin, and that nothing felt better than a young goat." "You," he said. "Who's going to make love to who?" "Both of us," she said, "unless you want it differently." "You make love to me, I'm tired." "You're just lazy. Let me take the pistol off and put it by your leg. That pistol's in the way of everything." "Lay it by the bed," he said, "and make everything the way it should be." Then it was all the way it should be, and she said, "Should I be you or you be me?" "You have first choice." "I'll be you." "I can't be you, but I can try." "It's fun, you try it. Don't try to save yourself at all. Try to lose everything and take everything too." "All right." "Are you doing it?" "Yes," he said, "it's wonderful." "Do you know now what we have?" "Yes," he said. "Yes, I know. It's easy to give up." "Will you give up everything? Are you glad I brought back the boys and that I come and be a devil in the night?" "Yes, I'm glad of everything, and will you swing your hair across my face and give me your mouth, please, and hold me so tight it kills me?" "Of course. And you'll do it for me." When he woke, he touched the blanket, and he did not know for an instant that it was a dream. Then he lay on his side and felt the pistol holster between his legs, and how it was really, and all the hollownesses in him were twice as hollow, and there was a new one from the dream. He saw it was still light, and he saw the dinghy carrying water to his ship, and he saw the white pounding of the surf on the reef. He turned on his side and tucked the blanket around himself and slept on his arms. He was asleep when they came to wake him, and he had not dreamed at all this time. Chapter 4. He steered all that night, and he had Ada on the flying bridge with him until midnight, and then Henry. They were running with a heavy beam sea, and steering was like riding a horse downhill, he thought. It is all downhill, and sometimes it is across the side of a hill. The sea is many hills, and in here it is a broken country like the Badlands. "Talk to me," he said to Ada.
What about, Tom?
"Anything."
Peters couldn't raise Guantanamo again. He has ruined it, the new big one.
"I know," Thomas Hudson said, and tried to roll her as little as he could, riding the side of the hill. "He's burnt out something that he can't repair."
He's listening,
Ada said.
Willie is keeping him awake.
"Who's keeping Willie awake?"
He's awake good, Ada said. He doesn't sleep any better than you.
"How about you?"
I'm good for all night if you want. Don't you want me to steer?
"No, I haven't anything else to do."
Tom, how badly do you feel?
"I don't know. How badly can you feel?"
It's useless, Ada said. Would you like the wineskin?
"No, bring me up a bottle of cold tea, and check on Peters and Willie. Check on everything." Ada went down, and Thomas Hudson was alone with the night and the sea, and he still rode it like a horse going downhill too fast across broken country. Henry came up with the bottle of cold tea. "How are we, Tom?" he asked. "We're perfect. Peters has the Miami Police Department on the old radio, all the prowl cars. Willie wants to talk to them, but I told him he couldn't." "Correct." "On the UHF, Peters has something squirting in German, but he says it's way up with the wolf packs." "Well, he couldn't hear it then." "It's a very funny night, Tom." "It's not that funny." "I don't know, I'm just telling you. Give me the course and let me take her, and you go down." "Has Peters logged it?" "Of course. Tell Juan to give me a fix and have Peters log it." "When was the son of a bitch squirting?" "When I came up. Tell Juan to get the fix and log it right away." "Yes, Tom." "How are all the comic characters?" "Sleeping, Gil, too. Get the rag out and have Peters log the fix." "Do you want it?" "I know too damn well where we are." "Yes, Tom," Henry said. "Take it easy if you can." Henry came up, but Thomas Hudson did not feel like talking, and Henry stood by him on the flying bridge and braced himself against the roll. After an hour, he said, "There's light, Tom, off our starboard bow about 20 degrees. "That's right." When he was abeam of it, he changed the course, and the sea was astern. "Now she's headed home to pasture," he said to Henry. "We're in the channel now. Wake Juan, get him up here, and really keep your eyes open. You were late on the light." "I'm sorry, Tom. I'll get Juan." "Wouldn't you like a 4-man watch?" "Not until just before daylight," Thomas Hudson said. "I'll give you the word." They might have cut across the banks, Thomas Hudson was thinking, but I don't think they would. They wouldn't want to cross at night, and in the daytime the banks wouldn't look good to deep-water sailors. They'd make their turn where I did. Then they would edge across comfortably the way we are going to do, and they would probably hit for the highest part of the Cuban coast that showed. They don't want to get into any port, so they will run with the wind. They will keep outside of Confites because they know there's a radio station there. But they have to get food, and they have to get water. Actually, they would do best to try and get as close to Havana as they could to land somewhere around Bacaranao and then infiltrate in from there. I'll send a signal from Confites. I won't ask him what to do. That will hold us up if he's away. I'll tell him what it is and what I'm doing. He can make his own dispositions. Guantanamo can make theirs, and Camagüey can make theirs, and La Fe theirs, and the FBI theirs, and maybe something will happen in a week. Hell, he thought, I'll get them this week. They've got to stop for water and to cook what they have before the animals starve and rot. There's a good chance they will only run at nights and lay up daytimes. That would be logical. That's what I would do if I were them. Try to think like an intelligent German sailor with the problems this undersea boat commander has. He has problems, all right, Thomas Hudson thought. And the worst problem he has is us, and he doesn't even know about us. We don't look dangerous to him. We look good to him. Don't take it in any bloodthirsty way, he thought. Nothing of this is going to bring back anything. Use your head and be glad to have something to do and good people to do it with. Juan, he said. What do you see, boy?
All bloody ocean.
You other gentlemen see anything?
Bloody nothing.
Gil said.
My bloody belly sees coffee, but it doesn't come any closer, Ara said.
I see land, Henry said. He had seen at that instant a low, square smudge as though a man's thumb had daubed weak ink against the lightening sky. That's behind Romano, Thomas Hudson said. Thank you, Henry. Now you characters go down for coffee and send up 4 other desperate men to see strange and amusing things.
Do you want coffee, Tom?
Ara asked. No, I'll take tea when it's made.
We've only been on watch a couple of hours, Gil said. We don't need to go off, Tom.
Go on down and get coffee and give the other desperate men a chance for glory.
Tom, didn't you say you thought they were at Lobos?
Yes, but I changed my mind. The others had gone down and 4 were coming up. Gentlemen, Thomas Hudson said, split the 4 quadrants up amongst you. Is there coffee below?
Plenty, his mate said, and tea. The ancients are good, and she didn't make any more water than you would expect in a cross sea.
How was Peters?
He drank his own whiskey in the night, the one with a little lamb on it, but he stayed awake. Willie kept him awake and drank his whiskey, his mate said.
We have to fill gas at Confites and take on anything else there is.
They can load fast, and I can kill a pig and scald and scrape him, his mate said. I'll give them a quarter at the radio station to help me, and I can butcher him while you are running. You get some sleep while we load. Would you like me to steer?
No, I only have to send 3 signals at Confites, and you load, and I will sleep. Then we will pursue.
Toward home?
Of course, they may avoid us for a time, but they cannot escape us. Later, we will talk about it. How are they?
You know them. We will talk about it later. Steer in a little more, Tom. With the countercurrent, you'll shorten it.
Did you lose much with rolling?
Nothing that matters. This was a bitch of a beam sea, his mate said.
Ya lo creo, said Thomas Hudson. I believe it.
There should only be the people of this Juan undersea boat around here. She must surely be the one they claim sunk. Now they are off La Guaira and above Kingston and on all the petrol lanes. Also, they are with the wolf packs.
Also, they are here sometimes.
Yes, for our sins.
And for theirs.
On this thing, we will pursue well and intelligently.
Let us get it started, Thomas Hudson said.
There has been no delay.
It goes slowly for me.
Yes, his mate said. But get some sleep in Confites, and I promise everything will go faster than you could hope.
Chapter 5. Thomas Hudson saw the high lookout post on the sandy quay and the tall signaling mast. They were painted white, and they were the first things that showed. Then he saw the stumpy radio masts and the high cocked wreck of the ship that lay on the rocks and obscured the view of the radio shack. The quay was not handsome from his side. The sun was behind him, and it was easy to find the first big pass through the reef and then, skirting the shoals and the coral heads, to come up on the leeward shelter. There was a sandy half-moon of beach, and the island was covered with dry grass on this side, and was rocky and flat on its windward end. The water was clear and green over the sand, and Thomas Hudson came in close to the center of the beach and anchored with his bow almost against the shore. The sun was up, and the Cuban flag was flying over the radio shack and the outbuildings. The signaling mast was bare in the wind. There was no one in sight, and the Cuban flag, new and brightly clean, was snapping in the wind. Maybe they had a relief, Thomas Hudson said. The old flag was pretty worn when we left. He looked and saw his drums of gas where he had left them, and the marks of digging in the sand where his blocks of ice should be buried. The sand was high like new-made graves, and over the island sooty terns were flying in the wind. They nested in the rocks up at the windward end, and a few nested in the grass of the lee. They were flying now, falling off with the wind, cutting sharply into it, and dipping down toward the grass and the rocks. They were all calling, sadly and desperately. Must be somebody out getting eggs for breakfast, Thomas Hudson thought. Just then he smelled ham frying in the galley, and he went astern and called down that he would take his breakfast on the bridge. He studied the island carefully. They might be here, he thought. They could have taken this. But when a man in shorts came down the path that ran from the radio shack to the beach, it was the lieutenant. He was very brown and cheerful, and he had not cut his hair in 3 months, and he called out,
"How was your trip?"
"Good," said Thomas Hudson. "Will you come aboard for a beer?"
"Later,"
the lieutenant said.
"They brought your ice and supplies and some beer 2 days ago. We buried the ice. The other things are at the house."
"What news do you have?"
"The aviation was supposed to have sunk a submarine off Guinchos 10 days ago, but that was before you left."
"Yes," Thomas Hudson said. "That was 2 weeks ago. Is that the same one?"
"Yes."
"Any other news?"
"Another submarine was supposed to have shot down a blimp off Cayosal the day before yesterday."
"Is that confirmed?"
"We heard so. Then there was your pig."
"Yes?"
"The same day of the blimp, they brought a pig for you with your supplies, and he swam out to sea the next morning and was drowned. We have fed him, too."
"Que puerco más suicido," Thomas Hudson said. The lieutenant laughed. He had a very cheerful brown face, and he was not stupid. He was acting because it amused him. He had orders to do anything he could for Hudson, and to ask him nothing. Thomas Hudson had orders to use any facilities the station could give, and tell nothing to anyone. "Any more news?" he asked. "Have you seen any Bahaman sponging or turtle boats?"
"What would they be doing here when they have all the turtle and sponge over there? But there were 2 Bahaman turtle boats came by here this week. They turned off the port and tacked to come in, but they ran for Cayo Cruz instead."
"I wonder what they were doing here."
"I don't know. You cruise those waters for scientific purposes. Why should turtle boats leave the best turtling grounds to come here?"
"How many men could you see?"
"We could only see a man at the tiller. The boats had palm branches spread on the deck. They were built out like a shack. It could be to give shade for the turtles."
"Were the helmsmen white or black?"
"White and sunburned."
"Could you make out any numbers or names on the boats?"
"No, they were too far away. I put the key in a state of defense that night and the next day, and there was nothing."
"When did they go by?"
"The day before your ice and groceries and your suicidal pig arrived. 11 days after the sub was reported sunk by your aviation. 3 days before you arrived here. Are they friends of yours?"
"You signaled them, of course."
"Naturally, and I have heard nothing."
"Can you send 3 messages for me?"
"Of course. Send them in as soon as they are ready."
"I will start to load gas and ice and put the supplies aboard. Was there anything in them you can use?"
"I don't know. There is a list. I signed for it, but I could not read it in English."
"Didn't they send any chickens or turkeys?"
"Yes," the lieutenant said. "I was saving them for a surprise."
"We'll split them," Thomas Hudson said. "We'll split the beer, too."
"Let my people help you load their gas and ice."
"Good, thank you very much. I would like to be gone in 2 hours."
"I understand. Our relief has been put off another month."
"Again?"
"Again.
How do your people take it?"
They're all here on a disciplinary basis."
"Thank you very much for your help. The whole world of science is grateful."
"Guantanamo, too?"
"Guantanamo, the Athens of science."
"I think they may have holed up somewhere."
"So do I," said Thomas Hudson.
"The shelters were of coconut palm, and they were still green."
"Tell me anything else."
"I don't know anything else. Send in the messages. I don't want to come on board to take up any of your time or be a nuisance."
"If anything perishable comes out while I am gone, use it before it spoils."
"Thank you. I'm sorry your pig committed such suicide."
"Thank you," said Thomas Hudson. "We all have our small problems."
"I'll tell the man not to come on board, but only to help load at the stern and help alongside."
"Thank you," Thomas Hudson said. "Can you remember anything more about the turtle boats?"
"They were typical. One was almost exactly the same as the other. They looked as though they had been built by the same builder. They turned the point of the reef and made to tack in here. Then they ran before the wind for Cayo Cruz."
"Inside the reef?"
"Inside until they were out of sight."
"And the sub off Cayosal?"
"Stayed on the surface and shot it out with the blimp."
"I'd stay in a state of defense if I were you."
"I am," the lieutenant said. "That's why you haven't seen anybody."
"I saw the birds moving."
"The poor birds,"
the lieutenant said. Chapter 6. They were running to the westward, inside the reef, with the wind astern. The tanks had been filled, the ice stowed, and below one watch was picking and cleaning chickens, the other was cleaning weapons. The canvas that shielded the flying bridge to waist height was laced on, and the two long boards that announced in 12-inch block letters the scientific mission of the boat were in place. Looking over the side, watching the depth of water, Thomas Hudson saw the patches of chicken feathers floating out onto the following sea. "Take her in just as close as we can without hitting any of those sandbars," he told Ada. "You know this coast."
"I know it's no good," Ada said. "Where are we going to anchor?"
"I want to check up at the head of Cayo Cruz."
"We can't check there, but I don't think it will be much use. You don't think they would stay there, do you?"
"No, but there might be fishermen in there who would have seen them, or charcoal burners."
"I wish this wind would fail," Ada said. "I like to have a couple of days of flat calm."
"It's squally over Romano."
"I know, but this wind blows through here like through a pass in the mountains. We'll never catch them if this wind keeps up."
"We've been right so far," Thomas Hudson said. "And maybe we'll get some luck. They could have taken Lobos and used the radio there to call up that other sub to take them off."
"That shows they didn't know the other sub was there."
"Must be. They move a lot in 10 days.
"When they want to," Ada said. "Let's stop thinking, Tom. It gives me a headache. I'd rather handle gas drums. You think, and tell me where you want me to steer."
"Just as she goes, and watch for that no-good Minerva. Keep well inside of that and outside the sandspits."
"Good."
"Do you suppose she lost her radio when she got smacked?" Thomas Hudson thought. She must have had an emergency radio that she could have used, but Peters never picked her up on the UHF after she was smacked. Still, that doesn't necessarily prove anything. Nothing proves anything except that those two boats were seen on the course we are on 3 days ago. Did I ask him if they had their dinghies on deck? No, I forgot to. But they must have, because he said they were ordinary Bahamian turtling boats except for the shelters they had rigged with the palm branches. How many people? You don't know. Any wounded? You don't know. How armed? All you know is a machine pistol. Their course? We are on it, until now. Maybe we will find something between Cayo Cruz and Megano, he thought. What you'll probably find is lots of willets and iguana tracks in the sand toward the waterhole. Well, it keeps your mind off things. What things? There aren't any things anymore. Oh, yes, there are. There is the ship, and the people on her, and the sea, and the bastards you are hunting. Afterwards you will see your animals and go into town and get drunk as you can and your ashes dragged and then get ready to go out and do it again. Maybe this time you will get these characters. You did not destroy their undersea boat, but you were faintly instrumental in its destruction. If you can round up the crew, it will be extremely useful. Then why don't you care about anything? He asked himself. Why don't you think of them as murderers and have the righteous feelings that you should have? Why do you just pound and pound on after it like a riderless horse that is still in the race? Because we are all murderers, he told himself. We all are on both sides if we're any good. And no good will come of any of it. But you have to do it. Sure, he said, but I don't have to be proud of it. I only have to do it well. I didn't hire out to like it. You did not even hire out, he told himself. That makes it even worse. Let me take her, Ada, he said. Ada gave him the wheel. Keep a good lookout to starboard, but don't let the sun blind you.
I'll get my glasses. Look, Tom, why don't you let me steer and get a good foreman lookout up here? You're tired, and you didn't rest at all at the key.
We don't need a foreman lookout in here. Later on we will.
But you're tired.
I'm not sleepy. Look, if they run nights along here close into shore, they are going to get into trouble. Then they will have to lay up to make repairs, and we will find them.
That's no reason for you never to rest, Tom.
I'm not doing it to show off, Thomas Hudson said.
No one has ever thought so.
How do you feel about these bastards?
Only that we will catch them and kill what is necessary and bring the others in.
What about the massacre?
I don't say that we would have done the same thing, but they thought it was necessary. They did not do it for pleasure,
Ada said. And their dead man?
Henry has wanted to kill Peter several times. I have wanted to kill him myself sometimes.
Yes, Thomas Hudson agreed. It is not an uncommon feeling.
I don't think of any of these things, and so I don't worry. Why don't you not worry, and read when you relax the way you always did?
I'm going to sleep tonight. After we anchor, I'll read, and then sleep. We've gained 4 days on them, though it does not show. Now we must search carefully.
We will get them, or we will drive them into other people's hands, Ara said. What difference does it make? We have our pride, but we have another pride people know nothing of.
That is what I had forgotten, Thomas Hudson said.
It is a pride without vanity,
Ara continued.
Failure is his brother, and shit is his sister, and death is his wife.
Must be a big pride.
It is, Ara said. You must not forget it, Tom. You must not destroy yourself. Everyone in the ship has a pride, including Peters, although I do not like Peters.
Thanks for telling me, Thomas Hudson said. I feel fuck all discouraged about things sometimes.
Tom, Ara said, all a man has is his pride. Sometimes you have it so much it is a sin. We have all done things for pride that we knew were impossible. We didn't care. But a man must implement his pride with intelligence and care. Now that you have ceased to be careful of yourself, I must ask you to be, please, for us, and for the ship.
Who is us?
All of us.
Okay, Thomas Hudson said. Ask for your dark glasses.
Tom, please understand.
I understand. Thanks very much. I'll eat a hearty supper and sleep like a child. Ara did not think it was funny, and he always thought funny things were funny.
You try it, Tom, he said.
Chapter 7. They anchored in the lee of Cayo Cruz, in the sandy bight between the 2 keys. We'll put out another anchor to lay here, Thomas Hudson called to his mate. I don't like this bottom. The mate shrugged his shoulders and bent down to the second anchor, and Thomas Hudson eased her ahead against the tide, watching the grass from the banks riding in by the current. He came astern until his second anchor was well dug in. The boat lay with her bow into the wind, and the tide running past her. There was much wind, even in this lee, and he knew that when the tide changed, she would swing broadside to the swell. The hell with it, he said. Let her roll. But his mate had lowered the dinghy already, and they were running out a stern anchor. Thomas Hudson watched them drop the little Danforth where it would hold her into the wind when the tide came aflood. Why don't you put out a couple more, he called. Then maybe we could sell her for a goddamn spider. The mate grinned at him. Get the outboard on her. I'm going in.
No, Tom, his mate said. Let Ara and Willie go in. I'll take them in, and another party to Megano. Do you want them to take the niños?
No, be scientists. I'm accepting a lot of handling, he thought. That must mean I really do need some rest. The thing is, I'm neither tired nor sleepy. Antonio, he said.
Yes,
said his mate. I'll take the air mattress and 2 cushions and a big drink.
What kind of drink?
Gin and coconut water with Angostura and lime.
A Domini,
his mate said, pleased that he was drinking again. Double quantity. Henry threw the air mattress up and climbed after it with a book and a magazine. You're out of the wind here, he said. Do you want me to open any of this canvas for ventilation? Since when did I rate all this? Tom, we talked of it, and we all agreed that you need some rest. You've been driving yourself past what a man can stand. You're past it now. Shit, said Thomas Hudson. Maybe, said Henry. I said I thought you were okay, and could go quite a lot more and hold the pace, but the others were worried, and they convinced me. You can deconvince me, but take it easy now, Tom. I never felt better, I just don't give a damn. That's what it's about. You won't come down off the bridge, you want to stand all the watches steering, and you don't give a damn about anything. Okay, said Thomas Hudson, I get the picture. But I still command. I didn't mean it in any bad way, truly. Forget it, Thomas Hudson said. I'm resting. You know how to search a key, don't you?
I should.
See what there is on Megano.
That's mine. Willie and Ada have gone in already. I'm just waiting with the other party for Antonio to come back with the dinghy.
How's Peters?
He's been working hard on the big radio all afternoon. He thinks he has it fixed okay.
That would be wonderful. If I'm asleep, wake me as soon as you get back.
Yes, Tom.
Henry reached down and took something that was handed to him. It was a big glass full of ice and a rusty-colored liquid, and it was wrapped in a double thickness of paper towel held fast by a rubber band.
A double Tamini, Henry said.
Drink it and read and go to sleep. You can put the glass in one of the big frag slots. Thomas Hudson took a long sip.
I like it, he said. You used to.
Everything will be fine, Tom. Everything we can do damn well better be.
Just get a good rest.
I will. Henry went down, and Thomas Hudson heard the hum of the outboard coming in. It stopped, and there was talking, and then he heard the hum of it going away. He waited a little, listening. Then he took the drink and threw it high over the side and let the wind take it astern. He settled the glass in the hole it fitted best in the triple rack and lay face down on the rubber mattress with his 2 arms around it. I think they had wounded under the shelters, he thought. Of course, it could be to conceal many people, but I do not believe that. They would have come in here the first night. I should have gone ashore. I will from now on. But Ada and Henry could not be better, and Willie is very good. I must try to be very good. Try hard tonight, he told himself, and chase hard and good, and with no mistakes, and do not overrun them. Chapter 8. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Ada, and he said, "We got one, Tom. Willie and I." Thomas Hudson swung down, and Ada was with him. The German lay on the stern, wrapped in a blanket. His head was on 2 cushions. Peters was sitting on the deck beside him with a glass of water.
"Look what we got,"
he said. The German was thin, and there was a blond beard on his chin and on his sunken cheeks. His hair was long and uncombed, and in the late afternoon light, with the sun almost down, he looked like a saint.
"He can't talk," Ada said. "Willie and I tried him. You better keep to windward of him, too."
"I smelled it coming down," Thomas Hudson said. "Ask him if he wants anything," he said to Peters. The radio operator spoke to him in German, and the German looked toward him, but he did not speak, nor move his head. Thomas Hudson heard the humming of the outboard motor and looked across the bight at the dinghy coming out of the sunset. It was loaded down to the waterline. He looked down at the German again. "Ask him how many they are. Tell him we must know how many they are. Tell him this is important." Peters spoke to the German softly, and it seemed to Thomas Hudson almost lovingly. The German said 3 words with great effort.
"He says nothing is important,"
Peters said. "Tell him he is wrong. I have to know. Ask him if he wants morphine." The German looked at Thomas Hudson kindly and said 3 words.
"He says it doesn't hurt anymore,"
Peters said. He spoke rapidly in German, and again Thomas Hudson caught the loving tone, or perhaps it was only the loving sound of the language. "Shut up, Peters," Thomas Hudson said. "Translate only and exactly what I say." "Did you hear me?"
"Yes, sir,"
Peters said. "Tell him I can make him tell." Peters spoke to the German, and he turned his eyes toward Thomas Hudson. They were old eyes now, but they were in a young man's face, gone old as driftwood, and nearly as gray.
"9,"
the German said slowly.
"He says no,"
Peters translated. "Yeah, I got that part of it," Thomas Hudson said. "Get him some warm soup, Willie, and bring some cognac. Peters, ask him if he wouldn't like some morphine, really, if he doesn't have to talk. Tell him we have plenty." Peters translated, and the German looked toward Thomas Hudson and smiled a thin, northern smile. He spoke almost inaudibly to Peters.
He says thank you, but he doesn't need it, and it's better to save it. Then he said something softly to Peters, who translated. He says he could have used it last week. Tell him I admire him, Thomas Hudson said. Antonio, his mate, was alongside in the dinghy with Henry and the rest of the Megano party. Come aboard easy, Thomas Hudson said to them. Keep away from the stern. We got a kraut dying on the stern that I want to have die easy. What did you find? Nothing, Henry said. Absolutely nothing. Peters, Thomas Hudson said. Talk to him all you want. You might get something. I'm going forward with Ada and Willie to get a drink. Below, he said. How's your soup, Willie?
The first one I put my hands on was clam broth, Willie said. It's about hot enough.
Why didn't you give him oxtail or mulligatawny, Thomas Hudson said. They're more deadly in his condition. Where the hell is the chicken?
I didn't want to give him the chicken. That's Henry's.
Quite right, too, Henry said. Why should we coddle him? I don't think we really are. When I ordered it, I thought some soup and a drink might help him talk, but he isn't gonna talk. Give me a gin, will you, Ada?
They made a shelter for him, Tom, and he had a good bed made from branches and plenty of water and food and a crock. They tried to make him comfortable, and they dished sand for the drainage. There were many good tracks from the beach, and I would say they were 8 or 10, not more. Willie and I were very careful carrying him. Both his wounds are gangrenous, and the gangrene is very high toward the right thigh. Perhaps we should not have brought him, but instead have come for you and Peters to question him in his shelter. If so, it is my fault.
Did he have a weapon?
No, nor any identification.
Give me my drink, Thomas Hudson said. When would you say the branches for the shelter were cut?
No later than yesterday morning, I would say, but I could not be sure.
Did he speak at all?
No. He looked as though made of wood when he saw us with the pistols. He looked afraid of Willie once, when he saw his eye, I think. Then he smiled when we lifted him. To show he could, Willie said. Then he went away, Ada said. How long do you think it will take him to die, Tom?
I don't know. Well, let's go out and take the drinks, Henry said. I don't trust Peters.
Let's drink the clam broth up, Willie said. I'm hungry. I can heat him a can of Henry's chicken if he says it's okay.
If it will help to make him talk, Henry said. Of course.
He probably won't, Willie said. But it's kind of shitty to give him clam broth the way he is. Take him out the cognac, Henry. Maybe he really likes that, like you and me.
Don't bother him, Thomas Hudson said. He's a good kraut.
Sure, Willie said. They're all good krauts when they fold up.
He hasn't folded up, Thomas Hudson said. He's just dying.
With much style, Ada said.
You getting to be a kraut lover too? Willie asked him. That makes you and Peters.
Shut up, Willie, Thomas Hudson said.
What's the matter with you? Willie said to Thomas Hudson. You're just the exhausted leader of a little group of earnest kraut lovers.
Come up forward, Willie, Thomas Hudson said. Ada, take the soup astern when it's warm. The rest of you go watch the kraut die if you want, but don't crowd him. Antonio started to follow as Thomas Hudson and Willie went forward, but Thomas Hudson shook his head at him, and the big man went back to the galley. They were in the forward cockpit, and it was almost dark. Thomas Hudson could just see Willie's face. It looked better in this light, and he was on the side of the good eye. Thomas Hudson looked at Willie, and then at his 2 anchor lines, and at a tree he could still see on the beach. It's a tricky sandy bottom, he thought, and he said, All right, Willie. Say the rest of it.
You, Willie said, flogging yourself to death up there because your kid is dead. Don't you know everybody's kids die?
I know it. What else?
That fucking Peters. And a fucking crowd stinking up the fantail. And what kind of ship is it where the cook is the mate?
How does he cook?
He cooks wonderful, and he knows more about small boat handling than all of us put together, including you.
Much more.
Shit, Tom, I'm not blowing my top. I got no goddamn top to blow. I'm used to doing things a different way. I like it on this ship, and I like everybody except that half-cunt Peters. Only you quit flogging yourself.
I'm not,
Really, Thomas Hudson said. I don't think about anything except work.
You're so noble you ought to be stuffed and crucified, Willie said. Think about Kant.
We're headed toward it.
That's the way to talk.
Willie, are you okay now?
Sure, why the hell wouldn't I be? The crowd got me, I guess. They had him fix up nice like we wouldn't fix up anybody. Or maybe we would if we had the time. But they took time. They don't know how close we are. But they got to know somebody's chasing. Everybody's after them now. But they fixed him up just as nice as anybody could be fixed in the condition he was.
Sure, Thomas Hudson said. They fixed up those people back on the quay nice, too.
Yeah,
said Willie.
Isn't that the hell of it?
Just then Peters came in. He always held himself as a Marine, even when he was not at his best, and he was proudest of the real discipline without the formalities of discipline, which was the rule of the ship. He was the one who took the greatest advantage of it. Now he stopped, came to attention, saluted, which showed he was drunk, and said,
Sir, he's dead.
Who's dead?
The prisoner, sir.
Okay, Thomas Hudson said. Get your generator going and see if you can get Guantanamo. They ought to have something for us, he thought. Did the prisoner talk? He asked Peters.
No, sir.
Willie, he asked, how do you feel?
Fine.
Get some flash bulbs and take 2. In profile of the face lying on the stern, take the blanket off and his shorts off, and take 1 full length lying as he is across the stern, shoot 1 full face of his head, and 1 full face lying down.
Yes, sir,
Willie said. Thomas Hudson went up on the flying bridge. He heard the motor of the generator start and saw the sudden flashes of the bulbs. O&I, up where they evaluate, won't believe we even have this much of a crowd, he thought. There isn't any proof. Somebody will claim it's a stiff they pushed out that we picked up. I should have photographed him sooner. The hell with him. Maybe we will get the others tomorrow. Ada came up.
Tom, who do you want to have take him ashore and bury him?
Who's worked the least today?
Everybody has worked hard. I'll take Gillian, and we will do it. We can bury him in the sand just above high water.
Maybe a little higher.
I'll send Willie up, and you can tell him how you want the board lettered. I have a board from my box in stores.
Send Willie up.
Do we sew him up?
No, just wrap him in his own blanket. Send Willie up.
What was it that you wanted?
Willie asked. Letter the board, unknown German sailor, and put the date underneath.
Okay, Tom. Do you want me to go in with the burial detail?
No. Ada and Gilles are going in. Letter the board, and take it easy, and have a drink.
As soon as Peters gets Guantanamo, I'll send it up. Don't you want to come down?
No, I'm taking it easy up here.
What's it like on the bridge of a big ship like this, full of responsibility and horse shit?
Just about the same as lettering that board. When the signal came from Guantanamo, it read, decoded, "Continue searching carefully westward." "That's us," said Thomas Hudson to himself. He lay down and was asleep immediately, and Henry covered him with a light blanket. Chapter 9. An hour before daylight he was below and had checked his glass. It was 4/10 lower, and he woke his mate and showed it to him. The mate looked at him and nodded.
"You saw the squalls over Romano yesterday," he whispered. "She was going into the south."
"Make me some tea, will you please?" Thomas Hudson asked.
"I have some cold in a bottle on the ice."
He went astern and found a mop and a bucket and scrubbed the deck of the stern. It had been scrubbed before, but he scrubbed it again and rinsed the mop. Then he took his bottle of cold tea up on the flying bridge and waited for it to get light. Before it was light, his mate got in the stern anchor, and then with Ada brought in the starboard anchor, and they and Gil hoisted the dinghy aboard. Then his mate pumped the bilges and checked his motors. He put his head up and said,
"Any time."
"Why did she make that much water?"
"Just a stuffing box. I tightened it a little, but I'd rather she made a little water than run hot."
"All right. Send up Ada and Henry. We'll get going." They got in the anchor, and he turned to Ara. "Show me the tree again." Ara pointed it out, just above the line of beach they were leaving, and Thomas Hudson made a small penciled cross on the chart. "Peters never did get Guantanamo again?"
"No, he burned out once more."
"Well, we are behind them, and they have other people ahead of them, and we've got orders."
"Do you think the wind will really go into the south, Tom?" Henry asked.
"The glass shows it will. We can tell better when it starts to get up."
"It fell off to almost nothing about 4 o'clock.
"Did the sandflies hit you?"
"Only at daylight."
"You might as well go down and flit them all out. There's no sense our carrying them around with us." It was a lovely day, and looking back at the bight where they had anchored, and at the beach and the scrub trees of Cayo Cruz that they both knew so well, Thomas Hudson and Ada saw the high, piled clouds over the land. Cayo Romano rose so that it was like the mainland, and the clouds were high above it with their promise of south wind, or calm and land squalls. "What would you think if you were a German, Ada?" Thomas Hudson asked. "What would you think if you saw and knew that you were going to lose your wind?"
"I try to get inside," Ada said. "I think that's what I do."
"You'd need a guide for inside."
"I get me a guide," Ada said.
"Where would you get him?"
"From fishermen up at Anton, or inside the Romano, or at Coco. There must be fishermen salting fish along there now. There might even be a live well boat at Anton."
"We'll try Anton," Thomas Hudson said. "It's nice to wake up in the morning and steer with the sun behind you."
"If you always steer with the sun behind you, and on a day like this, what a place the ocean would be."
The day was like true summer, and in the morning the squalls had not yet built. The day was all gentle promise, and the sea lay smooth and clear. They could see bottom clearly until they ran out of soundings, and then far out and just where it should be was the Minerva with the sea breaking restfully on its coral rocks. It was the swell that was left from the 2 months of unremitting heavy trade wind, but it broke gently and kindly, and with a passive regularity. It is as though she were saying, "We are all friends now, and there will never be any trouble, nor any wildness again," Thomas Hudson thought. Why is she so dishonest? A river can be treacherous and cruel, and kind and friendly. A stream can be completely friendly, and you can trust it all your life, if you do not abuse it. But the ocean always has to lie to you before she does it. He looked again at her gentle rise and fall, that showed the Minervas as regularly and attractively as though she were trying to sell them as a choice location. "Want to get me a sandwich?" he asked Ada. "Corned beef and raw onion, or ham and egg and raw onion. After you get breakfast, bring a 4-man watch up here and check all the binoculars. I'm going outside before we go up to Anton."
"Yes, Tom."
I wonder what I would do without that Ada, Thomas Hudson thought. You had a wonderful sleep, he told himself, and you couldn't feel better. We've got orders, and we are right on their tails and pushing them toward other people. You're following your orders, and look what a beautiful morning you have to follow them in. But things looked too damn good. They moved down the channel, keeping a good lookout, but there was nothing but the calm, early morning sea, with its friendly undulations and the long green line of Romano inland, with the many keys between.
"They won't sail very far in this,"
Henry said. "They won't sail at all," Thomas Hudson said.
"Are we going into Anton?"
"Sure, and work all of that out."
"I like Anton," Henry said. "There's a good place to lay to if it's calm, so they won't eat us up."
"Inside they carry you away,"
Ada said. A small seaplane showed ahead, flying low and coming toward them. It was white and minute with the sun on it. "Plane," Thomas Hudson said. "Pass the word to get the big flag out." The plane came on until it buzzed them. Then it circled them twice and went off flying on down to the eastward.
"He wouldn't have it so good if he found one," Henry said. "They'd shoot him down."
"He could send the location and Cayo Frances would pick it up."
"Maybe," Ada said.
The 2 other Basques said nothing. They stood back to back and searched their quadrants. After a while, the Basque they called George, because his name was Eugenio, and Peters could not always say Eugenio, said,
"Plane's coming back to the eastward between the Outer Keys and Romano."
"He's going home to breakfast," Ada said.
"He'll report us," Thomas Hudson said, "so in a month maybe everybody will know where we were at this time today."
"If he doesn't get the location mixed up on his chart," Ada said. "Para Don Grande, Tom, bearing approximately 20 degrees off the port bow."
"You got good eyes," Thomas Hudson said. "That's her, all right. I better take her in and find the channel into Anton."
"Then port 90 degrees, and I think you'll have her."
"I'll hit the bank anyway, and we can run along it until we find that damn canal." They came in toward the line of green keys that showed like black hedges sticking up from the water, and then acquired shape and greenness, and finally sandy beaches. Thomas Hudson came in with reluctance from the open channel, the promising sea, and the beauty of the morning on deep water, to the business of searching the inner keys. But the plane working the coast in this direction, turning to run over it with the sun behind it, should mean no one had picked the boats up to the eastward. It could be only a routine patrol, too. But it was logical that it should mean the other. A routine patrol would have been out over the channel both ways. He saw Anton, which was well wooded and a pleasant island, growing before him, and he watched ahead for his marks while he worked in toward the bank. He must take the highest tree on the head of the island and fit it squarely into the little saddle on Romano. On that bearing, he could come in even if the sun were in his eyes and the water had the glare of a burning glass. Today he did not need it, but he did it for practice, and when he found his tree, thinking, "I should have something more permanent for a bearing on a hurricane coast," he eased along the bank until he fitted the tree carefully into the slot of the saddle, then turned sharp in. He was in the canal between marly banks that were barely covered with water, and he said to Ada, "Ask Antonio to put a feather out. We might pick up something to eat. This channel has a wonderful bar on the bottom." Then he steered straight in on his bearing. He was tempted not to look at the banks, but to push it straight through. But then he knew that was one of the things of too much pride Ada had spoken of, and he piloted carefully on the starboard bank, and made his turn to starboard when it came by the banks, and not by the second bearing that he had. It was like running in the regular streets of a new subdivision, and the tide was racing in. It came in brown at first, then pure and clean. Just before he came into the part that he thought of as the turning basin where he planned to anchor, he heard Willie shout, "Fish! Fish!" Looking astern, he saw Tarpon shaking himself high in the sun. His mouth was open, and he was huge, and the sun shone on his silvered scales and on the long green whip of his dorsal fin. He shook himself desperately in the sun, and came down in a splash of water.
"Sabolo!"
Antonio called up disgustedly.
"Worthless Sabolo,"
the Basques said.
"Can I play him, Tom?"
Henry asked.
"I'd like to catch him, even if he is no good to eat."
"Take him from Antonio if Willie hasn't got him. Tell Antonio to get the hell forward. I'm going to anchor." The excitement and the leaping of the big tarpon continued astern, with no one paying attention to it except to grin while they anchored. "Do you want to put out another?" Thomas Hudson called forward. His mate shook his head. When they swung well to the anchor, his mate came up on the bridge.
"She'll hold in anything, Tom," he said. "Any kind of squall, anything. And it doesn't make any difference how she swings. We can't have any motion."
"What time will we get the squalls?"
"After 2,
his mate said, looking at the sky. "Get the dinghy over," Thomas Hudson said, "and give me an extra can of gas with the outboard. We have to get the hell going."
"Who is going with you?"
"Just Ada and Willie and I. I wanted to travel fast." Chapter 10. In the dinghy, the three of them had their raincoats wrapped around the niños. These were the Thompson submachine guns in their full-length sheep-wool cases. The cases were cut and sewn by Ada, who was not a tailor, and Thomas Hudson had impregnated the clipped wool on the inside with a protective oil which had a faintly carbolic smell. It was because the guns nestled in their sheep-lined cradles, and because the cradles swung when they were strapped open inside the branch of the flying bridge, that the Basques had nicknamed them little children. "Give us a bottle of water," Thomas Hudson said to his mate. When Antonio brought it, heavy and cold with the wide screw on top, he passed it to Willie, who stowed it forward. Ada loved to steer the outboard, and he was in the stern. Thomas Hudson was in the center, and Willie crouched in the bow. Ada headed her straight in for the quay, and Thomas Hudson watched the clouds piling up over the land. As they came into the shallow water, Thomas Hudson could see the grayish humps of conches bulging from the sand. Ada leaned forward to say,
"Do you want to look at the beach, Tom?"
"Maybe we'd better before the rain." Ada ran the dinghy ashore, tilting his motor up just at the last rush. The tide had undercut the sand to make a little channel at the point, and he drove the boat in, slanting her up onto the sand.
"Home again," Willie said. "What's this bitch's name?"
"Anton."
"Not Anton Grande or Anton Chico or Anton El Cabron?"
"Just Anton. You take it up to that point, to the eastward, and then keep going. We'll pick you up. I'll work along this beach fast, and Otto will leave the dinghy down somewhere past the next point and work on ahead. I'll pick him up in the dinghy, and we'll come back around for you." Willie had his Nino wrapped in his raincoat and put it on his shoulder.
"If I find any crowds, can I kill them?"
"The colonel said all but one," Thomas Hudson said. "Try to save a smart one."
"I'll give them all IQ tests before I open up."
"Give yourself one."
"Mine's goddamn low, or I wouldn't be here,"
Willie said, and he set out. He walked contemptuously, and he watched the beach and the country ahead as carefully as a man could watch. Thomas Hudson told Ada in Spanish what they were going to do, and then shoved the dinghy off. He started down the beach with his Nino under his arm, and he felt the sand between his bare toes. Ahead, the dinghy was rounding the small point. He was glad that he had come ashore, and he walked as fast as he could go and still checked the beach. It was a pleasant beach, and he had no forebodings about it as he had had earlier in the day on the sea. It was spooky this morning, he thought. Maybe it was just the calm. Ahead, he could see the clouds still building up. But nothing had started to come out. There were no sandflies now in the hot sun and no mosquitoes, and ahead of him he saw a tall white heron standing looking down in the shallow water with his head, neck, and beak poised. He had not flown when Ada passed with the dinghy. "We have to search it carefully, even though I do not believe there is anything here," he thought. "They are becalmed today, so we lose nothing, and it would be criminal to overrun them. Why don't I know more about them?" he thought. "It is my own fault. I should have gone in and looked at the hut they built and at the tracks. I questioned Willie and Ada, and they are both truly good, but I should have gone in myself. It is the repugnance that I feel toward meeting them," he thought. "It is my duty, and I want to get them, and I will, but I have a sort of fellow death house feeling about them. Do people who are in the death house hate each other? I don't believe they do, unless they are insane." Just then the heron rose and flew further up the beach, breaking widely with his great white wings, and then taking a few awkward steps he landed. "I'm sorry I disturbed him," Thomas Hudson thought. He checked all of the beach above high tide, but there were no tracks except where one turtle had crawled twice. She had made a wide track to the sea and back, and a wallowing depression where she had laid. "I haven't time to dig for the eggs," he thought. The clouds were beginning to darken and to move out. If they had been on this side of the quay, they certainly would have dug for them. He looked ahead, but he could not see the dinghy, because there was another curving point. He walked along just where the sand was firm from the dampness of the high tide, and he saw the hermit crabs carrying their shells and the ghost crabs that slipped across the stretch of sand and into the water. To his right, in the shallow channel, he saw the grayness that a school of mullet made, and their shadow on the sand bottom as they moved. He saw the shadow of a very big barracuda that was stalking the mullet, and then he saw the lines of the fish, long, pale, and gray, and seeming not to move. He walked steadily, and soon he was past the fish, and was coming up on the heron again. "I'll see if I can pass him without making him fly," he thought. But just when he was coming almost even with the heron, the school of mullet burst from the water, jumping stiffly, big-eyed and blunt-headed, silvery in the sun, but not beautiful. Thomas Hudson turned to watch them, and to try to see the barracuda who was cutting into them. He could not see the predatory fish, only the wild leaping of the frightened mullet. Then he saw that the school was reformed into a gray, moving mass, and when he turned his head, the heron was gone. He saw him flying with his white wings over the green water, and ahead was the yellow sand beach and the line of trees along the point. The clouds were beginning to darken behind Romano, and he walked faster to round the point and see where Ada had left the dinghy. Walking faster gave him an erection, and he thought, there can't be any krauts around. That wouldn't happen if there were any krauts around. I don't know, he thought. It could happen if you were wrong enough and didn't know it. At the end of the point there was a patch of bright white sand, and he thought, I'd like to lie down here. This would be a good place. Then he saw the dinghy at the end of the long beach, and he thought, the hell with it. I'll sleep tonight, and I will love the air mattress or the deck. I might as well love the deck. We've been around together long enough to get married. There is probably a lot of talk about you and the flying bridge now, he thought. You ought to do right by her. And all you do is step on her and stand on her. What sort of way is that to act? And spill cold tea on her, too. That's not nice. What are you saving her for, anyway? To die on her? She would certainly appreciate that. Walk on her, stand on her, and die on her. Treat her really nice. One thing practical you can do now is cut out this crap and get this beach checked and pick up Ada. He walked on down the beach, and he tried not to think at all, but only to notice things. He knew his duty very well, and he had tried never to shirk it. But today he had come ashore when someone else could have done it just as well, but when he had stayed aboard and they found nothing, he felt guilty. He watched everything. But he could not keep from thinking. Maybe Willie's side is hotter, he thought. Maybe Ada will have hit something. I know damn well this is where I would have come if I were they. It's the first good place. They might have passed it and gone straight on, or they might have turned in between Paradon and Cruz. But I don't believe they would, because somebody would see them from the light, and they never could get in and through there at night, guide or no guide. I think they will have gone further down. Maybe we will find them down by Coco. Maybe we'll find them right in behind here. There's another key that we ought to work out. I must remember that they are always working on the chart, that is, unless they picked up a fisherman here. I haven't seen any smoke from anybody burning charcoal. Well, I'm glad we will get this key worked out before the rain. I love doing it, he thought. I just don't like the end. He shoved off the dinghy and stepped into her, washing the sand off his feet as he got in. He stowed the Niño in its rubber coat where he could reach it and started the motor. He had no love for the outboard as Ada had, and he never started it without remembering blowing out and sucking out clogged fuel lines and remembering shorted plugs and other delights of the small motor. But Ada never had ignition trouble. When the motor misfunctioned, he regarded it as a chess player might admire a brilliant move on the part of his opponent. Thomas Hudson steered along the beach, but Ada was far ahead, and he could not see him. He must be halfway to Willie, he thought. But when he saw him, he was nearly to the mangrove bay where the sand stopped, and the mangroves grew heavy and green into the water, their roots showing like tangled brown sticks. Then he noticed the mast, sticking up out of the mangroves. It was all he could see. But he could see Ada was lying behind a small sand dune, so that he could just see over the top. He could feel his scalp prickle as it does when you meet a car coming fast suddenly on the wrong side of the road. But Ada heard the motor and turned his head and waved him in. Thomas came in on a tangent behind Ada. The Basque came aboard carrying his raincoated Niño, barrel first, over the right shoulder of his old striped beach shirt. He looked pleased.
Get as far out as the channel will let you, he said. We'll find Willie.
Is it one of the boats?
Sure, Ada said, but I'm sure it's abandoned. It's going to rain, Tom.
Did you see anything?
Nothing.
Me either.
It's a nice key. I found an old trail to water, but it wasn't used.
There's water on Willie's side, too.
There's Willie,
Ada said. He was sitting on the sand. His legs were drawn up, and his Niño was in his lap. Thomas Hudson ran the dinghy into him. Willie looked at them, his black hair down over his forehead and wet with sweat, and his good eye blue and mean.
"Where you two fuck-offs been?"
he asked. "When were they here, Willie?"
"Yesterday by the thirds," Willie said. "Or should I say their excrement."
"How many?"
"8 that could excreminate, and 3 of these with the bobber sheets."
"What else?"
"They got a guide or a pilot, or whatever his rating is."
The guide they had picked up was a fisherman who had a palm-thatched shelter and had been salting barracuda strips on a rack to sell them later to the Chinese, who bought fish for the Chinese retail grocers, who would sell the dried fish in their shops as codfish. The fisherman had salted and dried a good quantity of fish by the looks of the rack.
"Crowd feed 'em plenty codfish now on in,"
Willie said. "What language is that?"
"My own,"
Willie said.
"Everybody has a private language around here, like Basque or something. You got an objection if I speak mine?"
"Tell me the rest."
"Sleep 'em here, one smoke," Willie said. "Eat 'em pig meat, all 'em same me from Massacre Key. Crowd master, no got 'em tin goods or save 'em."
"Cut out the shit and tell it straight."
"Old Massa Hudson gonna lose all afternoon anyway, do huge rainfall accompany squall winds, all along same. Might as well listen alongside Willie all same famous scout of Pampas. Willie tell his own way."
"Cut it out."
"Listen, Tom, who found crowds twice?"
"What about the boat?"
"Boats all same finish. She alongside, too many rotten planks, one drop out by stern."
"They hit something coming in with a bad light."
"I guess so. Well, I'll cut out this shit. They've gone on in the westward sun. 8 men and a guide. Maybe 9 if the captain couldn't shit on account of his great responsibilities, like our own leader himself has trouble sometimes, and now it's starting to rain. The boat they left was stunk up and beshot with pigs and chickens, and that comrade we buried. There's one other guy is wounded, but it doesn't look bad from the dressing."
"Pussy?"
"Yeah, but clean pus. You want to see it all, or you take my word for it?"
"I take your word on all of it. But I want to see it." He saw everything, the tracks, the fire, where they had slept and cooked, the dressing, the part of the brush they had used as a latrine, and the groove the turtle boat had made in the sand when they beached her. It was raining hard now, and the first gusts of the squall were coming.
"Put on the coats and put the niños under them,"
Ada said.
"I have to take them down tonight anyway." "I'll help you,"
Willie said.
"We're breathing down their necks, Tom."
"There's an awful lot of country, and they have someone with local knowledge now."
"You just keep thinking the way you are," Willie said. "What local knowledge has he got that we haven't got?"
"Certainly he'll have plenty."
"To hell with him. I'm going to wash on the stern with soap. Jesus, I want to feel that fresh water and soap."
It was raining so hard now that it was hard to see the ship as they came around the point. The squall had moved out toward the ocean, and it was so violent, and the rain so heavy, that trying to see the ship was like looking at an object from behind a falls. Her tanks will fill like nothing with this, Thomas Hudson thought. She'll probably be running off through the galley faucets and in the head right now.
"How many days since it's rained, Tom?"
Willie asked. "We'll have to check with the log. It's something over 50.
"It's like the goddamn monsoon breaking,"
Willie said.
"Give me a gourd so I can bail."
"Keep the cover on your Nino dry."
"Her butt is in my crotch and her nose is under the left shoulder of my coat," Willie said. "She never had it better in her life. Give me the gourd."
On the stern, they were all bathing naked. They soaped themselves and stood on one foot and another, bending against the lashing of the rain as they soaped, and then leaning back into it. They were really all brown, but they looked white in this strange light. Thomas Hudson thought of the canvas of the Bathers by Cézanne, and then he thought he would like to have Aikens paint it. Then he thought that he should be painting it himself with the ship against the roaring white of the surf that came through the driving gray outside, with the black of the new squall coming out, and the sun breaking through momentarily to make the driving rain silver and to shine on the bathers in the stern. He brought the dinghy up, and Ada tossed a line, and they were home. Chapter 11. That night, after the rain had stopped, and he had checked all leaks from the long dry spell and seen that pans were put under them, and the point of actual leakage, not the drip, was penciled, the watches were set, the duties apportioned, and everything discussed and agreed on with his mate and Ada. Then, when the supper was ended and the poker game under way, he went up on the flying bridge. He had a flit gun with him, and his air mattress, and a light blanket. He thought that he would lie down and think about nothing. Sometimes he could do this. Sometimes he could think about the stars without wondering about them, and the ocean without problems, and the sunrise without what it would bring. He felt clean from his scalp to his feet from the soaping in the rain that had beaten down on the stern, and he thought, I will just lie here and feel clean. He knew there was no use thinking of the girl who had been Tom's mother, nor all the things they had done and the places they had been, nor how they had broken up. There was no use thinking about Tom. He had stopped that as soon as he had heard. There was no use thinking about the others. He had lost them too, and there was no use thinking about them. He had traded in remorse for another horse that he was riding now. So lie here now and feel clean from the soap and the rain, and do a good job at non-thinking. You learned to do it quite well for a while. Maybe you will go to sleep and have funny or good dreams. Just lie quiet and watch the night, and don't think. Ada or Henry will wake you if Peters gets anything. He was asleep in a little while. He was a boy again, and riding up a steep canyon. The canyon opened out, and there was a sandbar by the clear river that was so clear he could see the pebbles in the bed of the stream, and then watch the cutthroat trout at the foot of the pool as they rose to flies that floated down the current. He was sitting on his horse and watching the trout rise when Ada woke him. The message read, "Continue search carefully westward," with the code name at the end. "Thanks," he said. "Let me have anything else."
"Of course. Go back to sleep, Tom."
"I was having a fine dream."
"Don't tell it to me," Ada said, "and maybe it will come true."
He went to sleep again, and when he went to sleep he smiled because he thought that he was carrying out orders and continuing the search westward. "I have her pretty far west," he thought. "I don't think they meant this far west." He slept, and he dreamed that the cabin was burned, and someone had killed his fawn that had grown into a young buck. Someone had killed his dog, and he found him by a tree, and he woke, sweating. "I guess dreams aren't the solution," he said to himself. "I might as well take it the same as always without any hope of anesthetics. Go on and think it out. All you have now is a basic problem and your intermediate problems. That is all you have, so you better like it. You will never have good dreams anymore, so you might as well not sleep. Just rest and use your head until it won't work anymore, and when you go to sleep, expect to have the horrors. The horrors were what you won in that big crap game they run. You put it on the line and you made your point and let it ride, and finally you dragged down the gift of uneasy, unpleasant sleep. You damn near dragged down not sleeping at all, but you traded that in for what you have, so you might as well like it. You're sleepy now, so sleep, and figure to wake up sweating, and what of it? Nothing at all of it. But do you remember when you used to sleep all night? With the girl, and always happy, and never woke unless she woke you to make love? Remember that, Thomas Hudson, and see how much good it will do you. I wonder how many dressings they have for that other wounded character. If they had time to get dressings, they had time to get other stuff, too. What stuff? What do you think they have besides what you know they have? I don't think much. Maybe pistols, and a few machine pistols. Maybe some demolition charges they could make something out of. I have to figure that they have the machine gun, but I don't think so. They wouldn't want to fight. They want to get the hell away and on a Spanish ship. If they had been in shape to fight, they would have come back that night and taken Confites. Maybe no. Maybe something made them suspicious, and they saw our drums on the beach and thought we might be basing there nights. They wouldn't know what we were. But they would see the drums and figure there was something around that burned plenty of gas. Then, too, they probably didn't want to fight with their wounded. But the boat with the wounded could have laid off at night while they came in and took the wireless station if they wanted to get off with that other sub. I wonder what happened with her. There's something very strange about that. Think about something cheerful. Think about how you start with the sun at your back. And remember, they have local knowledge now, along with all that salt fish, and you're going to have to use your head. He went to sleep and slept quite well until 2 hours before daylight, when the sandflies awakened him. Thinking about the problems had made him feel better, and he slept without dreaming. Chapter 12. They left before the sun was up, and Thomas Hudson steered down the channel that was like a canal, with the gray banks showing on either side. By the time the sun was up, he was out through the cut between the shoals, and he steered due north to get into blue water and past the dangerous rocky heads of the outer reef. It was a little longer than running on the inside, but it was much safer. When the sun rose, there was no wind and not enough swell for the sea to break on any of the rocks. The day would be hot and muggy, he knew, and there would be squalls in the afternoon. His mate came up and looked around. Then he looked carefully at the land and along it to where the high, ugly tower of the light showed.
"We could have run down easily on the inside."
"I know it," Thomas Hudson said, "but I thought this was better."
"Another day like yesterday, but hotter."
"They can't make much time."
"They can't make any time. There'll be calm somewhere. You're going to check with the light whether they went into the cut between Paredon and Coco, aren't you?"
"Sure."
"I'll go in. I know the keeper. You can lay just inside the little key at the tip. I won't be gone long,"
Antonio said. "I don't even need to anchor."
"You got plenty of strong back people to get anchors up."
"Send up Ada and Willie if they've eaten. Nothing should show here this close to the light, and you can't see a damn thing looking into the sun, but send up George and Henry, too. We might as well do it right."
"Remember, the rocks make right up to your blue water here, Tom."
"I remember, and I can see them."
"Do you want your tea cold?"
"Please, and a sandwich. Send the men up first."
"They'll be right up. I'll send the tea up and have everything ready to go ashore."
"Be careful how you talk to them."
"That's why I am going in."
"Put out a couple of lines, too. It will look better coming in on the light."
"Yes," his mate said. "We might get something we could give them at the light."
The four came up and took their usual posts, and Henry said, "Did you see anything, Tom?" "One turtle with a seagull flying around him. I thought he was going to perch on his back, but he didn't."
"Mi capitán,"
said George, who was a taller Basque than Ada and a good athlete and a fine seaman, but not nearly as strong as Ada in many ways. "Mi signor obispo," said Thomas Hudson.
"Okay, Tom," George said. "If I see any really big submarines, do you want me to tell you?"
"If you see one as big as the one you saw that time, keep it to yourself."
"I dream about her nights," George said.
"Don't talk about her," Willie said. "I just ate breakfast."
"When we closed, I could feel my cojones going up like an elevator," Ada said. "How did you really feel, Tom?"
"Scared."
"I saw her come up," Ada said, "and the next thing I heard Henry say, 'She's an aircraft carrier, Tom.'"
"That's what she looked like," Henry said. "I can't help it. I'd say the same thing again." "She spoiled my life," Willie said. "I've never been the same since. For a nickel, I'd have never gone to sea again."
"Here," said Henry. "Take 20 cents and get off at Paredon Grande. Maybe they'll give you change."
"I don't want change. I'll take a transfer."
"Would you really?" Henry asked.
There had been a certain amount of bad blood between them since the last 2 times they'd been in Havana.
"Listen, expensive," Willie said. "We're not fighting submarines, or you wouldn't have come up without sneaking a quick one. We're only chasing crowds to kill them in a decked-over, half-open boat. Even you ought to be able to do that."
"Take the 20 cents anyway," Henry said. "You'll need it someday."
"To stick up—"
"Cut it out, the two of you. Cut it out," Thomas Hudson said. He looked at both of them. "I'm sorry, Tom," Henry said.
"I'm not sorry," Willie said. "But I apologize."
"Look, Tom," said Ada. "Almost have been inshore."
"That's the rock that's just awash," Thomas Hudson said. "It shows further to the eastward on the chart."
"No, I mean further in, about a half a mile."
"That's a man crawfishing or hauling fish traps."
"Do you think we ought to speak to him?"
"He's from the light, and Antonio's going in to talk with them at the light."
"Fish! Fish!"
his mate called, and Henry asked,
"May I take him, Tom?"
"Sure, send Gil up." Henry went down, and in a little while the fish jumped and showed he was a barracuda. Then, a little later, he heard Antonio grunt as he hit him with the gaff, and then he heard the thunking knocks of the club on its head. He waited for the splash of the fish being thrown back, and looked at the wake to see his size. There was no splash, and he remembered that barracuda were good to eat on this stretch of the coast, and Antonio was saving him to take into the light. Just then he heard the double shout of fish, and this time there was no jumping, and the line was singing out. He turned out further into the blue water and slowed down both engines. Then, as the line kept going out, he threw out one motor and made a half-turn toward the fish.
"Wahoo!"
His mate called out, "Big one!" Henry brought the fish in, and they looked down over the stern and saw him long and oddly pointed, his stripes showing clearly in the blueness of the deep water. When he was nearly within reach of the gaff, he turned his head and made another fast, deep run that took him out of sight in the clear water in less time than a man could snap his fingers.
"They always have that one run," Ada said. "It goes like a bullet."
Henry brought him in fast, and they watched over the stern as he was gaffed and brought aboard rigid and trembling. His stripes showed a bright blue, and his jaws, that could cut like razors, opened and closed with spasmodic uselessness. Antonio laid him in the stern, and his tail beat against the deck.
"Que peto más hermoso," Ada said.
"He's a beautiful wahoo," Thomas Hudson agreed, "but we'll be out here all morning if this keeps up. Leave out the lines, but take the leaders off," he said to his mate. He steered for just outside the light on its high point of rock and tried to make up the time they had lost and still act as though they were fishing. The friction of the lines in the water bent the rods. Henry came up and said,
"He was a beautiful fish, wasn't he? I'd love to have had him on light tackle. Don't they have an extraordinarily shaped head?"
"What will he weigh?"
Willie asked. "Antonio said he'd weigh about 60, Willie. I was sorry I didn't have time to call you. It really should have been yours."
"That's all right," Willie said. "You caught him faster than I could, and we have to get the hell along. I bet we could catch plenty good fish along here."
"We'll come sometime after the war."
"I'll bet,"
said Willie.
"After the war, I'm going to be in Hollywood and be a technical advisor on how to be a horse's ass at sea."
"You'll be good at it."
"I ought to be. I've been studying now for over a year to train me for my career."
"What the hell you got so much black ass about today, Willie?" Thomas Hudson asked.
"I don't know. I woke up with it."
"Well, go down to the galley and see if that bottle of tea is cold and bring it up. Antonio's butchering the fish. So make me a sandwich, will you, please?"
"Sure. What kind of sandwich?"
"Peanut butter and onion, if there's plenty of onion."
"Peanut butter and onion it is, sir."
"And try to get rid of your black ass."
"Yes, sir. Black ass gone, sir."
When he was gone, Thomas Hudson said, "You take it easy with him, Henry. I need the son of a bitch, and he's good at his stuff. He's just got black ass."
"I try to be good with him, but he's difficult."
"Well, try a little harder." You were needling him about the 20 cents. Thomas Hudson looked ahead at the smooth sea and the innocent-looking deadliness of the reef off his port bow. He loved to run just off a bad reef with a light behind him. It made up for the times when he had to steer into the sun, and it made up for several other things.
"I'm sorry, Tom," Henry said. "I'll watch what I say and what I think."
Willie was back up with the empty rum bottle full of tea, wrapped in a paper towel and with 2 rubber bands around it to keep the towel in place.
"She's cold, skipper," he said, "and I have insulated her."
He handed a sandwich wrapped in a paper towel segment to Thomas Hudson and said,
"One of the highest points in the sandwich maker's art. We call it the Mount Everest Special. For commanders only."
In the calm, even on the bridge, Thomas Hudson smelled his breath. "Don't you think it's a little early in the day, Willie?"
"No, sir."
Thomas Hudson looked at him speculatively. "What did you say, Willie?"
"No, sir. Didn't you hear me, sir?"
"Okay," Thomas Hudson said. "I heard you twice. You heard this once. Go below, clean up the galley properly, and then go up in the bow where I can see you and stand by to anchor."
"Yes, sir,"
said Willie.
"I don't feel well, sir."
"Fuck how you feel, you sea lawyer. If you don't feel well, you're going to feel a damn sight worse."
"Yes, sir,"
Willie said.
"I don't feel well, sir. I should see the ship's surgeon."
"You'll find him in the bow. Knock on the door of the head and see if he's there as you go by."
"That's what I mean, sir."
"What do you mean?"
"Nothing, sir."
"He's skunk drunk," Henry said. "No, he's not," Thomas Hudson said. "He's drinking, but he's closer to crazy."
"He's been strange for quite a while," Ada said. "But he was always strange. None of us has ever suffered as he has. I have never him suffered at all."
"Tom suffered," Henry said, "and he's drinking cold tea." "Let's not talk morbid and let's not talk wet," Thomas Hudson said. "I never suffered, and I like cold tea."
"You never did before."
"We learn something new all the time, Henry." He was coming up well on the light, and he saw the rock he should keep outside of now, and he thought this was a worthless conversation. Go up forward with him, Ada, and see how he's doing. Stick around with him. You get the lines in, Henry. George, get down and help Antonio with the dinghy. Go in with him if he wants you to. When he was alone on the bridge, he smelled the bird guano from the rock, and he rounded the point and anchored in 2 fathoms of water. The bottom was clean, and there was a big tide running. He looked up at the white-painted house and the tall, old-fashioned light, and then past the high rock to the green mangrove keys, and beyond them, the low, rocky, barren tip of Cayo Romano. They had lived, off and on, for such a long time within sight of that long, strange, and pest-ridden key, and knew a part of it so well, and had come in on its landmarks so many times, and under such good and bad circumstances, that it always made him an emotion to sight it, or to leave it out of sight. Now it was there at its barest and most barren, jutting out like a scrubby desert. There were wild horses and wild cattle and wild hogs on that great key, and he wondered how many people had held the illusion that they might colonize it. It had hills rich in grass, with beautiful valleys and fine stands of timber, and once there had been a settlement called Versailles, where Frenchmen had made their attempt at living on Romano. Now all the frame buildings were abandoned, but the one big house, and one time when Thomas Hudson had gone in there to fill water, the dogs from the shacks were huddled with the pigs that had burrowed in the mud, and the dogs and pigs were both gray from the solid blanket of mosquitoes that covered them. It was a wonderful key when the east wind blew day and night, and you could walk 2 days with a gun and be in good country. It was country as unspoiled as when Columbus came to this coast. Then, when the wind dropped, the mosquitoes came in clouds from the marshes. To say they came in clouds, he thought, is not a metaphor. They truly came in clouds, and they could bleed a man to death. The people we are searching for would not have stopped in Romano, not with this calm. They must have gone further up the coast. "Ada," he called.
"What is it, Tom?"
Ada asked. He always swung up onto the bridge and landed as lightly as an acrobat, but with the weight of steel. "What's the score?"
"Willie is not himself, Tom. I took him out of the sun and made him drink and made him lie down. He's quiet now, but he looks at things too fixedly."
"Maybe he had too much sun on his bad head."
Maybe it's something else."
"What else?"
"Gil and Peters are sleeping. Gil had the duty to keep Peters awake last night. Henry is sleeping, and George went in with Antonio."
"They should be back soon."
"They will be."
"We must keep Willie out of the sun. I was stupid to send him forward, but I did it for discipline, without thinking."
"I am disassembling and cleaning the big ones, and I checked all the fuses from the dampness and rain of last night on the other stuff. Last night after the poker game, we disassembled and cleaned and oiled everything."
"Now, with the dampness, we have to make a daily check whether anything is fired or not."
"I know," Ada said. "We ought to disembark, Willie, but we can't do it here."
"Cayo Frances?"
"We could, but Havana would be better, and have them ship him from there. He's going to talk, Tom."
Thomas Hudson thought of something and regretted it.
"We never should have taken him after he had a medical discharge and with a bad head," Ada said.
"I know, but we did. How many damn mistakes have we made?"
"Not too many," Ada said. "Now may I go down and finish the work?"
"Yes," Thomas Hudson said. "Thank you very much."
"A sus órdenes," Ada said.
"I wish to hell they were better orders," Thomas Hudson said. Antonio and George were coming out with the dinghy, and Antonio came up on the bridge immediately and let George and Henry hoist the motor and the dinghy aboard. "Well," Thomas Hudson said.
"They must have gone by in the night, on the last of the breeze," Antonio said. "They would have seen them at the light if they came into the cut. The old man who has the skiff and the fish traps hadn't seen any turtle boat. He talks about everything, and he would have mentioned it, the lightkeeper said. Do you think we ought to go back and check with him?"
"No. I think they're down at Puerto Coco, or else at Guillermo."
"That's about where they would have reached with what wind they had."
"You sure they couldn't have gone through the cut at night?"
"Not with the best pilot that ever lived."
"Then we have to find them in the lee of Coco, or down by Guillermo. Let's get the anchor up and go." It was a very dirty coast, and he kept outside of everything and ran the edge of the 100-fathom curve. Inshore, there was a low, rocky coast and reefs and big patches of banks that came out dry with the low tide. There was a four-man watch, and Gil was on Thomas Hudson's left. Thomas Hudson looked toward the shore and saw the beginning of the green of the mangroves, and thought, what a hell of a place to be now in this calm. The clouds were piled high already, and he thought the squalls would come out earlier. There are about 3 places past Puerto Coco that I must search, he thought. I'd better hook her up a little more and get in there. Henry, he said, steer 285, will you? I want to go below and see Willie. Sing out if you sight anything. You don't need to watch inshore, Gil. Take the starboard watch forward. That's all too shallow inshore for them to be in there.
I like to watch inshore, Gil said. If you don't mind, Tom, there's a crazy channel that makes in almost against the beach, and a guy could have taken them there and put them in the mangroves.
Good, said Thomas Hudson. I'll send up Antonio.
I could see her mast in the mangroves with these big glasses.
I doubt it like hell, but you might.
Please, Tom, if you don't mind.
I agreed already.
I'm sorry, Tom, but I thought a guy might take her in there. We went in there once.
And we had to come out the same way we went in.
I know, but if the wind failed them and they had to hide in a hurry, we don't want to overrun them.
Right. But we are a long way out for you to see a mast. Besides, they would probably cut mangroves to hide the mast from the air.
I know, said Gil with Spanish stubbornness. But I have very good eyes, and these are 12-power glasses, and it is calm, so I see well, and
I said it was okay before.
I know, but I had to explain.
You've explained, Thomas Hudson said. And if you find a mast, you can stick it up my ass with peanuts on it. Gil felt a little hurt at this, but he thought it was funny, especially about the peanuts, and he searched the mangroves until the big glasses almost pulled the eyes out of his head. Below, Thomas Hudson was talking with Willie and watching the sea and the land. It was always strange how much less you saw when you were down from the bridge, and as long as things went well below, he felt a fool to be anywhere but at his post. He tried always to keep the necessary contact and avoid the idiocy of the uninspecting inspection. But he had delegated more and more authority to Antonio, who was a much better sailor than he was, and to Ara, who was a much better man. They are both better men than I am, he thought, and yet I should still be in command, using their knowledge and talent and their characters. Willie, he said, how are you, really?
I'm sorry about acting like a fool, but I'm sort of bad, Tom.
You know the rules about drinking, Thomas Hudson said. There aren't any. I don't want to use chicken shit words like the honor system.
I know, Willie said. You know I'm not a rummy.
We don't ship rummies.
Except Peters.
We didn't ship him. They gave him to us. He has his problems, too.
Old Angus is his problem, Willie said. And his goddamn problems get to be our problems too damn fast.
We'll skip him, Thomas Hudson said. You have anything else eating you?
Just in general.
How?
Well, I'm half crazy, and you're half crazy, and then we've got this crew of half-saints and desperate men.
It isn't bad to be half-saint and half-desperate man.
I know it. It's wonderful. But I was used to things being more regular.
Willie, there's nothing eating you, really. The sun bothers your head, and I'm sure drinking isn't good for it.
I'm sure, too, Willie said. I'm not trying to be a fuck-up, Tom, but did you ever go really crazy?
No, I always missed it.
It's a lot of bother, Willie said. And however long it lasts too long. But I'll stop drinking.
No, just drink easy like you always did.
I was using the drinking to stave it off.
We're always using drinking for something.
Sure, but this wasn't any gag. You think I lied to you, Tom?
We all lie, but I don't think you'd lie on purpose.
Go up on your bridge, Willie said. I see you watching the water all the time like it was some girl that was going to get away from you. I won't drink anything except seawater, maybe, and I'll help Ara break them to pieces and put them together again.
Don't drink, Willie.
If I said I won't, I won't.
I know.
Listen, Tom, can I ask you something?
Anything.
How bad is it with you?
I guess pretty bad.
Can you sleep?
Not much.
Last night?
Yes.
That was from walking the beach,
Willie said.
Go on up and forget about me. I'll be working with Ara at our trade.
Chapter 13. They had searched the beach for tracks at Puerto Coco, and they searched the mangroves beyond with the dinghy. There were some really good places for a turtle boat to hide, but they found nothing, and the squalls came out earlier with heavy rain that made the sea look as though it were leaping into the air in white, spurting jets. Thomas Hudson had walked the beach and gone back inland behind the lagoon. He had found the place where the flamingos came at high tide, and he had seen many wood ibis, the cocos that gave the key its name, and a pair of roseate spoonbills working in the marl of the edge of the lagoon. They were beautiful, with the sharp rose of their color against the gray marl, and their delicate, quick, forward-running movements, and they had the dreadful, hunger-ridden impersonality of certain wading birds. He could not watch them long because he wanted to check in case the people they were looking for had left the boat in the mangroves and camped in the high ground to be clear of the mosquitoes. He found nothing but the sight of an old charcoal burning, and he came out onto the beach after the first squall hit, and Ada had picked him up in the dinghy. Ada loved running the outboard in the rain and a bad squall, and he had told Thomas Hudson none of the searchers had found anything. Everybody was on board but Willie, who had taken the furthest stretch of beach beyond the mangroves.
"And you?"
Ada asked. Me, nothing.
"This rain will cool off, Willie. I'm going to get him when I put you on board. Where do you think they are, Tom?"
At Guillermo, that's where I'd be.
"Me too, and that's what Willie thinks too."
How was he?
"He's trying hard, Tom. You know Willie?"
Yes, said Thomas Hudson. They came alongside, and he climbed aboard. Thomas Hudson watched Ada pivot the dinghy on her stern and go off into the white squall. Then he called down for a towel and dried himself off on the stern. Henry said,
"Don't you want a drink, Tom? You were really wet."
"I'd like one."
"You want straight rum?"
"That's nice," Thomas Hudson answered. He went below to get a sweatshirt and shorts, and he saw that they were all cheerful.
"We all had a straight rum,"
Henry said, and brought him a glass half full.
"I don't think that way if you dry off quickly anyone can catch cold, do you?"
"Hi, Tom," said Peters. "Have you joined our little group of health drinkers?" "When did you wake up?" Thomas Hudson asked him.
"When I heard a gurgling noise."
"I'll make a gurgling noise some night and see if that wakes you up."
"Don't worry, Tom. Willie does that for me every night."
Thomas Hudson decided not to drink the rum. Then, seeing them all having had a drink and being cheerful and happy on an uncheerful errand, he thought it would be pompous and priggish not to take it. He wanted it, too. "Split this with me," he said to Peters. "You're the only son of a bitch I ever knew that could sleep better with earphones on than without them."
"That splits nothing,"
Peters said, entrenching himself in the retreat from formal discipline.
"That split doesn't give either of us anything."
"Get one of your own, then," Thomas Hudson said. "I like the goddamn stuff as well as you do." The others were watching, and Thomas Hudson could see Henry's jaw muscles twitching. "Drink it up," Thomas Hudson said, "and run all your mysterious machines tonight as well as you can for yourself and for the rest of us."
"For all of us," Peters said. "Who is the hardest working man on this ship?"
"Ada," Thomas Hudson said, and sipped the rum for the first time as he looked around. "And every fucking buddy else on board."
"Here's to you, Tom,"
Peters said. "Here's to you," Thomas Hudson said, and felt the words die cold and stale in his mouth. "To the earphone king," he said, in order to recover something he had lost. "To all gurgling noises," he added, being now a long way ahead as he should have been at the start.
"To my commander,"
Peters said, running his string out too far. "Any way you want to take it," Thomas Hudson said. "There are no articles that cover that with us, but I'll settle for that. Say it again."
"To you, Tom."
"Thanks," Thomas Hudson said, "but I will be a sad son of a bitch before I drink to you until all your radios and you are functioning." Peters looked at him, and into his face there came the discipline, and into his body, which was in bad shape, the carriage of a man who had served 3 hitches in something that he had believed in and left for something else, as Willie had, and he said, automatically and without reservations, "Yes, sir." "Drink to you," Thomas Hudson said, "and crank up all your fucking miracles." "Yes, Tom," Peters said, without any cheating, and without reservations. Well, I guess that's enough of that, Thomas Hudson thought. I better leave it as it lays and go back to the stern and watch my other problem child come aboard. I can never feel about Peters the way the rest of them all feel. I hope I know as well as they do what his defects are, but he has something. He is like the false carried so far that it is made true. It is certain that he is not up to handling what we have, but maybe he is up to much better things. Willie's the same, he thought. One is as bad one way as the other. They ought to be in now. He saw the dinghy coming through the rain, and the white drifted water that curled and blew under the lash of the wind. They were both thoroughly wet when they came aboard. They had not used their raincoats, but had kept them wrapped around their niños.
"Hi, Tom," Willie said. "Nothing but a wet ass and a hungry gut."
"Take these children,"
Ada said, and handed the wrapped submachine guns aboard. Nothing?
"Nothing multiplied by 10,
Willie said. He was standing on the stern, dripping, and Thomas Hudson called to Gil to bring 2 towels. Ada pulled the dinghy in by her painter and climbed aboard.
"Nothing of nothing of nothing," he said. "Tom, do we get overtime for rain?" "We ought to clean those weapons right away," Willie said.
"We'll get dry first," Ada said. "I'm wet enough. First I could never get wet, and now I have goose flesh even on my ass."
"Tom," Willie said, "you know those sons of bitches can sail in these squalls that they reef down and have the balls to."
I thought of that too.
"I think they lay up in the daytime with the calm, and then run with these afternoon squalls."
Where do you put them?
"I don't put them past Guillermo, but they could be."
We'll start at daylight and catch them at Guillermo tomorrow.
"Maybe we'll find them, and maybe they'll be gone."
Sure.
"Why the hell haven't we got radar?"
What good would it do us right now? What do you see in the screen, Willie?
"I'll pipe the hell down," Willie said. "Excuse me, Tom, but chasing something with UHF that hasn't got a radio?"
I know, said Thomas Hudson. But do you want to chase any better than we've been chasing?
"Yes. Is that okay?"
Okay.
"I want to catch the sons of bitches and kill every one of them."
What good would that do?
"You don't remember the massacre?"
Don't give me any of that massacre shit, Willie. You've been around too long for that.
Okay. I just want to kill them. Is that all right?
It's better than the massacre thing, but I want prisoners from a U-boat operating in these waters who can talk.
The last one you had didn't talk much.
No, neither would you if you were up the creek like he was.
Okay, Willie said. Can I draw a slug of the legal?
Sure, get on dry shorts and a shirt and don't make trouble.
With nobody?
Grow up, Thomas Hudson said.
Drop dead,
Willie said and grinned. That's the way I like you, Thomas Hudson told him. Keep it that way. Chapter 14. That night there was heavy lightning and thunder, and it rained until about 3 o'clock in the morning. Peters could get nothing on the radio, and they all slept hot and muggy until the sandflies came out after the rain stopped and wakened them, one after the other. Thomas Hudson pumped Flit down below, and there was coughing, and then less restless moving and slapping. He waked Peters by flitting him thoroughly, and Peters shook his head with the earphones on and said softly, "I've been trying hard, Tom, all the time, but there's nothing." Thomas Hudson looked at the glass with a torch, and it was rising. That will give them a breeze, he thought. Well, they can't say they haven't had luck again. Now I must figure that. He went back to the stern and sprayed all the Flit he could into the cabin without waking the people. He sat in the stern and watched the night clear and flitted himself occasionally. They were short of repellent, but had plenty of Flit. It burned where a man had been sweating, but it was better than sandflies. Their effect differed from mosquitoes in that you could not hear them before they hit, and there was an instant itching from the bite. The bites made a swelling about the size of a very small pea. In some places on the coast and on the Keys they were more virulent than in others. At least their bites seemed to be much more annoying, but he thought that could be the condition that our hides are in and how much they are burned and toughened. I do not know how the natives stand them. They have to be hardy people to live on this coast and in the Bahamas when the trades aren't blowing. He sat in the stern, watching and listening. There were 2 planes high in the sky, and he listened to the throbbing of the motors until they no longer could be heard. Big bombers going to Camagüey on the way to Africa, or going straight through to somewhere and nothing to do with us. Well, he thought they are not bothered by sandflies. Neither am I. The hell with them. The hell with them, and the hell I'm not. But I'd like to get some daylight and get out of here. We've checked all the way up to the end of the point, thanks to Willie, and I'll run the little channel right along the edge of the bank. There's only one bad place, and with the morning light I can see it okay, even in a calm. Then we'll be at Guillermo. They were underway at daylight, and Gil, who had the best eyes, was watching the green shoreline with the 12-power glasses. They were close enough to shore for him to see a cut mangrove branch. Thomas Hudson was steering, Henry was watching out to sea, Willie was backing up Gil.
"They're past this part anyway," Willie said.
"But we have to check," Ara said.
He was backing up Henry.
"Sure,"
Willie said.
"I was just commenting."
"Where's that Don patrol from that damn molasses ship at Cayo Frances?"
"They don't patrol on Sundays, do they?"
Willie asked.
"This must be a Sunday."
"There's going to be a breeze," Ara said. "Look at the cirrus."
"I'm afraid of one thing," Thomas Hudson said, "that they've gone in through the pass at Guillermo."
"We'll have to see."
"Let's hook the hell up and get there," Willie said. "This is getting on my nerves."
"That's the impression I get sometimes," Henry said. Willie looked at him and spat over the side.
"Thank you, Henry," he said. "That's the impression I wish to give."
"Break it up," Thomas Hudson said. "See that big coral head to starboard that's just awash? That's what we have to not hit. On the inside, gentlemen, is Guillermo. See how green she is and full of promise?"
"One more goddamn key," Willie said.
"Can you make out any smoke from charcoal burning?" Thomas Hudson asked. Gil swept it very carefully and said,
"No, Tom. The way it rained last night, there wouldn't be any smoke," Willie said.
"You're wrong for once, boy," Thomas Hudson said.
"Maybe."
"No, it could rain like hell all night and not put one of those big burnings out. I've seen it rain 3 days and hardly bother one."
"You know more about them than me," Willie said. "Okay, there could be smoke. I hope there is."
"That's a bad shoal," Henry said. "I don't believe they could run in those squalls along here." In the morning light, they could see 4 terns and 2 gulls working around the shoal. They had found something and were diving. The terns were crying and the gulls were screaming. "What are they into, Tom?" Henry asked. "I don't know. It looks like a school of bait fish that is too deep for them to work."
"Those poor bastard birds have to get up early in the morning than we do to make a living," Willie said. "People don't appreciate the work they put in."
"How are you going to run, Tom?"
Ada asked. "Just as close into the bank as I can, and right up to the head of the key."
"Are you going to check that half-moon key with the wreck?"
"I'll make a turn around it close in and everybody glass it, then I'll anchor in the bight inside the tip of Guillermo."
"We'll anchor,"
Willie said. "That's implied. Why do you get so ornery this early in the morning?"
"I'm not ornery. I'm just admiring the ocean and this beautiful coast Columbus first cast his eyes on. I'm lucky I didn't serve under that Columbus."
"I always thought you did," Thomas Hudson said.
"I read a book about him in the hospital at San Diego," Willie said. "I'm an authority on him, and he had a worse fucked-up outfit than this one."
"This isn't a fucked-up outfit."
"No," said Willie, "not yet."
"Okay, Columbus boy, do you see that wreck that bears about 20 degrees to starboard?"
"That's for your starboard watch to see," Willie said. "But I can see it okay with my one eye that works, and there is a booby bird from the Bahamas perched on it. He's probably come to reinforce us."
"Good," said Thomas Hudson. "He's what we need."
"I probably could have been a great ornithologist," Willie said. "Grandma used to raise chickens."
"Tom," Ara said, "do you think we can work a little closer in? The tide is high now."
"Sure," Thomas Hudson answered. "Ask Antonio to get up in the bow and let me know how much water I have."
"You got plenty of water, Tom," Antonio called. "Right into shore, you know this channel."
"I know, I just wanted to be sure."
"Do you want me to take her?"
"Thanks," said Thomas Hudson. "I do not."
"Now we can see the high ground beautifully," Ara said. "You take all of her, Gil. I'll just back you up. Glass her really well."
"Who takes the first quarter of the sea?" Willie asked. "How come you switched on me, anyway?"
"When Tom asked you to look at the wreck, we switched automatically. When you went to starboard, I went to port."
"That's too nautical for me," Willie said. "When you want to be nautical, be right or not at all. Why don't you say right or left, the same as in steering?"
"It was you who said starboard watch," Henry said.
"That's right, and from now on I'm going to say downstairs and upstairs, and the front and the back of the boat."
"Willie, get over with Gil and Ada and glass the beach, will you please?" Thomas Hudson said. "The beach, and carry it up to the first third of the key."
"Yes, Tom,"
Willie said. It was easy to see if there was anyone living on Cayo Guillermo on this, which was the windward side for nearly all of the year, but there was nothing showing as they moved close in along the coast. They came abeam of the point, and Thomas Hudson said, "I'll circle the Half Moon Key as close as I can, and you all glass it. If you notice anything, we can stand by and put the dinghy in." The breeze was starting to rise, and the sea was beginning to move, but it did not break yet on the shoals because of the high tide. Thomas Hudson looked ahead at the small rocky key. He knew there was a sunken wreck at the western end of it, but it showed only as a red-brown bulge with this high tide. There was a shallow bank and a sandy beach on the inside of this key, but he would not see the beach until he had rounded the wreck.
"There's somebody living on the key," Ada said. "I see smoke." "Right," said Willie. "It's on the leeward side, and the wind is carrying it to the west." "The smoke is about at the center of where the beach should be," Gil said.
"Can you see a mast?"
"No mast,"
Gil said.
"They could step the goddamn mast daytimes," Willie said.
"Go to your stations," Thomas Hudson said. "Ada, you stay here with me. Willie, tell Peters to get hooked up to talk whether anybody can hear him or not."
"What do you think?"
Ada asked when the others were gone. "I think if I were fishing and drying fish, that I would have come off here from Guillermo when the comms came and brought the mosquitoes."
"Me too."
"They aren't burning any charcoal on this key, and the smoke is small, so it must be a fresh fire."
"Unless it's the end of a bigger one."
"I thought of that."
"Then we'll see in 5 minutes."
They rounded the wreck, which had another booby bird sitting on it, and Thomas Hudson thought, "Our allies are checking in fast." Then they were coming up into the lee of the key, and Thomas Hudson saw the sand beach, the green behind it, and a shack with smoke coming from it. "Thank God," he said.
"Equally," Ada said. "I was afraid of the other thing, too."
There was no sign of any boats. "We're really close to them, I think. Get in fast with Antonio and tell me what you find. I'll lay her in right along the bank, tell them to stay at their stations and act natural." The dinghy spun and moved into the beach. Thomas Hudson watched Antonio and Ada walking toward the thatched shack. They were moving as fast as they could without running. They called to the shack, and a woman came out. She was dark as a sea Indian and was barefooted, and her long hair hung down almost to her waist. While she talked, another woman came out. She was dark, too, and long-haired, and she carried a baby. As soon as she finished speaking, Ada and Antonio shook hands with the two women and came back to the dinghy. They shoved off and started the motor and came out. Antonio and Ada came up onto the flying bridge while the dinghy was being hoisted aboard.
"There were 2 women," Antonio said. "The men are outside fishing. The woman with the baby saw a turtle boat go into the channel that goes inside. It went in when this breeze came up."
"That would be about an hour and a half ago," Thomas Hudson said, "with the tide falling now."
"Very strong," Antonio said. "It's dropping very fast, Tom."
"When she is down, there's not enough water to carry us through there."
"No."
"What do you think?"
"It's your ship."
Thomas Hudson swung the helm hard over and put in both motors up to 2,700 revolutions and headed for the point of the key. "They may run aground themselves," he said. "The hell with it."
"We can anchor if it gets too bad," Antonio said. "It's a marl bottom if we run aground, marl and mud."
"And rocky spots," Thomas Hudson said. "Get Gil up here for me to watch for the stakes. Ada, you and Willie check all the weapons. Stay up here, please, Antonio."
"The channel is a bastard," Antonio said. "But it's not impossible."
"She is impossible in low water, but maybe the other son of a bitch will ground too, or maybe the wind will fail."
"The wind won't fail, Tom,"
Antonio said.
"It's firm and solid now for the trade wind."
Thomas Hudson looked at the sky and saw the long white hackles of clouds of the east wind. Then he looked ahead, at the point of the main key, at the spot of key and the flats that were beginning to show. There he knew his trouble would start. Then he looked at the mess of keys ahead that showed like green spots on the water. "Can you pick up the stake yet, Gil?" he asked.
"No, Tom."
"It's probably only the branch of a tree or maybe a stick."
"I can't see anything yet."
"It ought to be dead ahead as we go."
"I see it, Tom. It's a tall stick, dead ahead as we go."
"Thank you," Thomas Hudson said. The flats on either side were white-yellow in the sun, and the tidal stream that came pouring out of the channel was the green water of the inner lagoon, It was not fouled nor cloudy from the marl of the banks because the wind had not had time to raise a sea that would disturb them. This made his piloting easier. Then he saw how narrow the cut was beyond the stake end, and he felt his scalp prickle.
"You can make it, Tom," Antonio said. "Hang close to the starboard bank. I'll see the cut when it opens up."
He hung close to the starboard bank and crawled along. Once he looked to the port bank and saw it was closer than the starboard, and he inched over to the right. "Is she throwing any mud?" he asked.
"Clouds."
They came to the wicked turn, and it was not as bad as he thought it would be. The narrow part they had come through was worse. The wind had risen now, and Thomas Hudson felt it blowing strongly on his bare shoulder as they ran broadside to it through this cut.
"The stake is dead ahead," Gil said. "It's only a branch of a tree."
"I've got it."
"Hold her hard against the starboard bank, Tom," Antonio said. "We have this one beat."
Thomas Hudson hugged the starboard bank as though he were parking a car against a curb. It did not look like a curb, though, but like the indented, muddy terrain of an old battlefield, when they fought with great concentrations of artillery that had suddenly been revealed from the bottom of the ocean and spread out like a relief map on his right. "How much mud are we throwing?"
"Plenty, Tom. We can anchor when we get through this cut, this side of Contrabando, or in the lee of Contrabando," Antonio suggested.
Thomas Hudson turned his head and saw Cayo Contrabando looking small and green and cheerful, and he said, "The hell with that. Sweep that key in the channel that shows for a turtle boat, please, Gil. I see the next 2 stakes." This channel was easy, but ahead he could see the sandbar on the right that was beginning to uncover. The closer they came to Cayo Contrabando, the narrower the channel became.
"Hold her to port of that stake,"
Antonio said. "That's what I'm doing." They passed the stake, which was only a dead branch. It was brown and blowing in the wind, and Thomas Hudson thought that with this wind blowing up they would have much less than the mean low water depths. "How's our mud?" he asked Antonio.
"Plenty, Tom."
"Do you see anything, Gil?"
"Only the stakes."
The water was beginning to be milky now from the sea that had risen with the wind, and it was impossible to see the bottom nor the banks, except when the ship sucked them dry. This is no good, Thomas Hudson thought. But it is no good for them either, and they have to tack in it. They must really be sailors. Now I have to decide whether they would take the old channel or the new one. That depends on their pilot. If he is young, he would probably take the new one. That is the one the hurricane blew out. If he is old, he will probably take the old channel from habit, and because it is safer. "Antonio," he said, "do you want to take the old canal or the new one?"
"They're both bad. It doesn't make much difference."
"What would you do?"
"I'd anchor in the lee of Contrabando and wait for the tide."
"We won't get enough tide to make it in daylight."
"That's the problem. You only asked me what I would do."
"I'm going to try to run the son of a bitch."
"It's your ship, Tom, but if we don't catch them, somebody else will."
"But why isn't Cayo Frances flying patrols over all this all the time?"
"They made a patrol this morning. Didn't you see it?"
"No, and why didn't you tell me?"
"I thought you saw it. One of those baby seaplanes."
"Shit," Thomas Hudson said. "It must have been when I was in the head and the generator was running."
"Well, it doesn't make any difference now," Antonio said. "But, Tom, the next 2 stakes are out."
"Can you see the next 2 stakes, Gil?"
"I can't see any stakes."
"The hell with it," Thomas Hudson said. "All I have to do is hug that next chicken shit little key and keep off the sand spit that runs north and south of it. Then we'll case that bigger key with the mangroves, and then we'll try for the old or the new channel."
"The east wind is blowing all the water out."
"The hell with the east wind," Thomas Hudson said. As he said the words, they sounded like a basic and older blasphemy than any that could have to do with the Christian religion. He knew that he was speaking against one of the great friends of all people who go to sea. So since he had made the blasphemy, he did not apologize. He repeated it.
"You don't mean that, Tom," Antonio said.
"I know it," Thomas Hudson said. Then he said to himself, making an act of contrition and remembering the verse unexactly, "Blow, blow, thou western wind, that the small rain down may rain. Christ, that my love were in my arms and I in my bed again." It's the same goddamn wind, only with the difference in latitude, he thought. They come from different continents, but they are both loyal and friendly and good. Then he repeated to himself again, Christ, that my love were in my arms and I in my bed again. The water was so muddy now that there was nothing to steer by except the ranges and the suction the ship made of water from the banks. George was in the bow with the lead, and Ada had a long pole. They measured their depths and called back to the bridge. Thomas Hudson had the feeling that this had happened before, in a bad dream. They had run many difficult channels, but this was another thing that had happened sometime in his life. Perhaps it had happened all his life. But now it was happening with such an intensification that he felt both in command and at the same time the prisoner of it. "Can you make out anything, Gil?" he asked.
Nothing.
"Do you want Willie up here?"
No, I see whatever Willie would see.
"I think he ought to be up anyway."
As you wish, Tom.
10 minutes later they were aground. Chapter 15. They were aground on a patch of mud and sandy bottom that should have been marked with a stake, and the tide was still falling. The wind was blowing hard and the water was muddy. Ahead was a medium-sized green key that looked set low in the water, and there was a scattering of very small keys to the left. To the left and the right there were patches of bare bank that were beginning to show as the water receded. Thomas Hudson watched flocks of shorebirds wheeling and settling on the banks to feed. Antonio had the dinghy over, and he and Ada ran out a bow anchor and 2 light stern anchors. "Do you think we need another bow anchor?" Thomas Hudson asked Antonio.
No, Tom, I don't think so.
"If the wind rises, it can push us against the flood when it comes."
I don't think it will, Tom, but it could.
"Let's get a small one out to windward and shift the big one further to leeward, then we don't have anything to worry about."
"All right," Antonio said. "I'd rather do that than run aground again in a bad place."
"Yeah," Thomas Hudson said. "We went into all that before."
"It's still the right thing to anchor."
"I know it. I just asked you to put out another small one and shift the big one."
"Yes, Tom,"
Antonio said. "Ada likes to lift anchors."
"Nobody likes to lift anchors."
"Ada." Antonio smiled and said,
"Maybe. Anyway, I agree with you.
"We always agree sooner or later."
But we mustn't let it be when it's too late."
Thomas Hudson watched the maneuver and looked ahead at the green key that was showing dark now at the roots of the mangroves as the tide fell. They could be in the bight on the south side of that key, he thought. This wind is going to blow until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and they could try to break out and run either of the channels in daylight when the flood starts. Then they could run that big lake of a bay, where there is nothing to worry about all night. They have lights and a good channel to get out with at the far end. It all depends on the wind. Ever since they had grounded, he had felt, in a way, reprieved. When they had grounded, he had felt the heavy bump of the ship as though he were hit himself. He knew it was not rocky as she hit. He could feel that in his hands and through the soles of his feet. But the grounding had come to him as a personal wound. Then, later, had come the feeling of reprieve that a wound brings. He still had the feeling of the bad dream, and that it had all happened before. But it had not happened in this way, and now, grounded, he had the temporary reprieve. He knew that it was only a reprieve, but he relaxed in it. Ada came up on the bridge and said,
"It's a good holding ground, Tom. We had them in there good with a trip line to the big one. When we raise the big one, we can't get out fast. We buoyed both our stern anchors with trip lines."
"I saw, thank you."
"Don't feel bad, Tom. The sons of bitches may be just behind that other key."
"I don't feel bad, I just feel delayed."
"It's not like smashing up a car or losing a ship. We're just aground, waiting for a tide."
"I know."
"Both wheels are sound. She's just in mud up to her ass."
"I know, I put her there."
"She'll come off as easy as she went in."
"Sure she will."
"Tom, are you worried about anything?"
"What would I be worried about?"
"Nothing. I only worried if you were worried."
"The hell with worry," Thomas Hudson said. "You and Gil go down, see everybody eats well and is cheerful. Afterwards we'll go in and check that key. That's all there is to do."
"Willie and I can go now. We don't have to eat."
"No, I'm going in later with Willie and Peters."
"No, me?"
"No, Peters speaks German. Don't tell him he's going in. Just wake him up and see he drinks plenty of coffee."
"Why can't I go, too?"
"The dinghy is too damn small." Gil left him the big glasses and went down with Ada. Thomas Hudson studied the key carefully with the big glasses and saw that the mangroves were too high for him to learn anything about what was inside. There were other trees mixed with the mangroves on the solid part of the key, and they brought the height up even more, so that he could not possibly see if there was any mast showing in the horseshoe-shaped shelter on the far side. The big glasses hurt his eyes, and he put them in their case, and hung the strap of the case on a hook, and laid the glasses flat on the frag rack. He was happy to be alone again on the flying bridge, and he relaxed for the short time of his reprieve. He watched the shorebirds working on the flats, and he remembered what they had meant to him when he was a boy. He could not feel the same about them now, and he had no wish to kill them, ever. But he remembered the early days with his father in a blind on some sand spit with tin decoys out, and how they would come in as the tide lowered and bared the flats, and how he would whistle the flock in as they were circling. It was a sad whistle, and he made it now and turned one flock, but they veered off from the stranded ship and went far out to feed. He swept the horizon with the big glasses once, and there was no sign of any boat. Maybe they have made it out through the new channel and into the inside passage, he thought. It would be nice if someone else caught them. We can't catch them now without a fight. They will not surrender to a dinghy. He had been thinking so long in their heads that he was tired of it. I am really tired, finally, he thought. Well, I know what I have to do, so it is simple. Duty is a wonderful thing. I do not know what I would have done without duty since young Tom died. He could have painted, he told himself. Or he could have done something useful. Maybe, he thought. Duty is simpler. This is useful, he thought. Do not think against it. It helps to get it over with. That's all we are working for. Christ knows what there is beyond that. We've chased these characters quite well, and now take a 10-minute break and then proceed with your duty. The hell with quite well, he thought. We've chased them very well. Don't you want to eat, Tom? Ada called up. I don't feel hungry, kid, Thomas Hudson said. I'll take the bottle of cold tea that's on the ice. Ada handed it up, and Thomas Hudson took it and relaxed against the corner of the flying bridge. He drank from the bottle of cold tea and watched the biggest key that was ahead. The mangrove roots were showing plainly now, and the key looked as though it were on stilts. Then he saw a flight of flamingos coming from the left. They were flying low over the water, lovely to see in the sunlight. Their long necks were slanted down, and their incongruous legs were straight out, immobile, while their pink and black wings beat, carrying them toward the mud bank that was ahead and to the right. Thomas Hudson watched them and marveled at their downswept black and white bills and the rose color they made in the sky, which made their strange individual structures unimportant, and still each one was an excitement to him. Then, as they came up on the green key, he saw them all swing sharply to the right, instead of crossing the key. Ada, he called down. Ada came up and said, Yes, Tom. Check out 3 Ninos with 6 clips apiece and put them in the boat with a dozen frags and a middle-sized aid kit. Send Willie up here, please. The flamingos had settled on the bank to the far right and were feeding busily. Thomas Hudson was watching them when Willie said, Look at those goddamn flamingos. They spooked, flying over the key. I'm pretty sure that boat or another boat is inside there. Do you want to go in with me, Willie? Of course. Did you finish chow? The condemned man ate a hearty lunch. Help Ada, then. Is Ada going with us? I'm taking Peters because he speaks German. Can we take Ada instead? I don't want to be with Peters in a fight. Peters may be able to talk us out of a fight. Listen, Willie, I want prisoners, and I don't want their pilot to get killed. You're making a lot of conditions, Tom. With them 8 or 9 maybe, and we 3. Who the hell knows we know they have the pilot anyway? We know. Let's not be so fucking noble. I asked you if you wanted to come. I'm coming, Willie said. Only that Peters. Peters will fight. Send Antonio and Henry up, will you, please? Do you think they are in there, Tom? Antonio asked. I'm pretty sure. Can't I go in with you, Tom? Henry asked. No, she will only take 3. If anything happens to us, try and nail her with the 50 if she tries to come out on the first of the tide. Afterwards, you'll find her in the long bay. She'll be damaged. She probably won't even be able to make it out. Get a prisoner if you can, and get into Cayo Frances and check in. Couldn't I go instead of Peters? Henry asked. No, Henry, I'm sorry, but he speaks German. You have a good crew, Thomas Hudson said to Antonio. If everything goes well with us, I'll leave Willie and Peters on board with whatever there is and bring a prisoner back in the dinghy.
Our last prisoner didn't last very long.
I'll try and bring a good, strong, healthy one. Go on down and see everything is secured. I want to watch the flamingos for a little while. He stood on the flying bridge and watched the flamingos. It is not just their color, he thought. It's not just the black on that rose pink. It is their size and that they are ugly in detail and yet perversely beautiful. They must be a very old bird from the earliest times. He did not watch them through the glasses because he did not want details now. He wanted the roseate mass on the gray-brown flat. 2 other flocks had come in now, and the banks were colored in a way that he would not have dared to paint. Or I would have dared to paint, and would have painted, he thought. It is nice to see flamingos before you make this trip. I better not give them time to worry or think too much. He climbed down from the bridge and said, "Gil, get up there and keep your glasses on the quay. Henry, if you hear a lot of noise and then the turtle boat should come out from behind the quay, shoot her fucking bow off. Everybody get up and glass where the survivors are and you can hunt them tomorrow. Plug the dinghy where she is shot up and use her. The turtle boat has a skiff and you can plug her up and use her too if we don't damage her too badly." Antonio said, "Do you have any other orders?" "Just keep your bowels open and try to lead clean lives. We'll be back in a little while. Come on, you 2 gentlemen bastards, let's go."
"Grandmother always claimed I wasn't a bastard," Peter said. "She said I was the nicest-looking, most legitimate little baby in the county."
Mother claimed I wasn't a bastard, too,
Willie said.
"Where do you want us, Tom?"
"She trims best with you in the bow, but I'll take the bow if you like."
"Get in and steer her," Willie said. "You got a really good ship now."
"I've got my finger on my number," Thomas Hudson said. "I'm working up. Come aboard, Mr. Peters."
"Happy to be aboard, Admiral,"
Peters said. "Good hunting," Henry said.
"Drop dead,"
Willie called. The motor caught and they were off toward the silhouette of the quay that was lower in the water now because of their lack of altitude. "I'm going alongside and will board her without hailing." The 2 men nodded, one amidships and one in the bow. "Get your junk hung. I don't give a shit if it shows," Thomas Hudson said.
"I don't know where I'd hide it," Peters said. "I feel like one of Grandma's mules now."
"Then be a mule. It's a fucking good animal."
"Tom, do I have to remember all that shit about the pilot?"
"Remember it, but use your head."
"Well,"
said Peters,
"we haven't any fucking troubles anymore."
"We better all pipe down," Thomas Hudson said. "We'll all 3 board at the same time, and if they're below, you ask them and Kraut to come out with their hands up. We have to stop talking because they can hear voices a long way above the noise of an outboard."
"What do we do if they don't come out?"
Willie throws in a grenade.
"What do we do if they're on deck?"
"Sweep the deck according to our sectors, me the stern, Peters amidships, you the bow."
"Then do I throw in a grenade?"
"Sure. We ought to get woundeds that we can save, that's why I brought the kit."
"I thought that was for us."
"Us too. Now let's pipe down. Do you have it clear?"
"Clearer than shit,"
Willie said.
"Has there been an issue of asshole corks?"
Peters asked. "They dropped it from the plane this morning. Didn't you get yours?"
"No, but Grandma always said I had the slowest digestion of any baby in the whole of the South. They got one of my diapers in the Smithsonian Institute of the Confederacy."
"Cut out this shit,"
Willie said, leaning back in order not to talk loudly.
"Are we doing all this in daylight, Tom?"
"Now."
"I'll be a sad son of a bitch," said Willie. "I have fallen among thieves and bastards."
"Shut up, Willie, and let's see you fight." Willie nodded his head and looked ahead with his good eye toward the green mangrove quay which lay tiptoed on its brown-red roots. He only said one more thing before they rounded the point.
"They got good oysters on those roots."
Thomas Hudson nodded. Chapter 16. They saw the turtle boat when they rounded the point of the quay and passed through the channel which separated it from another small quay. She was lying with her bow close into shore, and there were vines hanging from her mast, and her deck was covered with new-cut mangrove branches. Willie leaned back, and with his voice almost against Peter's ear, said in a low voice,
"Her skiff is missing. Pass the word."
Peters leaned his blotched, freckled face back and said,
Her skiff's missing, Tom. There must be some ashore.
We'll board her and sink her, Thomas Hudson said. Same plan. Pass the word. Peters bent forward and spoke into Willie's ear, and Willie's head started to shake. Then he held up his hand with the familiar 0. 0 as an asshole, Thomas Hudson thought. They came up on her as fast as the little coffee mill of an engine would take them, and Thomas Hudson put her smartly alongside without bumping. Willie lifted the grapple over the gunwale of the turtle boat and pulled it fast, and the three of them were on the deck almost at the same time. Underneath their feet there were mangrove branches with their dead, fresh smell, and Thomas Hudson saw the vine-draped mast, as though now it were a dream again. He saw the hatch open, and a forward hatch open and covered with branches. There was no one on deck. Thomas Hudson waved Willie forward past this hatch and covered the other one with his submachine gun. He checked that the safety lever was on full automatic. Under his bare feet he could feel the hard roundness of the branches, the slipperiness of the leaves, and the heat of the wooden deck. "Tell them to come out with their hands up," he said quietly to Peters. Peters spoke in rough, throaty German. Nobody answered, and nothing happened. Thomas Hudson thought, Grandma's boy has a good delivery, and said, "Tell them again we give them 10 seconds to come out. We will treat them as prisoners of war, then count 10. Peters spoke so it sounded like the voice of all German doom. His voice holds up magnificently, Thomas Hudson thought, and turned his head fast to see if the skiff were in sight. He could only see the brown roots and the green of the mangroves. "Count 10 and put one in," he said. "Watch that fucking forward hatch, Willie."
"It's got those fucking branches covering it."
"Push one in with your hands when Peters goes. Don't throw it." Peters reached 10, and standing there, tall, loose-jointed like a pitcher on the mound, holding his submachine gun under his left arm, he pulled the pin of the grenade with his teeth, held it spurting smoke a moment as though he were warming it, and tossed it with the underhand motion of a Karl Mays into the darkness of the hatch. As Thomas Hudson watched him, he thought, he's a great actor, and he doesn't think there's anything down there. Thomas Hudson hit the deck, covering the mouth of the hatch with his Thompson. Peters' grenade exploded with a flashing crack and a roar, and Thomas Hudson saw Willie opening the brush to drop a grenade in the forward hatch. Then, to the right of the mast, where the vines hung, he saw the muzzle of a gun come up from between the branches on the same hatch where Willie was working. He fired at it, but it fired 5 quick flashes, clattering like a child's rattle. Then Willie's grenade went with a big flash, and Thomas Hudson looked and saw Willie in the scuppers pull the pin on another grenade to throw in. Peters was on his side with his head on the gunwale. Blood was running from his head into the scuppers. Willie threw, and the grenade had a different sound because it rolled further into the boat before it burst.
"You think there are any more of the cocksuckers?" Willie called.
"I'll put one more in from here," Thomas Hudson said. He ducked and ran to get out of any fire from the big hatch and pulled the pin on another grenade, gray, heavy, solid, and notched in the grip of his hand, and crossing forward of the hatch he rolled it down into the stern. There was the crack, boom, and smoke where pieces of the deck came up. Willie was looking at Peters, and Tom came over and looked at him too. He did not look very different than usual.
"Well, we've lost our interpreter,"
Willie said. His good eye was twitching, but his voice was the same. "She's settling fast," Thomas Hudson said.
"She was aground already, but she's going over on her beam ends now."
"We've got a lot of uncompleted business, Willie."
"And we traded even, 1 for 1. But we sunk the damn boat."
"You better get the hell back to the ship and get back here with Ada and Henry. Tell Antonio to bring her abreast of the point as soon as he gets the tide."
"I have to check below first."
"I'll check."
"No," Willie said. "That's my trade."
"How do you feel, kid?"
"Fine. Only sorry to hear of the loss of Mr. Peters. I'll get a rag or something to put over his face. We ought to straighten him out with his head uphill now she's careening like this."
"How's the crowd in the bow?"
"He's a mess."
Chapter 17. Willie was gone now to bring Ada and Henry. Thomas Hudson lay behind the parapet the high gunwale of the turtle boat made. His feet were against the hatch, and he was watching for the skiff. Peters lay feet downward on the other side of the hatch, and his face was covered by a German Navy fatigue shirt. I never realized he was so tall, Thomas Hudson thought. He and Willie had both searched the turtle boat, and it was a mess. There had only been one German on board. He was the one who had shot Peters, and he had evidently taken him for the officer. There was one other Schmeisser machine pistol aboard, and close to 2,000 rounds of ammunition in a metal case, which had been opened with pliers or a can opener. Presumably the men who had gone ashore had been armed because there were no weapons on board. The skiff was at least a 16-foot heavy turtler from the chocks and the marks that she had left on the deck. They still had a quantity of food. It was mostly dried fish and hard roasted pork. It was the wounded man who had been left on board who had shot Peters. He had a bad thigh wound that was nearly healed, and another nearly healed wound in the fleshy part of his left shoulder. They had good charts of the coast and of the West Indies, and there was one carton of camels without stamps, and marked ship's supplies. They had no coffee nor tea, nor any liquors of any sort. The problem now was what they would do. Where were they? They must have seen or heard the small fight on the turtle boat, and they might return to pick up their stores. They would have seen one man leave by himself in the dinghy with the outboard, and from the shots and the explosion of the frags, there could easily be 3 men dead or incapacitated aboard. They would come back for stores or anything else that might be hidden, and then break for the mainland in the dark. They could shove the skiff off anything that she might ground on. The skiff must be a sturdy craft. Thomas Hudson had no radio operator, and it was therefore impossible to give a description of the skiff, and nobody would be looking for her. Then, if they wanted to, and had the will to try it, they could try to assault the ship at night. That seemed extremely unlikely. Thomas Hudson thought it out as carefully as he could. Finally, he decided, I believe that they will go inside the mangroves and haul the skiff in and hide it. If we go in after them, they can ambush us easily. Then they will run for the open inside bay and push on and try and pass Cayo Frances at night. That is easy. They may pick up supplies or raid for them, and they will keep on pushing to the westward and try to make one of the German outfits around Havana where they will hide them and pick them up. They can easily get a better boat. They can jump one or steal one. I have to report at Cayo Frances and deliver Peters and get my orders. The trouble won't come until Havana. There's a lieutenant commanding at Cayo Frances, and we won't have any trouble there, and they can keep Peters. I have enough ice to handle him to there, and I gas there, and get ice at Caibarien. We are going to get these characters, for better or for worse. But I am not going to put Willie and Ada and Henry into one of those burp gun massacres in the mangroves for fuck all nothing. There are 8 of them, anyway, from the looks of everything on board. I had a chance to catch them today with their pants down, and I blew it because they were too smart or too lucky, and they are always efficient. We've lost one man, and he is our radio operator, but we have cut them down to a skiff now. If I see the skiff, we will destroy it and blockade the island and hunt them down on it. But I'm not going to stick our necks into any of those 8 against 3 traps. If it is my ass afterwards, it is my ass. It's going to be my ass anyway, now that I've lost Peters. If I lost any irregulars, nobody would give a damn, except me and the ship. I wish they would get back, he thought. I don't want those bastards coming out to see what gives aboard this vessel and have the Battle of No-Name Key by myself. I wonder what they are doing in there, anyway. Maybe they went for oysters. Willie mentioned the oysters. Maybe they just didn't want to be on this turtle boat in daylight if a plane came over and spotted her. But they must know the hours those planes work on by now. Hell, I wish they would come out and get it over with. I've got good cover, and they'd have to get in range before they try to come aboard. Why do you suppose that wounded man didn't open up on us when we came over the side? He must have heard the outboard. Maybe he was asleep. The outboard makes very little noise, anyway. There are too many whys in this business, he thought, and I'm not at all sure I have it figured out properly. Maybe I should not have jumped the boat. But I think I had to do that. We sunk the boat and lost Peters and killed one man. That is not very brilliant, but it still adds up. He heard the hum of the outboard and turned his head. He saw her coming around the point, but he could only see one man in her. It was Ada in the stern. But he noticed she was loaded deep, and he realized that Willie and Henry must be lying flat. Willie's really smart, he thought. Now the people on the quay don't know but that there may be only one man in the dinghy, and they will see it as a different man from the one that took her away. I don't know whether that is smart or not, but Willie must have figured it. The dinghy came up in the lee of the turtle boat, and Thomas Hudson saw Ada's great chest, his long arms, and his brown face that was serious now, and he could see the nervous twitching of his legs. Henry and Willie lay flat with their heads on their arms. When the dinghy came into the lee of the turtle boat that was careened away from the quay, and Ada held the rail, Willie turned on his side and said,
"Get aboard, Henry, and crawl up there with Tom. Ada will hand you your junk. You've got Peter's junk, too."
Henry climbed cautiously up the steep deck on his belly. He took one look at Peters as he crawled by him.
"Hi, Tom," he said.
Thomas Hudson put his hand on Henry's arm and said softly, "Get up in the bow and keep absolutely flat. Don't let anything show over the gunwale."
"Yes, Tom,"
the big man said, and began inching down to crawl up to the bow. He had to crawl over Peter's legs, and he picked up his submachine gun and clips and stuck the clips in his belt. He felt in Peter's pockets for frags and hung them on his belt. He patted Peters on the legs, and holding the two submachine guns by the muzzles, he crawled up to his post in the bow. Thomas Hudson saw him look down into the blasted forward hatch as he crawled up the steep deck over the broken mangroves. His face gave no sign of what he saw there. When he was under the lee of the gunwale, he put the two submachine guns by his right hand and then tested the functioning of Peter's gun and put in a fresh clip. He laid the other clips along the gunwale and unhooked the grenades from his belt and laid them out within reach. When he saw him in position and looking out at the greenness of the quay, Thomas Hudson turned his head and spoke to Willie, who was lying in the bottom of the dinghy with his good and his bad eyes shut against the sun. He was wearing a faded khaki shirt with sleeves and ragged shorts, and he had a pair of sneakers on. Otto was sitting in the stern, and Thomas Hudson noticed his thatch of black hair and the way his big hands gripped the gunwale. His legs were still jumping, but Thomas Hudson had known for a long time how nervous he always was before action, and how beautiful he was once things started. "Willie," Thomas Hudson said, "you have anything figured?" Willie opened his good eye and kept his bad eye closed against the sun.
"I asked permission to go in on the far side of the quay and see what the hell gives. We can't let them get out of here."
"I'll go in with you."
"No, Tommy, I know this shit and it's my trade."
"I don't want you to go in alone."
"That's the only way on this. You trust me, Tommy. Ara will come back here and back up your play if I flush them. He can come in and pick me up on the beach if there isn't any trouble."
He had both eyes open, and he was looking hard at Thomas Hudson the way a man looks who is trying to sell an appliance to someone who should really have it if they can afford it. "I'd rather go in with you."
"Too fucking much noise, Tom. I tell you truly, I know this shit good. I'm a fucking expert. You'll never find anybody like me."
"Okay, go in," Thomas Hudson said. "But bust up their skiff."
"What the hell you think I'm going to do? Go in there and jerk off?"
"If you're going in, you better get in."
"Tom, now you've got two traps set, the ship and here. Ara makes you mobile. You have one expendable, medically discharged Marine to lose. What's holding you up?"
"You talking so much," Thomas Hudson said. "Get the hell in and shit bless you."
"Drop dead,"
Willie told him. "You sound in good shape," Thomas Hudson said, and explained rapidly in Spanish to Otto what they were going to do.
"Don't bother,"
Willie said.
"I can talk to him lying down."
Otto said,
"I'll be right back, Tom."
Thomas Hudson watched him yank the motor alive and watched the dinghy move out with Otto's broad back and black head in the stern and Willie lying in the bottom. He had turned around so that his head was close to Otto's feet and he could talk to him. The good, brave, worthless son of a bitch, Thomas Hudson thought. Old Willie. He made up my mind for me when I was starting to put things off. I would rather have a good Marine, even a ruined Marine, than anything in the world when there are chips down. And we have chips down now. Good luck, Mr. Willie, he thought. And don't drop dead. "How are you, Henry?" he asked softly.
"Fine, Tom. It was very gallant of Willie to go in, don't you think?"
He never even heard of the word, Thomas Hudson said. He just conceived it to be his duty.
"I'm sorry we haven't been friends."
"Everybody is friends when things are bad enough."
"I'm going to be friends from now on."
"We're all going to do a lot of things from now on," Thomas Hudson said. "I wish from now on would start." Chapter 18. They were lying on the hot deck watching the line of the quay. The sun was strong on their backs, but the wind cooled them. Their backs were nearly as brown as the sea Indian women they had seen this morning on the outer quay. That seemed as long ago as all his life, Thomas Hudson thought. That and the open sea and the long, breaking reefs and the dark, depthless tropic sea beyond were as far away as all of his life was now. We could have just gone up the open sea with this breeze and made Cayo Frances, and Peters would have answered their blinker, and we all would have had cold beer tonight. Don't think about it, boy, he thought. This is what you had to do. Henry, he said, how are you doing?
Splendidly, Tom, Henry said very softly. A frag couldn't blow up from getting too hot in the sun, could it?
I've never seen it, but it can increase their potency.
I hope Ara's got some water, Henry said.
Don't you remember them putting it in?
No, Tom, I was looking after my own equipment, and I didn't notice.
Then against the wind they heard the noise of the outboard on the dinghy. Thomas Hudson turned his head carefully and saw her round the point. The dinghy was riding high and Otto was in the stern. He could see the width of his shoulders and his black head at this distance. Thomas Hudson turned his head again to watch the quay, and he saw a night heron rise from the trees in the center and fly away. Then he saw 2 wood ibis rise and wheel and fly off with quick flapping, then coasting, then quick flapping wing beats downwind toward the little quay. Henry had watched them too, and he said,
Willie must be getting pretty well in.
Yes, Thomas Hudson said. They came off the high ridge in the center of the quay.
Then nobody else was there.
Not if it was Willie who scared them.
That's about where Willie would be by now if he didn't have too bad going.
Keep down low now when Ada comes. Ada brought the dinghy along the careened lee of the turtle boat and put the grapnel aboard against the gunwale. He climbed carefully aboard with the ease of a bear. He had a water bottle and a bottle of tea in an old gin bottle, each tied to a piece of heavy fishing line that suspended them over his neck. He crawled up to lie beside Thomas Hudson.
What about some of the damn water?
Henry asked. Ada laid his stuff down beside Thomas Hudson's, untied the water bottle from the fish line, and crawled carefully along the slanted deck above the 2 hatches to where Henry was stationed.
Drink it, he said. Don't try to bathe with it.
He slapped Henry on the back and crawled back to lie beside Thomas Hudson.
Tom, he said, speaking very low, we saw nothing. I landed Willie on the port side, almost directly opposite us, and went out to the ship. There I went aboard on the lee side away from the quay. I explained everything to Antonio, and he understood well. Then I filled the outboard with gas and filled the reserve can and brought out the iced tea and the water.
Good, said Thomas Hudson. He dropped down the deck a little way and took a long pull at the bottle of iced tea. Thank you very much for the tea.
It was Antonio who thought of it. We forgot certain things in our hurry at the start.
Move down toward the stern so you can cover it.
Yes, Tom,
Ada said. They lay there in the sun and the wind, and each one watched the quay. Occasionally a bird or a pair of birds would fly up, and they knew these birds had been frightened either by Willie or by the others.
The birds must make Willie angry, Ada said. He didn't think about that when he went in.
He might just as well be sending up balloons, Thomas Hudson answered. He was thinking, and he turned to look over his shoulder. He did not like any of it now. There were too many birds getting up from the quay. And what reason now had they to believe that the others were in there now? Why would they have gone in there in the first place? Lying on the deck, he had a hollow feeling in his chest that both he and Willie had been deceived. Maybe they haven't sucked us in. But it does not look good with so many birds getting up, he thought. Another pair of wood ibis rose not far from the shore, and Thomas Hudson turned to Henry and said, "Get down on the forward hatch, Henry, please, and keep watch inland."
"It's awfully messy in there." "I know." "All right, Tom."
"Leave your frags and clips. Just take a frag in your pocket and the Nino." Henry eased himself down into the hatch and looked out toward the inside keys that masked the channel. His expression had not changed, but he was tight-lipped, keeping it in order. "I'm sorry about it, Henry," Thomas Hudson said to him. "It's just the way it has to be for a while." "I don't mind it," Henry said. Then the studied severity of his face cracked, and he smiled his wonderful good smile.
It's that it isn't exactly the way I would plan to spend a summer.
Me either, but things don't look so open and shut right now. A bittern came out from the mangroves, and Thomas Hudson heard it squawk and watched its nervous, swooping flight downwind. Then he settled down to trace Willie's progress along the mangroves by the rising and the flight of the birds. When the birds stopped rising, he was sure he was headed back. Then, after a time, they were being put up again, and he knew Willie was working out the windward curve of the key. After 3/4 of an hour, he saw a great white heron rise in panic and start its slow, heavy wing beats to windward, and he said to Ada, "He'll be out now. Better go down to the point and pick him up."
"I see him," Ada said in a moment. "He just waved. He's lying down just in from the beach."
"Go get him and bring him back lying down." Ada slid back down to the dinghy with his weapon and with a couple of frags in his pockets. He got into the stern of the dinghy and cast her off.
"Toss me the tea bottle, will you, Tom?"
Ada caught it using both hands for surety instead of the one-hand catch he would usually have made. He enjoyed catching frags one-handed and the hardest way possible, just as he enjoyed crimping detonator caps with his teeth. But this tea was for Willie, and he appreciated what Willie had been through, even though there were no results, and he placed the bottle carefully under the stern and hoped it was still cool.
"What do you think, Tom?"
Henry asked. "We're fucked, for the moment." In a little while the dinghy was alongside, and Willie was lying in the bottom with the bottle of tea in both hands. His hands and face were scratched and bloody, although he had washed them with seawater, and one sleeve was torn off his shirt. His face was bulging with mosquito bites, and there were lumps from mosquito bites wherever his flesh was bare.
"There's not a goddamn thing, Tom," he said. "They never were on that key. You and I weren't too damn smart."
"No."
"What do you think?"
"They went inside after they grounded. Whether for keeps or to make a recon of the channels, I don't know."
"Do you think they saw us board?"
"They could have seen everything or nothing. They're pretty low in the water to see."
"They ought to have heard it downwind."
"They should have."
"So now?"
"You get out to the ship and send Ada back for Henry and me. They might still be back."
"What about Peters? We can't take him."
"Take him now."
"Tommy, you're parapeted up on the wrong side," Willie said. "We've both been wrong, and I'm not offering any advice."
"I know it. I'm going down in the after hatch as soon as Ada loads Peters."
"He better load him by himself," Willie said. "They could see silhouettes, but they couldn't make out an object flat on the deck without glasses."
Thomas Hudson explained to Ada, and Ada climbed up and handled Peters quite easily and impersonally, but he knotted the cloth behind his head. He was neither tender nor rough, and all he said as he lifted him and slid him head first into the dinghy was,
"He is very rigid." "That's why they call them stiffs," Willie said. "Didn't you ever hear?"
"Yes," Ada said. "We call them fiambres, which means cold meats, as in a restaurant when you can have fish or cold meats. But I was thinking of Peters. He was always so limber."
"I'll get him right back, Tom. Do you need anything?"
"Luck," Thomas Hudson said. "Thank you for the recon, Willie."
"Just the usual shit,"
Willie said. "Have Gil put merthiolate on the scratches."
"Fuck the scratches," Willie said. "I'm going to run as a jungle man."
Thomas Hudson and Henry were looking out from the two hatches toward the broken and indented line of keys that lay between them and the long bay that formed the inland channel. They spoke in a normal tone of voice, since they knew the others could not be closer than those small green islands. "You watch," Thomas Hudson said. "I'm going to throw that ammunition of theirs overboard and have another look around below." Below he found several things he had not noticed before, and he lifted the case of ammunition out onto the deck and pushed it over the side. "I suppose I should have scattered all the cartons," he thought, "but the hell with it." He brought up the Schmeisser pistol and found it was not functioning. He laid it down with his own stuff. "I'll let Ada break it down," he thought. "At least we know why they did not take it with them. Do you suppose they left that wounded man behind just as a reception committee and pulled out? Or do you suppose they made him comfortable and went off for a recon? How much do you think they saw, and how much do they know?"
"Don't you think we might have kept that ammo for evidence?"
Henry asked. We're way past the evidence stage now.
But it's always good to have it. You know how stuffy they are, and they'll probably just evaluate the whole thing as doubtful. Maybe O and I won't even give it a doubtful. Do you remember the last one, Tom?
Yes, I remember.
She went all the way up the mouth of the Mississippi, and she's still doubtful.
That's correct.
I think we might have kept the ammo.
Henry, Thomas Hudson said, please take it easy. The deads from the massacre are on the quay. We have Schmeisser bullets from them and from the dead kraut. We have another dead kraut buried with the location in the log. We have this turtle boat sunk and a dead kraut in her bows. We have 2 Schmeisser pistols. One is non-functioning and the other is smashed by the frag.
A hurricane will come along and blow everything away, and it will say the whole thing is doubtful.
All right, said Thomas Hudson. Let's concede the whole thing is doubtful. And Peters?
One of us probably shot him.
Sure. We'll have to go through all that. They heard the outboard and then saw Ada round the point. That dinghy rides as high in the bow as a canoe, Thomas Hudson thought. Get your junk together, Henry, he said. We're going back to the ship.
I'm glad to stay aboard this thing if you want me to.
No, I want you on the ship. After Ada came alongside, Thomas Hudson changed his mind. Stay here, Henry, a little while, and I'll send Ada for you. If they come out, get a frag into the skiff if they come alongside. Take this back hatch where you have lots of room. Use your head.
Yes, Tom, thank you for letting me stay.
I'd stay and send you in, but I have to talk things over with Antonio.
I understand. Shouldn't I fire on them when they're alongside before I throw the frag?
If you want, but keep your head down and then throw the frag in from the other hatch and hold it all you can. He was lying in the lee scuppers, passing his things to Ada. Then he lowered himself over the side. Is there too much water for you down there? He asked Henry.
No, Tom. It's quite all right.
Don't get claustrophobia and keep a good lookout. If they come in, let them get right alongside before you make your play.
Of course, Tom.
Think of it as a duck blind.
I don't have to, Tom.
Thomas Hudson was lying flat on the planking of the dinghy now. Ada will be back as soon as you ought to come in.
Don't worry, Tom. I can stay here all night if you like, but I'd like Ada to bring out something to eat, and a little rum, perhaps, and some more water.
He'll be back and pick you up, and we'll have a little rum on board. Ada pulled the cord on the motor, and they headed for the ship. Thomas Hudson felt the frags along his legs and the weight of the Niño across his chest. He put his arms around it and cuddled it, and Ada laughed and leaned down and said,
"This is a bad life for good children."
Chapter 19. They were all on board the ship now, and it was cool in the late afternoon wind. The flamingos were gone from the flat, although it was still uncovered. The flat was gray in the afternoon light, and there was a flock of willets working over it. Beyond was the shallow water, the channels that could not be seen for the mud, and in the background were the quays. Thomas Hudson was standing now on the flying bridge, leaning against a corner of it, and Antonio was talking to him.
"We don't get a high tide until after 11 tonight," Antonio said. "This wind is emptying the water right out of the bay and the flats, and I don't know what sort of depths we will have."
"Will it float her, or will we have to kedge off?"
"It will float her, but we haven't any moon."
"That's right. That's why we have these big springs."
"She only made last night," Antonio said. "She's new. We didn't see her last night because of the squall."
"That's right."
"I sent George and Gil to cut some brush to stake the channel so we can get out. We can always sound it with the dinghy and get stakes on the points."
"Look, what I'd like to do when she floats is get into where I can bring the searchlight in the 50s to bear on the turtle boat and put somebody on board to blink to us if they come out on the skiff."
"That would be ideal, Tom, but you can't get in there in the dark. You could get in there with the searchlight and the dinghy sounding ahead of you and calling the soundings and staking, but nobody would come out then. They'd never come out."
"I guess so. I've been wrong twice today."
"You were wrong," Antonio said, "but it was just chances, like drawing a card."
"What's important is that I was wrong. Now tell me what you think."
"I think that if they haven't gone, and if we make no move to act as though we were not aground, they will come out to board the ship tonight. We do not look like anything except a pleasure craft, I'm sure they were inside the Keys when it happened. They will feel contempt for us, and they will be sure we are weak because they have seen only one man all day in the dinghy, if they have watched.
We tried to play it that way.
Then if they find out how things are on the turtle boat, what then?
Ask Willie to come up here, he said to Antonio. Willie came up, still lumpy-looking from the mosquito bites. His scratches looked better, though, and he was wearing only a pair of khaki shorts. "How are you, Jungle Man?"
"I'm fine, Tom. I had to put some chloroform on the bites and they stopped itching. Those damn mosquitoes are about a quarter of an inch long and black as ink."
"We got ourselves pretty well fucked up, Willie."
"Hell, we've been fucked up from the start."
"Peters?"
"We got him sewed up in canvas and some ice on him. He won't bring anything in the market, but he'll hold a couple of days."
"Listen, Willie, I was telling Antonio what I'd like to do was get into where the 50s and the searchlight would bear on that hulk, but he says we can't get in without spooking the whole ocean and that it's no good."
"Sure," Willie said. "He's right. That's 3 times you've been wrong today. I'm leading you by 1 less."
"You think they will come out and try and board the ship?"
"I doubt it like hell,"
Willie said. "But they could."
"They aren't crazy, but they could be desperate enough to try it."
The two of them were sitting on the deck of the flying bridge, leaning back against the stays and the canvas. Willie rubbed a part of his right shoulder that had begun to itch again on the canvas.
"They could come out,"
he said.
"They did a crazy thing when they made that massacre."
"Not from their point of view, then. You have to remember it was when they had just lost their ship and they were desperate."
"Well, they lost another ship today as well as a comrade. Maybe they were fond of that son of a bitch."
"Probably, or they wouldn't have let him take up space."
"He was a pretty good guy," Willie said. "He took all that surrender talk and a grenade before he even made his play. He must have thought Peters was the captain because of his commanding manner and the way he spracked the crowd."
"I guess so."
"You know the frags went off below decks. They might never have heard them. How many rounds did you fire, Tom?"
"Not more than 5.
"The character fired 1 burp."
"How loud did it all sound to you, Antonio?"
"It didn't sound loud," Antonio said. "We are downwind and to the north of it with the key in between. It didn't sound loud at all, but I could hear it clearly."
"They might never have heard it," Thomas Hudson said. "But they must have seen the dinghy running around and their ship careened. They're sure to think she's a trap. I don't think they will go near her."
"I think that's right,"
Willie agreed. "But do you think they'll come out here?"
"You and God know just as much about that as I do. Aren't you the one who's always thinking in the Germans' minds?"
"Sure," Thomas Hudson said. "Sometimes I'm pretty good at it, but I'm not so hot today."
"You're thinking all right,"
Willie said.
"You just ran into a bad streak."
"We could set a trap over there."
"You're just as trapped as you're trapping on her,"
Willie said. "You go over and booby-trap her while it's still light."
"Now you're talking," Willie said. "That's the old Tom. I'll booby-trap both hatches and that dead crowd and the lee rail. You're thinking your way out of it now."
"Use plenty of stuff. We got lots of stuff."
"She'll be booby-trapped till Christ won't have her."
"They're coming in with the dinghy,"
Antonio said.
"I'll get Ara and the necessary and get over there," Willie said.
"Don't blow yourself up."
"Don't think too much," Willie said. "Get some rest, Tom. You're going to be up all night."
"So are you."
"The hell I am. When you want me, they can wake me."
"I'll take the watch," Thomas Hudson said to Antonio. "When does our tide turn?"
"It's turned already, but it is fighting with the current that the strong east wind blows out from the bay."
"Put Gil on the 50s and give George a break. Tell everybody to get a rest for the night."
"Why don't you take a drink, Tom?"
"I don't want one. What are you giving them to eat tonight?"
"A big piece of that wahoo boiled with Spanish sauce and black beans and rice. There aren't any more canned fruits."
"There were some on the list at Confites."
"Yes, but they were crossed off."
"Do you have any dried fruits?"
"Apricots."
"Soak some tonight and give them to them for breakfast."
"Henry won't eat them for breakfast."
"Well, give them to him the first meal he eats well. Have you plenty of soup?"
"Plenty."
"How is ice?"
"We have plenty for a week if we don't use too much on Peters. Why don't you bury him at sea, Tom?"
"Maybe I will," Thomas Hudson said. "He always said he'd like it."
"He said so many things."
"Yeah."
"Tom, why don't you take a drink?"
"All right," said Thomas Hudson. "Do you have any gin left?"
"Your bottle is in the locker."
"Do you have any water coconuts?"
"Yes."
Make me a gin and coconut water with some lime in it, if we have limes.
We have plenty of limes. Peters has some scotch of his hidden, if I can find it. Would you rather have that?
No, find it and lock it up. We might need it.
I'll make yours and hand it up.
Thank you. Maybe we'll have good luck and they will come out tonight.
I can't believe they will. I am of the school of Willie. But they might.
We look awfully tempting, and they need some sort of craft.
Yes, Tom, but they are not fools. You would not have been able to think in their heads if they were fools.
Okay. Get the drink. Thomas Hudson was glassing the keys with the big binoculars. I'll try to think in their heads some more. But he did not have any luck thinking in their heads. He was not thinking very well at all. He watched the dinghy, Ada in the stern and Willie out of sight round the point of the quay. He watched the flock of willet fly up finally and turn and head for one of the outer quays. Then he was alone and he sipped the drink that Antonio had made. He thought how he had promised himself that he would not drink this trip, not even the cool one in the evening, so that he would not think of anything but work. He thought how he had planned to drive himself so he would sleep completely exhausted, but he made no excuses for this drink, nor for the broken promise. I drove myself, he thought. I did that all right. Now I might as well have this drink and think about something besides those other people. If they come out tonight, we'll have everything set for them. If they do not come out, I will go in after them tomorrow morning on the high tide. So he sipped the drink, which was cold and clean-tasting, and he watched the broken line of the quays straight ahead and to the westward. A drink always unlocked his memory that he kept locked so carefully now, and the quays reminded him of the days when they used to troll for tarpon, when young Tom was a small boy. Those were different quays, and the channels were wider. There were no flamingos, but the other birds had been nearly all the same, except for the flocks of big golden plover. He remembered the seasons when the plover were gray, and the others when the black feathers had the golden tinge, and he remembered young Tom's pride at the first one he had ever brought home, when he had his first single-barrel 20-gauge. He remembered how Tom had stroked the plump white breast, and touched the lovely black undermarkings, and how he had found the boy asleep that night in his bed, with his arms around the bird. He had taken the bird away very softly, hoping he would not wake the boy. The boy did not wake. His arms just closed up tightly, and he rolled onto his back. As he had taken the golden plover into the back room where the icebox was, he felt he had robbed the boy of it. But he had smoothed its plumage carefully and laid it on one of the grilled shells of the icebox. The next day he had painted young Tom a picture of the golden plover, and the boy had taken it with him when he went off to school that year. In the picture he had tried to get the fast, running quality of the bird, and the background was a long beach with coconut palms. Then he remembered one time when they were in a tourist camp. He had wakened early, and Tom was still asleep. He lay on his back with his arms crossed, and he looked like the sculpture of a young knight lying on his tomb. Thomas Hudson had sketched him that way, using a tomb that he remembered from Salisbury Cathedral. He was going to paint a canvas of it later, but he did not do it because he thought it could be bad luck. Not a good that did, he thought. He looked into the sun that was low now, and he could see Tom high up in the sun in a Spitfire. The aircraft was very high and very tiny, and it shone like a fragment of broken mirror. He liked it up there, he said to himself. And it was a good rule you made about not drinking. But over half the drink was still in the paper-wrapped glass, and there was still ice in it. Courtesy of Peters, he thought. Then he remembered when they lived on the island in the old days and how Tom had read about the Ice Age at school, and he was afraid it would come again. "Papa," he had said, "that is my only worry." "It can't hit here," Thomas Hudson had said. "I know, but I can't stand to think what it will do to all those people in Minnesota and Wisconsin and Michigan, even Illinois and Indiana." "I don't think we really have to worry about it," Thomas Hudson had said. "It's a dreadfully slow process if it comes." "I know," young Tom had said, "but that's the only thing I ever really worry about. That and the extinction of the passenger pigeon." That Tom, he thought. and put the drink into one of the empty frag holes and glassed the keys carefully. He saw nothing that might be a sailing skiff, and he put the glasses down. The best times they had, he thought, were on the island and out west. Except Europe, of course. And if I think about that, I'll think about the girl, and it will be worse. I wonder where she is now. Sleeping with some general, I suppose. Well, I hope she gets a good one. She looked awfully well and very beautiful when I saw her in Havana. I could think about her all night, but I won't. It's indulgence enough to think about Tom. I wouldn't do that without the drink. I'm glad I took it, though. There is a time to break all your rules. Maybe not all. I will think about him for a while, and then I will work out our small problem for tonight when Willie and Ada get back. They're a wonderful team. Willie learned that awful Spanish of his in the Philippines, but they understand each other perfectly. Some of that is because Ada is a Basque and speaks bad Spanish, too. Christ, I'd hate to go aboard that hulk after Willie and Ada rig her. Go ahead, drink the rest of your drink, and think about something good. Tom's dead, and it's all right to think about him. You'll never get over it. But you are solid on it now. Remember some good, happy times. You had plenty. What were the happiest times, he thought. They were all happy, really, in the time of innocence and the lack of useless money, and still being able to work and eat. A bicycle was more fun than a motor car. You saw things better, and it kept you in good shape, and coming home after you had ridden in the Bois, you could coast down the Champs-Élysées well past the Rond-Point. And when you looked back to see what was behind you there, with the traffic moving in two streams, there rose the high gray of the great arch against the dusk. The horse-chestnuts would be in bloom now. The trees would be black in the dusk as he pedaled now toward the Place de la Concorde, and the upstanding blooms would be white and waxen. He would get off the racing bicycle to push it along the gravel path and see the horse-chestnut trees slowly, and feel them overhead as he pushed the bicycle and felt the gravel under the thin soles of his shoes. He had bought this pair of racing shoes second-hand from a waiter he knew at the Select, who had been an Olympic champion, and he had paid for them by painting a canvas of the proprietor the way the proprietor had wished to be painted. "A little in the style of Manet, Monsieur Hudson, if you can do it." It was not a Manet that Manet would have signed, but it looked more like Manet than it did like Hudson, and it looked exactly like the proprietor. Thomas Hudson got the money for the bicycle shoes from it, and for a long time they could have drinks on the house as well. Finally, one night when he offered to pay for a drink, the offer was accepted, and Thomas Hudson knew that payment on the portrait had been finished. There was a waiter at the Closerie de Lilas who liked them and always gave them double-sized drinks so that by adding water they needed only one for the evening. So they moved down there. They would put Tom to bed and sit there together in the evenings at the old café, completely happy to be with each other. Then they would take a walk through the dark streets of Montagne-Saint-Geneviève, where the old houses had not yet been torn down, and try to come home some different way each night. They would go to bed and hear Tom breathing in his cot, and the purring of the big cat that slept with him. Thomas Hudson remembered how people were horrified that they let the cat sleep with the small boy, and that they left him alone when they went out. But Tom always slept well, and if he woke up, there was the cat, who was his best friend. The cat would let no one near the bed, and he and Tom loved each other very much. Now Tom was— "The hell with that," he said to himself. "It is something that happens to everybody. I should know about that by now. It is the only thing that is really final, though." How do you know that? He asked himself. Going away can be final. Walking out the door can be final. Any form of real betrayal can be final. Dishonesty can be final. Selling out is final. But you're just talking now. Death is what is really final. I wish Ada and Willie would get back. They must be rigging that hulk up like a chamber of horrors. I've never liked to kill, ever. But Willie loves it. He is a strange boy, and very good, too. He is just never satisfied that a thing cannot be done better. He saw the dinghy coming. Then he heard her purring hum, and he watched her get clearer and bigger, and then she was alongside. Willie came up. He looked worse than ever, and his bad eye was showing too much white. He drew himself up, saluted smartly, and said,
"Permission to speak to the captain, sir."
"Are you drunk?"
"No, Tommy, enthusiastic."
"You've been drinking?"
"Sure, Tom, we took a little rum with us for working around that cadaver. And then when we got through, Ara urinated in the bottle and then booby-trapped the bottle. It's double booby-trapped."
"Did you rig her good?"
"Tommy, a little tiny gnome no bigger than a man's hand couldn't get on her without being blown clean back to gnome land. A cockroach couldn't crawl on her. Ara was afraid the flies on the cadaver would set her off. We trapped her beautifully and delicately."
"What's Ara doing?"
"He's disassembling and cleaning everything in a frenzy of enthusiasm."
"How much rum did you guys take?"
"Less than half a bottle. It was my idea, it wasn't ours."
"Okay, get the hell down with him and clean the weapons and check the 50s.
"You can't check them really without firing them."
"I know, but you check them completely without firing them. Throw away the ammo that's been in the breeches."
"That's smart."
"Tell Henry to come up here and bring me a small glass of this, and tell him to bring a drink for himself. Antonio knows what this drink is."
"I'm glad you're drinking a little again, Tom."
"For Christ's sake, don't be glad or sad about whether I'm drinking or not drinking."
"Okay, Tom, but I don't like to see you ride yourself like a horse riding on a horse's back. Why don't you be like a centaur?"
"Where did you learn about centaurs?"
"I read it in a book, Tommy. I'm educated. I'm educated far beyond my years."
"You're a good old son of a bitch," Thomas Hudson told him. "Now get the hell down and do what I told you."
"Yes, sir, Tommy. When we finish this cruise, will you let me buy one of the sea paintings out of that joint?"
"Don't shit me."
"I'm not doing that. Maybe the hell you don't understand all the time."
"That could be, maybe all my life."
"Tommy, I kid a lot. But you chased pretty."
"We'll see tomorrow. Tell Henry to bring a drink up, but I don't want any."
"No, Tommy, all we have tonight is a simple fight, and I don't think we'll have it."
"All right," said Thomas Hudson. "Send it up. Get down off this fucking bridge and get to work." Chapter 20. Henry passed the 2 drinks up and swung up himself after them. He stood beside Thomas Hudson and leaned forward to look at the shadow of the far keys. There was a thin moon in the first quarter of the sky, to the westward.
"Here's to your good health, Tom," Henry said. "I didn't look at the moon over my left shoulder."
"She's not new. She was new last night."
"Of course, and we didn't see her for the squall."
"That's right. How's everything below?"
"Excellent, Tom. Everybody's working and cheerful."
"How are Willie and Ada?"
"They drank a little rum, Tom, and it made them very cheerful, but they're not drinking now."
"No, they wouldn't."
"I look forward to this very much," Henry said. "So does Willie."
"I don't, but it's what we are here to do. You see, we want prisoners, Henry."
"I know."
"Because they made that mistake on the massacre key, they don't want to be taken prisoner."
"I think that's putting it mildly," Henry said. "Do you think they will try to jump us tonight?"
"No, but we have to be alerted in case they do."
"We will be, but what do you really think they are going to do, Tom?"
"I can't figure it, Henry. If they are really desperate, they will try for the ship. If they have a radio operator left, he could fix our radio up, and they could go across to Anguillas and just call a taxi and wait for it to take them home. They have every reason to try for the ship. Somebody could always have talked around Havana, and they might know what we are."
"Who would talk?"
"Never speak ill of the dead," Thomas Hudson said. "But I'm afraid he might have when he was drinking."
"Willie is sure he did."
"Does he know anything?"
"No, he's just sure."
"It's a possibility, but they could also just try to make the mainland and make their way overland to Havana and get a Spanish ship out or an Argentine ship. But they don't want to be picked up on account of the massacre business, so I think they'll try something desperate."
"I hope so."
"If we can set it up," Thomas Hudson said. But nothing happened all night long except the movement of the stars, and the steady blowing of the east wind, and the sucking of the currents past the ship. There was much phosphorescence in the water, from the weed that the big tides in the sea made by the wind had torn up from the bottom, and it floated in and out and in again, like cold strips and patches of white, unhealthy fire in the water. The wind dropped a little before dawn, and when it was light, Thomas Hudson lay down and slept on the deck, lying on his belly with his face against a corner of the canvas. Antonio covered him and his weapon with a piece of canvas, but Thomas Hudson was asleep and did not feel it. Antonio took over the watch, and when the tide was high so they swung free, he woke Thomas Hudson. They got the anchors in and started in with the dinghy going ahead and sounding and staking any dubious points. The water on this flood tide was clean and clear by now, and the piloting was difficult, but not as it had been the day before. They had staked a branch of a tree in the channel where they had grounded the day before, and Thomas Hudson looked back and saw its green leaves moving in the current. Thomas Hudson looked ahead and followed the dinghy closely as she worked out the channel. They passed a long green key that had looked like a small round key when they had been head on to it. Then, ahead, in what looked like an unbroken but indented line of mangrove keys, Gil, who had the glasses, said, "Stake, Tom, dead ahead of the dinghy against the mangroves." "Check," Thomas Hudson said. "Is it the canal?" "It looks to be, but I can't see the opening." "It is very narrow on the chart. We will just about brush the mangroves on each side." Then he remembered something. How could I be so stupid, he thought. But we'd better go on now anyway and out through the channel. Then I can send them back. He had forgotten to tell Willie and Ada to detrap the hulk of the turtle boat. That is a hell of a thing to leave around if some poor fisherman comes onto it. Well, they can go back and detrap it. The dinghy was signaling him now to keep hard over to the right of the 3 tiny spots of key and close against the mangroves. Then, as if to make sure he understood, they wheeled and came up.
"The channel's right in along the mangroves," Willie shouted. "Leave the stake on your left. We're going to head through. As long as you don't hear from us, keep on steaming. It's just a deep creek."
"We forgot to detrap that turtle boat."
"I know," Willie shouted. "We'll go back after."
Ada grinned and spun the dinghy around, and they went on ahead, Willie signaling that it was okay. They turned left and right and went out of sight into the green. Thomas Hudson steered in their wake. There was plenty of water, although no such water showed on the chart. This old channel must have been scoured out by a hurricane, he thought. Many things have happened since the USS Nokomis had boats sounding in here. Then he saw there were no birds rising from the mangroves as the dinghy went into the narrow brush river of the channel. While he steered, he spoke into the tubes to Henry in the forward cockpit. "We may get jumped in this channel. Have your 50s ready to fire from either bow and abeam. Keep behind the shield and watch for the flashes and pour it onto them."
"Yes, Tom."
To Antonio, he said, "We may get jumped here. Keep well down, and if we're fired on, aim below the flashes and pour it on. Keep way down." "Gil," he said, "put your glasses away. Take 2 frags and straighten the pins and put them there in the rack by my right hand. Straighten 2 pins on those extinguishers and then put your glasses away. They'll probably hit us from both sides. That's how they ought to."
"Tell me when to throw, Tom."
"Throw when you see the flashes, but loft it plenty because it has to fall through brush." There were no birds at all, and since the tide was high, he knew that the birds had to be in the mangroves. The ship was entering the narrow river now, and Thomas Hudson, bareheaded and barefooted, and only wearing a pair of khaki shorts, felt as naked as a man can feel. "You lie down, Gil," he said. "I'll tell you when to get up and throw." Gil lay on the floor, with the 2 fire extinguishers that were loaded with dynamite and a booster charge, and were fired by the detonating assembly of a regulation frag, with its charger hacksawed off at the juncture of the fuse and a dynamite cap fitted and crimped on. Thomas Hudson looked at him once and saw how he was sweating. Then he looked at the mangroves on either side. I could still try to back her out, he thought. But I don't believe I could the way the tide is flowing. He looked ahead at the green banks. The water was brown again now, and the mangrove leaves were as shiny as though they were varnished. He looked to see where any had been cut or disturbed, but he saw nothing but the green leaves, the dark branches, and the roots that were exposed with the suction of the ship. There were a few crabs that showed when their holes under the mangrove roots were exposed. They went on, and the channel narrowed, but he could see it opening wider ahead. Maybe I just had the jitters, he thought. Then he saw a crab come sliding out fast from the high mangrove roots and plop into the water. He looked hard into the mangroves, but he could see nothing beyond the trunks and branches. Another crab came out very fast and went into the water. Just then they opened on him. He did not see the blinking flash, and he was hit before he heard the stutter of the gun, and Gil was on his feet beside him. Antonio was firing tracers where he had seen the gun flash. "Where the tracers are going," Thomas Hudson said to Gil. Thomas Hudson felt as though someone had clubbed him 3 times with a baseball bat, and his left leg was wet. Gil lobbed the bomb with a high, overhand motion, and Thomas Hudson saw its long brass cylinder and conic nose shining in the sun. It was spinning, not going end over end. "Down, Gil," he said, and he thought he ought to drop himself. Then he knew he shouldn't, but he should hold the ship as she was. The twin 50s had opened up, and he could hear them pounding, and he felt the jolt of them through his bare feet. Very noisy, he thought. That will keep the bastards down. He saw the blinding burst of the bomb before the roar came, and the smoke started to rise. He smelled the smoke and the smell of broken branches and burned green leaves. "Get up, Gil, and throw 2 frags, 1 on each side of the smoke." Gil did not lob the frags. He threw them like the long throw from third base to first, and in the air they looked like gray iron artichokes with a thin trickle of smoke coming from them. Before they burst, cracking white in the mangroves, Thomas Hudson said into the tube, "Shoot the shit out of it, Henry. They can't run in there." The smoke from the frags smelled differently from the bomb, and Thomas Hudson said to Gil, "Throw 2 more frags, 1 beyond the bomb and 1 in this side, close." He watched the frags go and then hit the deck. He did not know whether he hit the deck or the deck hit him, because the deck was very slippery from the blood that had been running down his leg, and he fell hard. At the second burst he heard 2 fragments tear through the canvas. Others hit the hull. "Help me up," he said to Gil. "You threw that last one close enough." "Where are you hit, Tom?" "A couple of places." Ahead he saw Willie and Ada coming up the channel in the dinghy. He spoke in the tube to Antonio and asked him to hand up a first aid kit to Gil. Just then he saw Willie drop flat in the bow of the dinghy and start firing into the mangroves on the right. He could hear the dat-dat-dat of his Thompson gun. Then there was a longer burst. He put in both his motors and headed for them with all the speed the channel would allow. His idea of this speed was not completely accurate because he felt very sick. He felt sick into his bones, and through his chest and his bowels, and the ache went into his testicles. He did not feel weak yet, but he could feel the first onslaught of weakness. "Get your guns to bear on the right bank," he said to Henry. "Willie's found more of them." "Yes, Tom, are you all right?" "I'm hit, but I'm all right. What about you and George?" "We're fine." "Open up any time you see anything." "Yes, Tom." Thomas Hudson stopped his engines and commenced to go astern again slowly to hold the ship outside the angle where Willie was firing. Willie had a clip in now with tracers in it, and he was trying to spot the target for the ship. "You got it, Henry?" he asked through the tube. "Yes, Tom." "Work on it and around it with short bursts." He heard the 50s start slamming, and he waved Ada and Willie in. They came in as fast as the little motor would bring them. Willie was firing all the time until they were under the lee of the ship. Willie jumped aboard and came up on the flying bridge while Ada made the dinghy fast. He looked at Tom and Gil, who was putting a tourniquet on his left leg as close to the crotch as he could tighten it.
"Jesus Christ," he said. "What you got, Tommy?"
"I don't know," Thomas Hudson said. He did not know, either. He could not see any of the wounds. All he saw was the color of the blood, and it was dark, so he did not worry. But there was too much of it, and he felt very sick. "What's in there, Willie?"
"I don't know. There was a guy with a burp gun fired on us, and I got him, or I'm pretty sure I did."
"I didn't hear with the noise you made."
"You guys sounded like an ammunition dump going up. Do you think there's anything still back there?"
"Still, maybe. We gave it the treatment."
"We'll have to work it out," Willie said.
"We can let these sons of bitches hang and rattle," Thomas Hudson said, "or we can go in now and finish it."
I'd rather take care of you.
Henry was probing with the 50s. He was as delicate as he was rough with a machine gun, and with a pair of them all his qualities were doubled.
Do you know where they are, Willie?
There's only one place they can be.
Then let's go in blasting and blow the shit out of them.
Spoken like an officer and a gentleman, Willie said. We sunk their skiff.
Oh, we didn't hear that either, Thomas Hudson said.
It didn't make much noise, Willie said. I'd have chopped her open with a machete and cut the sail up. Christ couldn't repair her in a month, the best day he was in that carpenter shop.
You get up forward with Henry and George, and have Ada and Antonio on the starboard side, and let's go in, Thomas Hudson said. He felt very sick and strange, although there was no dizziness yet. The dressings Gil had put on contained the bleeding too easily, and he knew it was internal. Put lots of fire on, and you signal me how to go. How close are they?
Right up against the shore, behind the little rise of ground.
Can Gil reach it all right with the big ones?
I'll shoot tracers to show him the target.
They'll still be there?
They got no place to go. They saw us break out the skiff. They're fighting Custer's last stand in the mangroves. Christ, I wish I saw Anheuser-Busch.
Ice cold in cans, Thomas Hudson said. Let's get in.
You're awfully white, Tommy, Willie said, and you've lost a lot of blood.
Let's take her in fast, then, Thomas Hudson said. I'm still all right. They closed fast with Willie with his head up over the starboard bow, sometimes waving a correction. Henry was traversing before and behind the rise that showed by the higher trees, and George was working on what should be the lip of the rise. How is it, Willie? Thomas Hudson said into the tube.
You got enough hulls up here to start a brass foundry, Willie answered. Lay her goddamn bow up against the bank and swing her broadside so Ara and Antonio can bear.
Gil thought he saw something and fired, but it was the low branch of a tree that Henry had cut loose. Thomas Hudson watched the bank come closer and closer until he could see individual leaves again. Then he swung her broadside until he heard Antonio firing and saw his tracers going in a little to the right of Willie's. Ada was firing now, too. Then he came a little astern on his motors and swung her close to the bank, but not so close that Gil could not throw. Throw an extinguisher, he said, where Willie's been shooting. Gil threw, and again Thomas Hudson marveled at the throw, and at the shine of the brass cylinder whirling high through the air to drop almost exactly where it should. There was the flash and the roar, and then the rising smoke. And then Thomas Hudson saw a man walking toward them out of the smoke, with his hands clasped over his head. "Hold up the fire," he said as rapidly as he could into 2 tubes. But Ada had already fired, and he saw the man slump forward into the mangroves on his knees, with his head forward. He spoke again and said, "Resume fire." Then he said to Gil very tiredly, "Put in another one about the same place if you can. Then put in a couple of frags." He had had a prisoner, but he had lost him. After a while he said, "Willie, you and Ada want to have a look?"
"Sure,"
Willie said.
"But keep some fire on while we go in. I want to go in from the back."
"Tell Henry what you want. When do you want it off?"
"As soon as we clear the entrance."
"All right, Jungle Man," Thomas Hudson said. And for the first time he had time to realize that he was probably going to die. Chapter 21. He heard the noise of a grenade bursting behind the small ridge. Then there was no more noise and no firing. He leaned heavily on the wheel, and he watched the smoke of the grenade thin out in the wind. "I'm going to take her on through as soon as I see the dinghy," he said to Gil. He felt Antonio's arm around him and heard him say,
"You lie down, Tom. I'm taking her."
"All right," he said, and he took a last look down the narrow, green-banked river. The water was brown but clear, and the tide was flowing strong. Gil and Antonio helped him to lie down on the planking of the bridge. Then Antonio took the wheel. He went astern a little more to hold her against the tide, and Thomas Hudson could feel the sweet rhythm of the big motors. "Loosen the tourniquet a little," he said to Gil.
"We'll get the air mattress,"
Gil said. "I like it on the deck," Thomas Hudson said. "I think it is better if I don't move too much."
Get a cushion under his head,
Antonio said. He was looking down the channel. In a little while, he said,
"They're waving us in, Tom."
And Thomas Hudson felt the motors go ahead and the ship slide forward. "Anchor her as soon as we're out of the channel."
"Yes, Tom, don't talk."
Henry came up and took the wheel and the controls when they anchored. Now that they were in the open again, Thomas Hudson felt her swing into the wind. "There's lots of water in here, Tom," Henry said. "I know, all the way to Kaiberian, and the 2 channels are clear and well marked." "Please don't talk, Tom. Just lie quiet." "Have Gil get a light blanket." "I'll get it. I hope it doesn't hurt too much, Tommy." "It hurts," Thomas Hudson said, "but not too bad. It doesn't hurt any worse than things hurt that you and I have shot together." "Here's Willie," Henry said.
"You old son of a bitch," said Willie. "Don't talk. There were 4 in there with the guide. He was the main party. Then there was the one that Ara got by mistake. He feels awful about it when you wanted a prisoner so much. He's crying, and I told him to stay below. He just loosed off like anybody would."
"What did you throw the grenade at?"
"Just a place I didn't like the look of. Don't you talk, Tom."
"You have to go back and detrap that hulk."
"We're going right away, and we'll check the other place. I wish to Christ we had a speedboat. Tommy, those goddamn fire extinguishers are better than an 83mm mortar."
"Not the same range."
"What the hell we want with range? That Gil was throwing them into a bushel basket."
"Get going."
"How bad are you, Tommy?"
"Pretty bad."
"Think you can make it?"
"I'm gonna try."
"Keep perfectly still. Don't move for anything."
They were not gone long, but it seemed a long time to Thomas Hudson. He lay on his back in the shade of a canopy Antonio had rigged for him. Gil and George had unlaced the canvas from the windward side of the flying bridge, and the wind came fresh and friendly. It was not as strong as it had been yesterday, but it was steady from the east, and the clouds were high and thin. The sky was the blue sky of the eastern part of the island, where the trades blow strongest, and Thomas Hudson lay and watched it, and tried to hold his pain in control. He had refused the hypodermic of morphine that Henry had brought him, because he thought he might still have to think. He knew he could always take it later on. He lay there under the light blanket with the dressings on his 3 wounds. Gil had sifted them all full of sulfa when he dressed them, and he could see sulfa spilled like sugar on the part of the deck where he had stood at the wheel while Gil had worked on him. When they had taken down the canvas, so he would have more air, he had noticed the 3 small holes where the bullets had come through, and the others to the left and to the right. He had seen the gashes in the canvas from the grenade fragments. As he lay there, Gil watched him and saw his salt-bleached head and his gray face above the light blanket. Gil was a simple boy. He was a great athlete, and nearly as strong as Ada, and if he could have hit a curveball, he would have been a very good ball player. He had a great throwing arm. Thomas Hudson looked at him and smiled, remembering the grenades. Then he smiled just to look at Gil and the long muscles of his arms. "You should have been a pitcher," he said, and his voice sounded strange to him.
"I never had control."
"You had it today."
"Maybe it wasn't really necessary before," Gil smiled. "You want some water on your mouth, Tommy? Just nod your head."
Thomas Hudson shook his head and looked out at the lake that was the inside passage. It showed whitecaps now, but they were the small waves of a good sailing breeze, and beyond them he could see the blue hills of the Turiguano. "That's what we'll do," he thought. "We'll head for the Central or for the other place, and they may have a doctor there. No, it's too late in the season. But they can fly a good surgeon in. They're all fine people in there. A bad surgeon is worse than none, and I can lie quiet until he comes and they move me. I ought to take a lot of sulfa, but I shouldn't drink water. Don't worry about it, boy," he said to himself. "All your life is just pointed toward it. But why couldn't Ada not have shot that son of a bitch so we would have something to show for it all, so it would have done some good? I don't mean good. I mean so it would have been some use. Hell, if they had had the firepower we had. They must have pulled the other stakes on the channels to suck us into that one. But maybe if we had the prisoner, he would be stupid and know nothing. He would have been useful to have had, though. We are not being very useful now. Sure we are. We are detrapping that old turtle boat. Think about after the war and when you will paint again. There are so many good ones to paint, and if you paint as well as you really can, and keep out of all the other things and do that, it is the true thing. You can paint the sea better than anyone now if you will do it and not get mixed up in other things. Hang on good now to how you truly want to do it. You must hold hard to life to do it. But life is a cheap thing beside a man's work. The only thing is that you need it. Hold it tight. Now is the true time you make your play. Make it now without hope of anything. You always coagulated well, and you can make one more real play. We are not the lumpen proletariat. We are the best, and we do it for free.
Tom, do you want some water?
Gil asked again. Thomas Hudson shook his head. 3 chicken shit bullets, he thought, to fuck good painting and prove nothing. Why did the poor bastards ever make that error on the massacre key? They could have surrendered and been all right. I wonder who the one was who came out to surrender when out of shot. He could have been like the boy they shot at Massacre Key. Why do they have to be such damned fanatics? We chased good, and we will always fight. But I hope we are not fanatics. Then he heard the noise of the outboard coming. He could not see it join them from where he lay, and then Ada and Willie came up. Ada was sweating, and they both were scratched by the brush.
I ain't sorry, Tom,
Ada said. Shit, said Thomas Hudson.
Let's haul ass out of here, Willie said. And I'll tell you, Ada, get the hell down on the anchor and send Antonio up here to take her.
We're going into the Central. It's faster.
Smart, Willie said. Now don't talk, Tom, and let me tell you.
He stopped and put his hand on Thomas Hudson's forehead lightly and reached under the blanket and felt the pulse accurately but very gently.
Don't die, you bastard, he said. Just hold it and don't move.
Roger, Thomas Hudson said.
At the first fight, there were 3 deads,
Willie explained. He was to windward of Thomas Hudson, sitting on the deck, and he smelled sour of sweat, and his bad eye was swung wild again, and all the plastic surgery on his face showed white. Thomas Hudson lay very quietly and listened to him.
They had 2 burp guns only, but they were set up good. Gil's first extinguisher got them, and the 50s cut the shit out of them. Antonio hit them too. Henry can really shoot the 50s.
He always could.
I mean with the heat on. So we detrapped that joint, and it is very high now. Ara and I cut all the wires, but we left the stuff. She's okay, and I'll pinpoint the location of these other crowds on the chart.
The anchor was up, and the motors were turning. We didn't do so good, did we? Thomas Hudson said.
They outsmarted us. But we had the firepower. They didn't do so good either. Don't say anything to Ara about the prisoner. He feels bad enough. He says he squeezed off before he thought.
The ship was heading toward the Blue Hills and gathering speed.
Tommy,
Willie said.
I love you, you son of a bitch. And don't die.
Thomas Hudson looked at him without moving his head.
Try and understand if it isn't too hard.
Thomas Hudson looked at him. He felt far away now, and there were no problems at all. He felt the ship gathering her speed, and the lovely throb of her engines against his shoulder blades, which rested hard against the boards. He looked up, and there was the sky that he had always loved, and he looked across the great lagoon that he was quite sure now he would never paint, and he eased his position a little to lessen the pain. The engines were around 3,000 now, he thought, and they came through the deck and into him. I think I understand, Willie, he said.
Ah, shit, Willie said. You never understand anybody that loves you.
Islands in the Stream was written by Ernest Hemingway and read by Bruce Greenwood. It was recorded at the Media Staff in Los Angeles, California. Editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. The mix engineer was Terry Hogan. The associate producer was Travis Tunn. Islands in the Stream was directed by Fred Sanders and produced by Elisa Shokov. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.